morning everyone, good afternoon I should say, because it is lunchtime and we are here at Snetterton for the Endurance East. We have 3 different series up for grabs today. We start off with Track Action, who have 2 races today. We then have the Brick Car Endurance, which is a 90-minute race, and then the finale, the endurance race for the Caterhams, a 3-hour Grand Prix, a mix of road sport, 270Rs and 310s, all out on track. Different teams, we have hero drivers too, taking on the challenge themselves. It's going to be a bumper day, non-stop action here at Snetterton, and all that's left to say is it's time to go racing.
Well, good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome to Snetterton, the home of motorsport in the east of England, for this one-day event here on BARC TV, presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. One day, just 4 races, but endurance is the theme here at Snetterton today. We've got a 3-hour race for the Caterhams, the 3 hours of the 300, because we are of course on the Snetterton 300 circuit today. A variety of Caterham classes all running it together, 1, 2 or 3 drivers taking part in that Caterham 3-hour Grand Prix a little later on today. We also have the Brick Car Endurance Championship here as well for one of their 90-minute races. It's their 5th championship round of the season, their 2nd visit to the Snetterton 300 circuits. And we also have 2 races, shorter races, for the Track Action Racing Club, which is their all-comers series for saloons. No points on those races. It's very much a run-what-you-brung series, the Track Action Racing Club, and it's their first visit to the Snetterton circuit this year. They've had a very busy season. We saw them out at the start of the month at Brands Hatch, and there'll be our first race coming up in just a few minutes' time. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action here in the box. Chris Hutchinson will be joining me a little bit later on for the Caterham 3-hour Grand Prix, the former Caterham champion, of course, and Leah Halsey and Sam Parker are pit reporters today down in pit lane. There's been a little bit of drizzle during the qualifying sessions which took place this morning, but the heavier rain holding off for now. There is rain forecast for later on, so we'll wait and see how the conditions turn out here on the 300 circuit at Snetterton, just under 3 miles in length, one of the longest laps in UK national motorsport. And a great day in prospect here. If you like your endurance racing, then you are in the right place to see some great action. Pit stops galore in both of our endurance races. Every car in Brick Car has a mandatory 2 pit stops to make, and it's a minimum of 5 pit stops for each car in our race for the Caterhams, trying something a bit different with their 3-hour Grand Prix, 3 hours of 300 as they've called it a little bit later on. Ideal warm-up for the drivers for their visit here for their championship finale, a lot of them in a couple of weeks' time. So we'll be getting underway fairly shortly with our first race of the day then, which is the Track Action Racing Club, first of 2 races for them, and Leah caught up with a couple of the drivers down in the paddock earlier on.
Well, we have sheltered from the dry, and I found no other than Dave Beecroft, who is competing this weekend, but he's also the organiser of Track Action. Dave, thank you for speaking to me. How are you? How is Snetterton proving to be for you?
A bit warm at the minute, just got out of the car. It's not been very kind at the moment, so we've got a gear selection issue with the car and a couple of other bits and bobs, but Steve, our engineer, is going to get that sorted, and hopefully it'll be better for this afternoon. But sorry, but I think the weather's going to come in on us.
Yeah, it has just started to spit ever so slightly. We managed to dodge it for a few of the practice sessions this morning, but yeah, it's starting to come in now, isn't it? You've been out a few times in this car this year, and you seem to be having issues quite a lot of the time. Is this the weekend you eye them out, or do you think there's still little niggles in your car?
It's a racing car, there's always niggles with it. Because we've been so busy with our junior championship and organising this, we're sort of getting to the car, it's like, oh, we've got 5 minutes, let's have a look at the car. And yeah, it's not the best way of going racing, but it's good fun, What is your favourite thing? Because, I mean, you might be a bit biased, but you are the organiser for this series. What's your favourite thing about what you do here? There's a couple of aspects to it. We've got the guys in the Peugeot in the 206s, so they've got their own little race themselves, and they're a great bunch of guys and have a real good time. And then it's everything else, because we don't know what's going to turn up really till the week before. So we didn't realise Rod was going to be here in his BMW until, I think, on Wednesday evening. And yeah, we just don't know what we're going to get, such as Adam's Scirocco, Dave Porter's little Peugeot, a right mix of cars. You have got like a jumble of them. We've got some minis out there as well. I know Cat's out there in that, and we've got another driver out there too. What is it about Track Action that makes it so accessible? Because you do get a real mix of people joining it, and you do get people competing in it for different reasons. So why might that be? We're a bit of a catch-all. You know, anything that's got a roof on it, you can pretty much come and race. As long as it's sort of under the 300 or around the 300 horsepower mark, we don't want any big wing cars that you see in Brick Car coming to join us. It's more for the clubman's guy who's just, yeah, I've saved up a bit of money, I can go and race at Open Park or Snet, and we get a different bunch of guys at each track. I was speaking to Vicky just before, well, you were still in your car sorting out some issues, and she said a lot of these drivers are guys who work, you know, Monday to Friday, and then at the weekend they just want to come and race and have a bit of fun. Is that a fair reflection of it? It is, yeah. It's not too serious, and there's a lot of respect. There's no damage really there's going to be no incidents. It's, you know, after you look after your car. I've spent some money on my car, I don't want to damage my car. And so things like, you know, Adam Croft, he messaged me, I think it was about 7:30 last night. I've managed to get out to work, cars on the trailer, can I come and join you? So yeah, of course you can, Adam. Yeah, I saw he was a later entrant, and he's been a 3-time race winner this year, so it'd be good to see him out in this series this weekend. And one of the great things about Track Action, which is maybe a selling point for people wanting to race at any capacity, is it's just so affordable, isn't it? The cars could be a few £1,000s, is that fair? It is. I mean, the Peugeot guys, you know, a front-running car might cost you £3,000. So yeah, it is as affordable as motorsport can be. It's never cheap, whichever way you do it, but this is probably one of the cheapest ways of coming and enjoying yourselves. Lovely. Well, for anyone who might want to get involved, how can they start competing in Track Action towards the end of the year? Just do the usual Google Track Action and we'll pop up there, send us an email and Vicky will be in touch. Wonderful. And just a last note from you then, this weekend with the rain coming in, what can we expect from you out on track this afternoon? Not a lot. We'll do our best. Dave, thank you so much for speaking to me, and good luck this afternoon. Right, we've managed to shelter from the rain under a beautiful awning, and with an even more beautiful lady, Katrina Gray. You are racing in Track Action this weekend. How are you? How is Snetterton treating you?
Yeah, it's really good at the moment, and the track was semi-dry, so that's always a good thing, because last time I raced here was chucking it down with rain, so...
At least you've got some experience for later on then, because we think the weather's going to be pretty horrific by the time your 2 races roll around. So is that an advantage, knowing that you can race here in unfavourable conditions?
Yes, I'm hoping so. So yeah, I don't mind the rain. I normally quite like the rain, so yeah. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll work in my favour.
And you did qualify P10, so you've got a lot of battles ahead of you, but do you think you'll be able to make up those places because you do know this circuit in wet weather conditions to an extent quite well?
I'm hoping so. So yeah, there's lots of straights on this circuit as well, and that's where the Mini is really good against the Peugeot. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to it.
There's going to be so many great battles. I can't wait to see it. You are one of only 2 Minis racing this weekend. What is it about this car that you like so much?
I just love Minis. I love this one because it's supercharged, so it has the little whine, and it's just like a little pocket rocket. Absolutely love it.
I love it too, and the livery on it as well. I love the pink. You've got interior pink. Was that your choice?
It actually came these colours when I bought it. Yes, but I've always I'm known for black and pink anyway, so it fitted in well.
Lovely. Let's talk more generally about your season then. You are the only woman on track this weekend here, but you've done very well this season too. Just give us a overall summary. How are you finding it behind the wheel?
I just really enjoy it, and everyone's really welcoming and really chatty, and we help each other out with fixing cars and things like that as well. So yeah, it's a good series.
Your calendar's a bit up and down because you've had quite a long wait in comparison to, say, the Caterhams and Britcar who are racing on this weekend as well. You've had quite the wait. I think the last time you were out was something like the 1st of this month, a few weeks ago at the start of August. Is that an advantage? Are you doing any other racing in the meantime?
I've not done any more racing, but I have been out with an instructor. So we came here and had one day to really practice and get ready for this event. So yeah.
What is the importance of having an instructor? What benefit do they give you as a driver?
Chris Jackson is just been fantastic with me in car and off circuit as well, because he always rings me, tells me to look through the circuit, and it just benefits me more, keeping everything fresh in my mind really. So it's really good.
Have you spoken to him this morning?
I spoke to him last night, and he's going to ring me just before the race. So yeah.
What kind of things will he, don't give it all away, but what kind of things will he be telling you ahead of race 1 this afternoon?
So he just basically goes through what gears I should be in for each area, where I should be braking, my braking points, my reference points. So mainly that, and he just makes me visualise it and talk him all the way through a full lap.
Oh, that's really interesting to see how important they are to you, and I'm so glad you've got a great one in Chris to help you through this season. Looking ahead then, a few rounds left before we wrap up into the winter. Any expectations, any aspirations for how you'd like to end the season?
I'm going to go into Silverstone blind. It's I've done the GP and the international, and I've found out that it's the national circuit. So I was like, I've been using my mechanics sim. So I've been learning the circuits, but I really do love Silverstone. So it is a really good circuit. So I'm still looking forward to it. Yeah.
And Silverstone is so historic. We've had, the F1, the MotoGP, we get all the world championships in there, and you get to drive it too. Just how special is that?
It's really special, yeah, to be on such an iconic circuit, yeah, definitely.
Lovely. Well, Kat, thank you so much for speaking to me today. Best of luck later, and look out for Harmony on track this afternoon.
Thanks so much, Leah. Good to hear from a couple of the drivers down in the paddock earlier on, ahead of our first race of the day. First of just 4 races here at the Snetterton 300 circuit today. We'll have the cars on track in about 5 minutes' time for the Track Action Racing Club. First of 2 15-minute races today. We'll be in the assembly area at the moment. A mixture of different saloon cars in action. As Dave Beecroft was explaining his series, you can run just about anything you like in Track Action. We had 5 meetings so far for them this season. Adam Croft, who was a late entry, as we heard, with his VW Scirocco, was a double winner at the season opener at Donington. Then they went on to Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, where Marshall Groves had a double win in his Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. Then on to Croft. The first race had a fair bit of attrition. Lee Bull in his Renault Clio was a winner in race 1 there. Marshall Groves took the second race, having failed to finish the first. Adam Croft was a winner again at Pembrey, and then in the second race the Mazda MX-5 of Scott Apriliano came out on top. Then we're on to Brands Hatch for the 5th meeting of the season. It was Rod Burley who took the win in the first race there. Mr. Brands Hatch in his BMW E36 Saloon, and he's back out today as well. And Marshall Groves took the second race there. We mentioned the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup as well. That's a separate series within a series, if you like, run by the Track Action Racing Club for identical Peugeot 206 GTIs. And they've put on some of the best racing we've seen from the series so far this year. Mervyn Beckett and Chris Van have pretty much divided up the wins between them. Chris Van, new to motorsport this year, celebrated his 50th birthday fairly recently, and chose to follow his dream of becoming a racing driver with the Peugeot 206 GTIs. Mervyn Beckett, of course, has raced everything. He's a former class champion in the Civic Cup, among other things. He's raced Porsches as well, and all manner of things. Vauxhall Novas in classic hatchback racing, but Merv Beckett now a mainstay of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. And the other race winner this year was newcomer Jai Fletcher, the sim racing convert, in the second race at Brands Hatch. We've got one car doing laps behind the safety car at the moment because we're just coming to the end of our lunch break. It's a Citroen Saxo out there on track. Now it's carrying number 3. But number 3 in track action is Dave Beecroft. And he's in a Seat Leon Cupra, which I saw out in qualifying earlier. So I'm not too sure who's in the Saxo, unless Dave Beecroft's Cupra has had a problem and he's switched car. So I'm not 100% sure who's out on track at the moment in that Citroen Saxo VTR. It is Dave Beecroft's car, but he was out in the Cupra in the qualifying session. I'm just looking at the qualifying sheet now. If you want to follow the live timing, incidentally, you can do so at TSL Timing. That's tsl-timing.com. He did the same laps as everybody else in the Cupra in qualifying, so I'm not quite sure whether he switched car. I'll try and get Leah to find out for us if we can. Thanks to all of you for your comments so far. Hi to Andrew Miller. Hi to Scottish. Andrew Miller says, give a shout out. Andrew Miller Swan give a shout out to all the Orange Army and the recovery crews. Had to pull out of marshalling this weekend, but thanks for watching on, Andrew. We couldn't go racing without all our volunteer marshals, recovery drivers, and everyone else here at Snetterton. Today, the Track Action Racing Club will kick us off shortly, followed by a 90-minute race for the Brick Car Endurance Championship, with Simon Clark's McLaren currently leading the point standings there. Bring you more info on that a little bit later on when their race is on track. Second race for the Track Action Racing Club. Grid for that one will form by the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session, and then we will have our 3-hour enduro for the Caterhams, the 3-hour enduro Grand Prix, classes for 310R, 270R and road sports spec Caterhams from the regular championships we see in that one. No 420Rs on the grid and no academy cars, but 3 classes should make for some great entertainment. Minimum of 5 pit stops per car, all cars running on one set of tyres. And there's a balance of performance decided across the classes as well, so any one of them could win. So awaiting the start of the action, and don't forget we're back here at Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time as well for a very busy meeting indeed. The Caterham finals and also the Classic Touring Car Racing Club are in action. That's that one. That's September the 12th and 13th. We're in action on the Snetterton 300 circuits. A full complement of Caterham categories, classic touring cars, junior saloon cars, and the Track Action Racing Club are back as well. Just looking at the timetable now, we've got 23 races coming up on September the 12th and 13th. The MG Owners Club completing the lineup for that one as well. That's going to be a very, very busy weekend indeed. Looks like the car doing laps behind the safety car, the Saxo, just coming to a conclusion. Then we can hopefully give you the grid for our first race of the day. I can tell you qualifying was dominated by Rod Burley, normally Mr. Brands Hatch as we call him, but he's here at Snetterton as well with his BMW E36. And he will be starting from pole position. In fact, the margin he got pole by was 4.3 seconds in the qualifying session earlier on. Do keep your comments coming in. Pablo says, best of luck everyone, we're watching with Noah Checkley Racing. Yeah, Noah would have been out in the 206 GTI Cup this weekend, sadly, had an accident at Brands Hatch at the last meeting and his car was written off, so that's the end of Noah's season. He is building a new car though, and we'll hopefully see him back out next year, or maybe sooner, who knows. Still a couple of events to go for our Track Action Racing Club season. Marshals and photographers at trackside. Waiting for the action to begin. Just a slight pause here while we had that car do a couple of laps behind the safety car. We're not sure who is in the Saxo for that race, but I can tell you cars are about to come to the grid for the Track Action Racing Club, and Rod Burley leads them up in the BMW E36. Did a 2:13.77 in qualifying, starting alongside Adam Croft, number 73. He's in his VW Scirocco, but I can't see Adam Croft on the grid as the cars are lining up outside my commentary box, so he might be a non-starter. That might be what's happened. I wonder if Adam Croft's had a problem with the Scirocco. It might be him who's in the Saxo. That might have solved that mystery, because the Scirocco is not there. Second row, 46, Gareth Porter. He's in a Peugeot 205 GTI that he's been racing for many years, and Chris Huddleston starts alongside him in a BMW Mini. Row 3, the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars, is Jake Richardson, number 303, alongside treble 8, that's Martin Kayser. Alongside him will be number 3, Dave Beecroft in the Seat Cupra. And alongside him, 48, Chris Van in his Peugeot 206 GTI Cup car. Row 5 of the grid, 88, Paul Needham in a Peugeot 206 alongside Katrina Gray, number 470 in her BMW Mini. And completing the field, 42, Paul Rice in another Peugeot 206 GTI Cup car. The Saxo has joined the back of the grid, but we're not sure who's in it. We'll have to wait to see, because from what I can see out of the window, it looks as though, yeah, Adam Croft is definitely not there in the Scirocco. And I'm not sure if Dave Beecroft's Cupra is there either, so Dave might have switched to the Saxo as his backup car. We don't know who's in that Citroen Saxo at the moment, so we need to find out if we can. Quick hello to Track Day Motorsports. They're running the couple of the Peugeot 206s this season. Good luck to Chris Van, their driver this weekend. Belated happy wedding anniversary to him as well. Chris and Shelley Van celebrated their anniversary, so many congrats to them. As the green flag lap gets underway, I'll take you on a lap of the 2.9 mile Snetterton 300 circuit. You've not seen this circuit before, one of the longest in the country. They head down the Senna Straight. It was here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna took one of his first race wins in the UK. They charge their way up to the right-hander at Riches, the first corner. Long, fast right-hander. You don't want to run off wide there, because the barrier ends about halfway along the straight, and you can end up in the field next door. Wilson's hairpin is next, the right-hander, used to be known as Montreal. 180 degree right-hander, and then it's up towards the left-hander turn 3 at Palmer's. Cars just heading round on their green flag warming up lap at the moment. This is Palmer's, the left-hander, named after the owner of Motorsport Vision, who operate this circuit, Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the ex-Formula 1 driver. Race for the Ram team, for Tyrrell and Zach Speed, among others. Yeah, we are missing the Scirocco. We're also missing Dave Beecroft's Cupra, so I think it's Dave at the back of the grid in the Saxo. So this is the left-hander at Agostini, long looping left-hander, overtaking opportunities on the entry there. That long left named after motorcycle legend Giacomo Agostini. Then it's up to the left flick at Hamilton. No prizes for guessing who that's named after. Then the right-hander at Oggies, and up towards Williams, the right-hander again, which takes us onto the back straight, the Bentley Straight, used to be known as the Revit Straight. This is Williams' corner, named after the legendary Sir Frank Williams and his eponymous Formula 1 team. They then head down the Bentley Straight. Lots of slipstreaming we'll see, especially in the Caterham race, I would think, out there. And it's under the bridge and into the left-hander at Brundle. Martin Brundle, fairly local from Norfolk, of course, the Formula 1 driver turned broadcaster. And then the right-hander at Nelson, sharper than it looks at Nelson's corner. Watch for cars getting their inside wheels up on the curb there. And then it's into the bomb hole. You'll see the circuit drop away into a slight dip, named by a group of motorcycle racers when this circuit first opened just after the Second World War. The Saxo head round, there's the dip at the bomb hole, and then into the long right-hander of Coram for the final left-hander to the end of the lap at Murray's corner, named after the voice of motorsport, Murray Walker. 15 minutes of racing. It'll be a standing start. And Rod Burley in the white BMW starts on pole on his own from the front row. Looks like Adam Croft has had a problem with the Scirocco, so he's not there, unless he's going to start from the pit lane, but I can't see him opposite my commentary box. Second row of the grid, we'll have Gareth Porter, the dark green Peugeot 205 GTI. He's raced that with the old Mod Prod Saloon series, modified production saloons many years ago. And the red, white and black BMW Minis, Chris Huddleston alongside him. Row 3, the first of the Peugeots. They'll have their own battle further back. Jake Richardson, first pole position of the year for him in the red liveried car, alongside the silver and red of Martin Kayser in the old Peugeot World Rally Car colours. Dave Beecroft from the back, I think it's Dave in the Saxo. It's running Dave's number, so looks like he has swapped cars. The 5-second board is about to go aloft then. See the red lights go on the gantry, and when they go out, it will be time to go racing here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The revs are up and we're away. Bit of a slow getaway by Chris Huddleston in his BMW Mini, but everybody is away cleanly. It's Rod Burley who makes a great start. Gareth Porter up alongside him down towards the BMW blasts ahead on the inside. Peugeot 206 is battling for third place. Jake Richardson up there on the inside. Trying to go around the outside is Martin Kayser, the ex-Ford Fiesta XR2 racer in the Treble 8 car. Is up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Onto the brakes, into the right-hander, and up the inside. 206 overtakes 205. Martin Kayser's up into second place. Fantastic move by the Peugeot 206 leader. It is Dave Beecroft in the Saxo. That's just updated on the timing screen, so that's solved that mystery. Gareth Porter back up into second place as they go through Palmer's. Here's Chris Van in the number 48, beginning his racing career at the age of 50, fulfilling his dream to become a racing driver with the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, an ideal way to go racing for a newcomer. Paul Rice making his way through from the back of the grid there, and Dave Beecroft in the Oryx competition Saxo gets past Katrina Gray in the BMW Mini. Chris Huddleston in the Accelerate Motorsport BMW Mini has gone rather backwards from the second row. This is the battle for the lead of the 206 GTI Cup. It's the number 303 of Jake Richardson from Nottinghamshire, who just holds the lead at the moment, looking for his first win of the season. Gareth Porter staying with Rod Burley out in front, both vastly experienced performers. Burley with over 600 wins in his career on the UK circuits and short ovals. He's a very successful former hot rod racer, but the Peugeot 205 is well hotted up here, and he's going for the outside at Brundle. He'll try and get the inside for Nelson. But no, Rod Burley holds the lead. They're already clear of their opposition. The Peugeot 206 is having their own squabble, as I expected, for third place. Two leaders up towards Coram for the first time. I was expecting Rod Burley to run away with this. He was 4.3 seconds faster than everyone else in qualifying. But Gareth Porter is sticking with him here. They come through Murray's corner for the first time. There's 3:03 of Jake Richardson up there in third place and leading the Peugeots. Kaiser second and Chris Van is third. First the BMW Minis next. That's Chris Huddleston recovering from a poor start. Across the line they come. The battle for third place. The two leaders already gone through about 7.3 seconds up the road. Dave Beecroft's on the move from the back of the field as well, by the look of things. There are the two leaders. Fastest lap 2:27.641 on the first lap by Rod Burley, 0.15 of a second quicker than Gareth Porter, so they're already clear of everybody else. Now is Gareth Porter going to try and make a move for the lead here? It's not an endurance race, of course, it's only a 15-minute sprint. They go into Agostini. I remember this Peugeot having a terrific fight a couple of years ago at Thruxton with Sean Govard's Citroën AX GT and the Track Action Racing Club, and Will de Claudio's Peugeot 106 GTI as well. Rod Burley, we normally see him in his Ford Escort WRC as well as this BMW these days. Normally it's the 206 GTI Cup that provides the main entertainment, but so we've got a battle for the lead in the overall race here, but now Rod Burley starting to pull away slightly down the straight there in the BMW. Porter trying to stick with him. Jake Richardson still leads the 206s, or does he? We look in the background, yes he does. Chris Huddleston has got through into third overall now in his BMW Mini. There are of course various subclasses in the Track Action Racing Club as well. Well, Dave Beecroft, the promoter of the Track Action Racing Club, has just sliced past all the 206s in one go, virtually down the Bentley straight there, and he's got the Saxo up into fourth. He was 8th at the end of the first lap. Richardson still leads the Peugeots with Martin Kaiser on his tail. Then get back to Chris Van. Then we've got Paul Rice, who started from the back of the grid in the number 42. Paul Needham in the 88s with Katrina Gray at the tail of the field. Here is Chris Huddleston, who's pulled away from the battle of the smaller cars behind. New fastest lap for Rod Burley, 2:15.369 as he went over the line that time. We're already at 1/3 distance. Because it's such a long lap here at Snetterton, you don't get a high number of laps in a short 15-minute race such as this. Martin Kaiser looking for his first win this season in the 206 GTI Cup. No Mervyn Beckett or Jay Fletcher here this weekend, so Chris Van, the only previous winner this season on this weekend's grid. Kaiser to the outside at Wilson's. Didn't work there though, he was trying to line this up for Palmer's possibly, but he's falling back into the clutches of Chris Van here for third in the class. Jake Richardson continues to lead the way. Peugeot 206, of course, more famous as a rally car over the years, winning the World Rally Championship title with Marcus Gronholm among others. Richard Burns was a famous exponent in them as well, and carried the livery being displayed there by Martin Kaiser. Paul Rice, number 42, starting to close up on this group as well. There he is, the white and black car. There's Chris Huddleston on his own in third place now. He's being caught by Dave Beecroft from the back of the field in the Saxo. Gained 4 places on the previous lap. Paul Rice, who mentioned, started from the back of the grid as Chris Vanland's a bit wide there coming off Williams' corner. Paul Rice has had to come through from the back after those issues in qualifying. He's ahead of Needham and Gray. can see there at the back Paul Needham in the white 206 in the background. Still your leader of the 206s is Jake Richardson. He and Martin Kayser looking for their first wins in that category this season. The lead gap, I can tell you, has opened up a little to 0.8 of a second now between Burley and Porter. Rod Burley running in the Deutsche Marks Cup. Get it? For German cars. That's the BMW Saloon and the BMW Minis. The French cars run in the Tricolore Trophy. Open to all French cars, and we have the Nippon Challenge within Track Attack Race Club as well for Japanese cars, but no entries in that this weekend. A few drivers absent because it is an August bank holiday weekend, of course, so other commitments such as family commitments come in. Just past half distance in our first race of the day here at Snetterton, and it is the BMW that leads the way from Gareth Porter in the 205 in second place. He's been racing this car for decades now. Look at him lifting a wheel there through Agostini. Very agile little car, the 205 GTI. One of the all-time great hot hatchbacks. Well, these two are now 24 seconds clear of the rest of the field, so we've got two races in one. Huddleston still third, Dave Beecroft in fourth place, and then we've got the 206 GTI Production Cup cars, 5 of them line asterns, about 12 seconds covering the field. There's Huddleston in third place with his BMW Mini, the Accelerate Motorsport car. He's about 5 seconds clear now of Dave Beecroft in the Saxo. There he is behind him. Here are the 206s. Chris Van trying to close down Martin Kayser. It's Paul Rice, the white and black car behind them. Things have settled down now with 6 minutes of the race to go. Chris Van might have designs on second place in class here behind Jake Richardson. Richardson looking good for a first class win of the season. Six is starting to reel Dave Beecroft back in again, if anything. We'll see what the gap is this time through between Beecroft and Richardson. It was 1.85 of a second. Have a look as they cross the line this time. There is Beecroft in his backup car, the Saxo. No, 2.2 seconds, so in fact it's increased this time. Richardson leads Kayser by 1.25 seconds, and further 0.6 behind is is Kayser ahead of Van, rather. 2.3 seconds in it now for the lead between Burley and Porter, so Mr. Brands Hatch is pulling away. There is Chris Huddleston in third place. Have a look what the gap is between Huddleston and Beecroft. 5.7 seconds, so their lap times are quite similar, those two, at the moment. Burley's got the fastest lap of the race at 2:13.322. No change in position, though, among the 206s at the moment. Paul Needham, one of the newcomers in the series, a little bit further back. As we say, it is aimed at the newcomer to motorsport, very cost-effective way of going saloon car racing, the 206 GTI Cup. Chris Van trying to close down Martin Kayser. Chris Van a year on from his debut in the 206 GTI Cup after his debut upon turning 50. Was a track day regular for many years, Chris Van. Teammates at Track Day Motorsport, Mervyn Beckett, persuaded him to go into racing. Rod Burley's increased his lead by another couple of seconds. 4.2 seconds in it now, so Rod Burley's heading for victory with just over 3 minutes of the race to go. It'll be win number 2 for him in the Track Action Racing Club this season. Often races with the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Super Saloon Series with his famous Escort these days at Brands Hatch and beyond. Black and white flag going out to a couple of cars. It's the driving standards flag, and that's for exceeding track limits. Just a warning, that's to Gareth Porter, number 46, and to 48 of Chris Van. They get the warning there, so if they transgress again, they'll risk a time penalty. Dave Beecroft into Wilson's hairpin, still in 4th place. He's nearly 10 seconds off Huddleston now. He's got the BMW Mini Challenge car wound up. Beecroft 3.7 seconds ahead of the battling Peugeots, still led by Jake Richardson, looking for his first win of the season. There he is. Kayser still second, understeers a bit wide there, going through Palmer's. He's held that second place in class. Chris Van in 3rd. And Rice and Needham. Katrina Gray at the tail of the field in her Mini. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock now. Wait to see if it will be last lap this time for Rod Burley. 4.2 seconds up on Gareth Porter's Peugeot. Porter leads the Tricolore Trophy for French cars. It's Martin Kayser. I wonder if his tyres are starting to go off here, because he's running wider and wider. He's understeering quite heavily. Rod Burley, I can tell you, he's just crossed the start-finish line to begin his last lap. Ahead of Gareth Porter. We'll see what the margin is. It's now 9.3 seconds, the lead margin. Burley just did a 2:14.5. Porter did a 2:19.6. So his pace has dropped off in the last couple of laps. The Peugeot, is he settling for second, or has he got a problem? Yes, Martin Kayser has got a problem. I think his front tyres are going off. You can see it sliding about there as he went into Brundle. The front tyres snapped away from him briefly, so his tyres are shot, I think, Martin Kayser. Chris Van could get through here for second place. The leaders are on their last lap now, and here is Rod Burley to add to his seemingly endless count of victories. He's pulled away from Gareth Porter. Through Oggies for the last time, up towards Williams. Now Porter's pace dropped off on that last lap. It was down to a 2:19, which is the same pace that Huddleston is lapping on in 3rd place at the moment. That's 6 seconds off Gareth Porter's best lap of the race, so whether he's got a problem, we'll see if he's still there as the cars head down the straight. Is that Porter in the background? Yes, it is. You can just see the roof of the 205. So his pace has dropped off in the last couple of laps. So here comes Rod Burley. Through the bomb hole for the last time. Had a win at Brands Hatch in the last meeting at the start of August at Touring Car Rewind for the Track Action Racing Club. It was Marshall Groves who won the second race in his Vectra. It's going to be a win for Rod Burley. The checkered flag is almost in sight as he comes out of Murray's onto the Senna straights. Burley kept honest by Gareth Porter earlier on, but he adds to his win tally. He takes the checkered flag. Rod Burley completing 7 laps, a time of 15:54.004. And here comes Gareth Porter. He'll come in for second and will win his class in the Tricolore Trophy. Meanwhile, what about our battlers further back? Chris Huddleston is going to take 3rd overall. Dave Beecroft is in 4th overall, and he's only just coming to the end of the Bentley Straight. What about the 206s, though? Jake Richardson is just a few corners away from his first win of the season. Martin Kayser still there in second place. He's holding off the attacks of Chris Van, who's not close enough to challenge, I don't think, on this final lap. Chris Huddleston has crossed the line for third position. We are 33.8 seconds down on Gareth Porter. Here's Dave Beecroft from the back of the grid, having changed car. Had a problem with his Seat Cupra, so has switched to the Saxo. In the 206 GTI Production Cup, it's going to be a first win of the season for Jake Richardson for Wasted Spark Racing. In the red Peugeot, the man from Mansfield takes the checkered flag. Martin Kayser just hangs on for second ahead of Chris Van. And newcomer Paul Needham from Heanor in Derbyshire. Paul Rice, sorry, is next. Paul Needham will be the next man home. Here's Paul Needham. Paul Rice had issues, we're told, with his car cutting out in qualifying, so that's a start from the back. Paul Needham and Katrina Gray will complete the finishers. So all 10 cars make it home. The winning margin in the end, 17.48 seconds. So, provisional result then of the Track Action Racing Club race number 1. Rod Burley adds to his win tally ahead of Gareth Porter, who dropped away in the last couple of laps. Burley getting the fastest lap, 2:13.322. Chris Huddleston in his BMW Mini, a slow start but came back to complete the podium. Dave Beecroft, great run through from the back of the field to take fourth. And the 206 is a first win of the season for Jake Richardson, just ahead of Martin Kayser and Chris Van. Paul Rice, Paul Needham and Katrina Gray rounding out the finishers. Top 5 all win their respective subclasses as well. Next up we'll be on to Britcar. I've just got the starting drivers through from Britcar press officer Steve Wood. Many thanks to Steve. So I'm going to, in a moment, scribble those down in my programme, so we know who's in starting each car. And I think we can shortly head down to Leah in Parc Fermé. The cars are still heading into Parc Fermé at the moment. It's a long slowing down lap here at Snetterton. It's nearly 3 miles, so it takes the cars a short while to make their way round to Parc Fermé at the end of the race. So they head into pit lane, and Parc Fermé is almost opposite my commentary box at the end of the pit lane. I can see Leah Halsey out of my commentary box window. She's waiting in Parc Fermé for the cars to appear. And they are just making their way down pit lane now. So just a short pause here because it takes so long for the cars to reach Parc Fermé after a race. I think we can now hand down to Leah. She's got cars in Parc Fermé. Over to you, Leah.
Wow, that can only be described as absolutely dominant from our winner, Rob. I mean, winning by over 17 seconds. It seemed like with about 5 minutes to go, he just pulled the pin, cruised away from Gareth Porter in P2 to, I think it was like a 17.4 second lead at the checkered flag. Let's go and grab a quick word with him now in the lovely BMW E36. Wow, what can we say about that then? Did you have a good time out there?
Loved it. Absolutely terrific. Do you want to buy it? It's for sale.
What? How much?
Oh, you have to talk to the car owner, Wes. But I'm sure he'll still do your deal. Don't worry. It's a race winner now, so it's probably gone up.
Wow. And a race winner, no doubt, by 17.4 seconds at the checkered flag he won by. It seemed like, with about 5 minutes to go, you cruised away from Gareth because he was on your tail. He was within a second, I think, and then you just pulled away and breezed into the Norwich countryside.
Well, yeah, it actually felt like the other way around because Gareth was really pushing me hard at the start and he was actually quicker down the back straight. He overtook me and I thought, I better get my finger out here. And then I don't know if he made a mistake, but suddenly the gap opened, so I backed off because I thought, well, maybe there's some oil down or something, you're never quite sure. And then the boys were saying that, I could see on the board it was getting bigger and bigger, and I thought, he's obviously had something happen because those first few laps were great. He was there and, buzzing around the back, and I thought, where's he going to go next? But I hope that was entertaining. It just a bit shame at the end that he dropped back so far.
It was such a close contest, and then, what can you say except you just cruised away? It's your second win in track action this year. Are we hoping for a third one this afternoon?
I've got a feeling, looking over there, it's going to be a bit wet. I've never driven this car in the wet. Could be interesting. I'm the only rear-wheel drive car on the grid, and all these front-wheel drive cars are praying for rain. So I think, one in the dry, one in the wet's probably how it's going to go. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully Adam Croft will be back out for next race. He's gone to get a new ball joint. So, yeah, it could be interesting.
Have you got much experience driving in the wet in general? What do you prefer overall?
Well, if I'm in my Escort, which is four-wheel drive, I love the wet. The car's just ballistic in the wet. But BMWs in the wet can be interesting, so it could be a bit tail happy, but we'll give it a go.
Lovely, well, congratulations and best of luck for later on. Let's go and speak to second place. Where has he run off to? Gareth Porter in P2. Fantastic job from him. We have Dave. Dave, did you get on all right?
Great time.
Lovely. Congratulations. Great drive from you. I seem to have lost Gareth. Not sure where he is. He's just catching up. Look, he's just having a debrief with Rod. Sorry, Gareth, can we have a quick word? What happened? You were really close, and then towards the end of the race just fell off a bit. What happened out on track?
Tyres went off, that's all. I went for an intermediate setup. I expected a sprinkle of rain, but it didn't come.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, where setup is it's on a knife edge, isn't it? You might have the right setup later, though.
It was good fun while it lasted. It was great fun. I think it gave Rod a bit of a shock.
Later on, then, we will probably have that rain. We can see it coming in now, can't we?
I stand a good chance. Yeah.
Well, we can't wait to see it on track later.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Well, as we've been speaking to our P1 and P2 from track action, we can hear the Brit cars go out onto the grid. They've got a 90-minute endurance race ahead of them. And to talk you through it, I'll be in the pit lane, but talking you through the majority of it are my friends Dave and Chris up in comms. Boys, over to you.
Thanks very much, Leah. Chris Hutchinson not here yet, though. He'll be with us for the Caterham race later on, the former Caterham champion. But I'll be taking you through 90 minutes of action next for the Brit Car Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear and Rowe Motor Oils. We have a fine grid of some 20 cars for this one, of GT, sports and saloon cars of all shapes and sizes. We caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier.
I'm down here with the Project 2917 with Paul O'Neill. Paul, thank you for talking to me today. A bit of a, not off start, but a difficult one for you and the team. How has it gone this morning and how is qualifying?
Yeah, bit bittersweet if I'm honest. So in the GT class we've got pole position with Richie Amos and Sam Smith in our G56 V8 car. So we're happy with that, but the 297 car, which is our original or OG with Carl Garner and Jonathan Moore, we've had a lot of differential problems, so literally the lads have been up since 3:30 trying to get things sorted, and yeah, I think hopefully we've cracked it, but we've just got a little bit of a leak, so we're on the back foot, but Carl just did a stonking effort and qualified us P3, so we're over the moon, even though Carl is a northerner and he's really sad about it, so yeah, we just have to perk him up a bit.
How will you do that? How do you boost driver morale when they've got an issue like that?
With Carl Garner in particular, you can't, because he's from so far up north. He's looking at me now, he's fuming. Yeah, it's in all seriousness. I've been there and I've done it, so I know what it's like. And we have 4 of the best drivers in the championship in our cars, so you know they all speak to each other. In my opinion, I shouldn't say this, but they're near enough pro. They could do a pro championship, which might get me in trouble saying that. So they all know how it should be and what they should do, so you know they all know where they want to be, and we just want to win, and that's why we're a little bit disappointed with the 297 in the trophy class as it stands, but we'll be golden in the race.
I was going to say, what can the guys do then to propel themselves forward and get that class win for both of these cars?
On paper, the GTP8, Sam and Richie, if everything goes right and we do our job, they should win. That's not being arrogant at all. They're good enough. The car's good enough. With the 297, if we do our job properly and we get the car sorted, the 2 guys we've got in this, Johnny and Carl, they can win the class, no doubt. We're always on the podium or looking for the podium if we don't have something technically wrong with the car, and that's all we're looking, to get rid of, is that technical problem. So yeah, it's been a long day already, and it's only 10 past 11. So yeah, but we're myself and Alex, who owns the team with me, we're looking forward to it.
Now, well, you yourself and Alex are probably one of the two best people instead to guide these guys to victory. I won't take up any more of your time. The mechanics are working on the car already, so it's all systems go here. Paul, thank you so much for speaking to me, and best of luck later on.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, I'm down in the pit lane with arguably one of the best looking cars on the Brit car grid, driven by no one other than Matty Taylor. Feeling a bit sombre this morning because you did so well in qualifying, but there's a few issues with the car, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm a little bit sombre. It's not arguable. It is the sexiest car on the grid. I have to say that, But basically, a good qualifying. I went as quick as I hoped, really, for my first time in the car out there. And then on the cool down lap, I suddenly lost gears, and basically a little tiny piece of aluminium with splines on it decided to break. So the boys are working their magic. But I don't know. I don't quite feel that confident at the moment because it's quite a force going through it.
So, how do you repair something like that? What are the boys doing to try and get you back out on track in a few hours' time?
The only way to put it is they've got the drills out, the hammers out, and they are going to bodge it any which way they possibly can to try and make it. The big issue is because it's literally splines that go onto the gearbox changer. The splines have gone in aluminium, so we're trying to bolt it up as tight as we can with a bigger bolt. We will see. Fingers crossed.
Well, let's focus on the positives then.
Yeah.
You had a P4 this morning, very quick, into the 55s, and the only KTM on the grid this weekend. It's just stunning, isn't it? How special is it to drive a car like this?
It's literally my dream, shall we say. So I bought the car the end of last year. I call myself absolutely stupid for doing it. I was like, let's just go for it and do it. I can't afford to, but who can afford to do motorsport? And I've driven it. This is going to be the third race in it, and it's just epic. Every single time I get in it, I'm just big smile on my face, thinking, how am I doing this? How am I doing it? But no, it's fabulous. I love it to pieces.
It must be such a pinch moment. Well, Matty, thank you for talking to me. I'm keeping everything crossed, doing a dance for you that we're able to see that out on track later. But thank you for speaking to me, and hopefully we'll see you on track soon.
Oh no, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll. I've got all my family here coming down to watch, so it's like hopefully we don't have to go and get drunk all afternoon and we can race instead.
Well, there's worse things in the world.
Well, we can try, can't we?
Matty, thank you, and good luck later.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Perfect timing, thanks Leah. The cars have just moved off on their green flag lap. One of them hasn't. I've just seen the number 175 VW Golf has not moved off the grid, so there may be a delay to the start here. Gives us a chance to go through the grid for you. And in pole position, it will be the number 32 SG Racing Porsche, the Cunningham family. Mark Cunningham starts, Peter takes over. Had a win at Alton Park earlier this season, starting alongside our invitation class Porsche 991 of Bill and James Cayley. James will take the first stint. Second row, number 20, the Porsche of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. Richard going first. They had a win last time out at Donington Park earlier in August. Alongside them should have been Matty Taylor in the KTM Crossbow, who we just heard from. Unfortunately, he's a non-starter, gear actuator issue with the KTM, so he will not be on the grid. Row 3 is the first of the GT class cars with the blue graphics. That's the GT P8 Super Cup, a new car for this year with the 6.2 litre Chevy Corvette engine. Amos starts, Sam Smith will take over. The Hayes family go alongside their number 114. Jamie Hayes first, Chris will take over. They won here at Snetterton earlier this year, so keep an eye on them. Row 4, Chris Murphy drives solo, number 721 in his Woodrow Motorsport BMW. That's an M3. Alongside him, number 23, the championship leader, Simon Clark, in his McLaren 570S. Completing the top 10 on the grid, we have number 82, that's a Ginetta of Safe Sight Kills Motorsport, the G55 Super Cup car. Michael Nibbs starts, team boss Aidan Hills will take over. Alongside them, the 47 of Dayton Motorsport, Maurizio Cilio will go first, Marco Anastasi will share. Row 6 of the grid is the number 17, the Army sports car racing car. Jonathan Candler will start, followed by Josh Gilding, followed by Will Ashmore. 3 drivers in that car. And alongside them will be number 22, Archie Buttle. He drives solo in the Vorteus Motorsport Ginetta G56, the first of the trophy cars on the grid in the trophy class. Row 7, Peter Molsdale, number 2, with his BMW M2, run by Jeff Steele Racing. Alongside him should have been 34, Greg Saunders in his Cupra. Unfortunately, I believe that Cupra stopped on the way to the grid, so that car may not be there. We did spot that that car had stopped at trackside. Row 8, number treble 8, which is Andrew Dauber, starting the BMW M4 GT4 Evo, sharing with Nathan Wright. That's the Constructive X Ubik car. Alongside them, number 67, which is Julian McBride. Now, he's had Phil Keane share that car with him earlier this season, but Julian is solo today, the second of the two Jeff Steele Racing cars. 17th on the grid is the Project 297 Ginetta G56. That's Paul O'Neill's team. Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore, his co-driver, the former junior saloon car race winner. Carl Garnett starts. Ash Woodman will be alongside him in the unique to UK Ginetta, the Ligier, JS2R. The Ligier had a class win at Donington last time out. He starts 18th. 19th should have been the VW Golf. Race car experiences car of Ollie Allen and Henry Swanson, but that car's just been pushed into the pit lane exit. And completing the field, back of the grid, CWS Motorsport. That's Colin White's Ginetta, who won the GT class in the last round at Donington. The cars are going round for a second green flag lap because of that delay with the stranded Golf on the grid, I can tell you. So they're going round for a second lap behind the safety car, but the clock has started, so the race has officially started. We're going to start behind the safety car. The clock has started counting down, you can see at the top left of your screen. The last car on the grid, I was just saying there, Colin White in the Ginetta. The reason he's at the back is he failed the ride height check after qualifying, had his qualifying times disallowed. So watch for Colin's Ginetta coming through the field. He was on the overall podium at Donington and won the GT class, so he's one to watch there. It's a 90-minute race. When the pit window opens, each car has to make a minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops. Every car has its own pit stop time as well, predetermined by balance of performance, plus time added on if there is a pro driver in the car. I'll keep you informed of any further changes. A big thanks to Claire Headley and Steve Wood from Brickcar for keeping us in the know this weekend. So it is a safety car start to our Brickcar race, with a car not getting away off the grid. The Golf of Ollie Allen, who normally races in modified Ford Fiestas, was due to start that car. There's Colin White starting from the back. He won't stay there long. Races in endurance races in the Middle East during the winter. An ex-hot rod champion on the short ovals as well, a contemporary of Rod Burley for a time. The championship overall is led, with the 3 classes combined, by Simon Clark in the McLaren. He's on 97 points, 2 points ahead of Ian Elliott Wilson in their Ginetta from the trophy class. They're not here this weekend. Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore, Project 297 Racing, a third in the points. They're at the back of the grid for this one, though. Carl Garnett having previously shared with young gun Finn Leslie. But it's Jonathan Moore, ex-junior saloon car star, who now races Porsches, among other things, in the car with him today. Archie Buttle sits 4th in the points, and the challenge class is led by the Cunninghams. They got their first ever overall win at Alton Park earlier this year, and they're on the pole in the yellow and grey Porsche here. Well, they're the de facto race leaders at the moment, with the race starting behind the safety car. The challenge class Porsches at the front. James Cayley in second, the dark green car. That's an invitation class car, though, so it won't score points. And now I'm going to form up 2 by 2 for the start of the race, with an additional green flag lap being run. There's the Ginetta towards the back of 297, third in the points at the moment. There's the Ligier just in front of it as well, of Ash Woodman. Are they drops of rain I see on the camera lens? I hope not. There is rain forecast this afternoon, we'll wait and see. So the red light is on the gantry, I can tell you. It will be a start this time. We'll unleash the pack when the red lights go out. 2 Porsches on the front row of the grid. It's Greg Saunders and then the Golf and hitting problems on the green flag lap, but we're now ready for a start for the Brick Car Endurance Championship here at Snetterton. Round 5 of their season in the UK. Revs are up and away they go. Charge down towards the first corner. Mark Cunningham at the wheel of the SG Racing Porsche lead. James Cayley slots in second place. It's Porsches 1, 2 and 3. Richard Avery in the silver machine in third place. Porsches 1, 2, 3 and 4 because Jamie Hayes, who won here at Snetterton earlier this year, comes through into fourth place. So it's Porsche 991s holding the top 4 places. Simon Clark in the McLaren is fifth. Then it's the first of the Ginettas and BMWs behind. Through the hairpin they come. There's the treble 8 car. That's Andrew Dorber sharing with pro racer Nathan Wright. So with a pro on board, that car will have an extra 20 seconds at its pit stop. I think that car has possibly got the longest pit stop in the race, 138 seconds. Yeah, there's a couple of cars with 138 seconds based on balance of performance. 103 seconds is the shortest pit stop time, and that's the Hayes family. So the Hayes family, number 114 there on the left of your picture at the moment, could be the one to watch once the pit stops start happening. It might have a slight advantage. 36, that's the new Ginetta, the GTP8 car run by Project 297 Racing. Richard Amos driving that car, sharing with Sam Smith, not of musical fame. Number 82 behind. Michael Nibbs sharing with Aidan Hills, and the wipers are going on the race leader's car. It is raining on the far side of the circuit. The rain arriving just at the wrong time there, or the right time if you're a rain master. Chris Murphy. I think it's only raining down at the far end of the circuit at the moment. It hasn't arrived. And there's the first victim, Peter Molsdale in the Jeff Steele Racing BMW has spun around at Nelson. It's very wet down at that end of the circuit. It hasn't reached the centre straight where my commentary box is just yet. It's starting to now that, oh, look at this. And the pit window is not open yet. There goes the number 20 car. They're going to have to bring the safety car out again here, surely, because Richard Avery has spun away third place coming out of Murray's. There's no grip out there at all. The rain has arrived at just the worst moment as the race went green. I wonder if the water's got into TSL timing as well, because my timing screen's just gone blank. We'll try and sort that out if we can. There we go, sorry about that. Just going to sort the timing screen out there as Simon Clark makes a move on Jamie Hayes. That's up into third place overall, coming through Wilson's hairpin. So we've lost a couple of cars already. On the green flag laps, we lost Greg Saunders, one of our leading contenders in the trophy class in the Cupra. It's Michael Nibbs trying to make a move on one of the BMWs there. Further back, that's Chris Murphy's number 721 M3. It's Jamie Hayes, you can see, struggling to get the power down in these slippy conditions as through goes Richard Amos in the GTP8 Ginetta. There's a little bit of trim hanging off the side of the Porsche, I noticed there as well. Chris Murphy chased by the number 17 car. That's the Army sports car racing car, driven by Jonathan Candler, ex-saloon car racer. There's a look to the inside there coming out of Oggie's. I'm not sure if the Ligier of Ash Woodman came through on the first lap either. No, it's updated now. You'd think he's got a problem with his transponder. One or two slight issues with the timing at the moment. The rain is over on Bentley Straight and in the last part of the lap. It's such a long lap here at Snetterton. It's a bit like Silverstone. You can have rain in one part of the circuit and it can be dry at the other end of the circuit. Now they hit the rain. It's Mark Cunningham in the 32 car that leads the way. James Cayley in the Uber GT Performance Porsche, the invitation class car, in second. Still running within the challenge class. Simon Clark, there he is in third in his McLaren. Now you can see the rain is starting to come down on the centre straight as well. I can see various personnel running for shelter in the pit lane opposite my commentary box now, as Mark Cunningham continues to lead. Cunningham's tried for many years to take a win in the Brick Car Endurance Championship. They finally got their overall win at Alton Park in round 2 earlier this season. They won their class at Donington as well, as Dean Burden in a Porsche Cayman in the GT class got the overall win at Donington when safety cars jumbled the field a little. You can see Mark Cunningham just being as careful as he can through Palmer's, James Cayley behind him. Simon Clark's McLaren is up to third. Then it's Amos in the Ginetta in fourth. Hayes is down to fifth in his Porsche. Then Michael Nibs in the Hills Motorsport Ginetta in sixth. The rain starting to envelop the whole circuit now. The GT class is being led by Clark. The trophy class by Archie Butler. He's ninth overall, and there's already one car in the pit lane. That's Julian McBride. Now the pit window is not open yet. There's already cars coming in for wet weather tyres. Richard Avery, who spun earlier, has come in. Peter Molesdale, who also spun earlier, has come in. They're coming in for wet tyres. They're not waiting for the pit window. They want to go on to wets. Now, will this work? If the rain sets in for this race, that could be a masterful move. I'm sure Leo will be down there to get some reaction from the teams when these pit stops take place. There's Peter Molesdale, that lovely looking BMW M2 in the middle of these three cars, run by Jeff Steele Racing. Of course, sadly, Jeff Steele passed away last year, the long-time BMW preparer and racer, and is still greatly missed by everyone in the brick car paddock. A former British touring car racer, did a part season with a BMW, an X-Team Dynamics car in the mid-90s in 1994 in the independence class. Here are the leaders at much reduced pace. It's really wet at the far end of the circuit there down the bomb hole. Simon Clark's enjoying this though in his McLaren. Could the overall championship leader get an overall win here? I remember there was a brick car race here about 5 years ago here on the Snetterton 300 circuit that was turned into complete carnage by a rainstorm. Nathan Wells, I remember, had an accident with his M3 GTR in that race. So Julian Bride, the disabled racer in number 67, changes wheels. There's Richard Avery, who spun earlier on. He's now on rain tyres, so watch for that car coming through. It's got the mouth design on the car, made famous by Rexy, the Porsche and International GT Racing. We'll have a look at that as he comes towards us here. There, you can see the mouth on the front of the car. Iconic design that's become. So that car is now down in about 15th, 16th place. With McBride and Molesdale still in the pit lane. I can tell you Ollie Allen at the wheel of the VW Golf in the trophy class, number 175, the car that didn't get away for the green flag lap, has joined in. It's a couple of laps down. We lost Greg Saunders on the way to the grid, unfortunately he didn't start, so a couple of our trophy class runners in trouble. That class being led by Archie Buttle. Leader of the race is still Mark Cunningham. Brick car veterans, the Cunningham family in their Porsche. They're going to have to be so careful here. Their lead was 2.3 seconds at the end of the previous lap. James Cayley's done the fastest lap there of 2 minutes 8.745. There's the leader of the GT class, Simon Clark in the McLaren. Used to race Porsches with the County Classics team out the wheel of the Form Evo Racing McLaren 570S. They head towards the wettest part of the circuit down at Brundle and Nelson. And he's got second place, in fact. He's got ahead of James Cayley. They're also up there, Richard Amos, with the new Ginetta GT P8 Super Cup car. And who's this up in fifth place? That's Michael Nibs with Aidan Hill's car. Aidan, former multiple Mazda MX-5 champion, former rallycross champion as well. So he should go well in slippy conditions. Jamie Hayes up the inside on the 17 car, the Army car there of Jonathan Candler. Behind them is Chris Murphy. There's Archie Buttle, the leader of the trophy class. And Carl Garnett, who started from the back row of the grid, is already up into 10th place from the back, and Colin White is up to 12th. So Clark is now second. The other name to watch, Richard Amos in the number 36. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 8.35. Did that 36 car start on rain tyres? I didn't see on the grid before we got underway. I'm wondering if the 36 has started on wet weather tyres. I'm sure Leo will find out for us. Clark's just done a personal best of 2 minutes 8.886. The last lap for Cayley's Porsche was 2:13.825, so he's losing ground. We'll try and find out what tyres these cars are on. Clark and Amos in particular revelling in these conditions. There's Jamie Hayes down to 6th place. His last lap of 2:16, so I think that's still on a dry weather or intermediate setup. The Ligier, I can tell you, is out there. It's in P14. I thought that car may not have got round the first lap. It was a transponder issue. There's the 17. of Jonathan Candler, the Army sports car racing team, the Dayglow yellow car. They're being reeled in by the 22 of Archie Buttle. The young gun in his Ginetta looking for a class victory. Yet to win the trophy class this year. Carl Garnett and Finn Leslie won it at the opener at Donington. Greg Saunders has had a win. Chris Murphy has as well, but he's now in the GT class. He was in his older E36 BMW last time here at Snetterton and got 4th overall. There's the struggling James Cayley. He's dropped behind Richard Amos now. He's up to 3rd overall. Here's Michael Nibbs in the 82. Drew Nelson on his own at the moment. Let's have a look at the lap times as the leaders cross the line. Cunningham did a 2:10.1. Clark did a 2:08.8 last time through. Let's have a look at their lap times together now. Cunningham with a personal best lap of 2:05.7, so he's throwing caution to the rain here. Clark did a 2:05.173. That McLaren is catching our race leader. Things getting more used to the conditions. I think it's easing off a bit out there, perhaps, because the lap times, everybody's doing personal bests on that last lap, with the exception of Hayes, Murphy and Candler. So whether they're getting more acclimatised to the conditions now. Wiper's still going on Mark Cunningham's car. There's the McLaren though behind him. I wonder if Simon Clark has designs on an overall win here. There's a long way to go yet, of course. We're only 15 minutes into this race. Wait to see what happens when the pit window opens. There is Clark. In the Form Evo McLaren. Yep, he's lining up Mark Cunningham in his sights here in the SG Racing Porsche. These two are 5 seconds clear of Richard Amos in the 36 Ginetta in 3rd place. He's got ahead of James Cayley's number 80. Still coming down over on the Bentley straight, certainly. A shame we haven't got the KTM crossbow of Matty Taylor out there as well. Gear actuator problem identified as, so he was unable to start the race. This is the battle for 8th place. Candler running in the GT class, Buttle leading the trophy category. Swing their way towards Williams corner. Buttle lining up to make a move here as they go onto the back straight, as they pass the cut through for the 200 circuit, the shorter circuit here at Snetterton. It cuts out that infield loop, you come out of the hairpin and immediately go onto the Bentley straight. That's what the Citroen 2CVs were using in their 24-hour race last week. Congratulations to Team Crisis for winning that. There were certainly no crises for them. I think we can get our first update from down in pit lane this afternoon with Leah.
Thanks, Dave. I'm down here in the pit lane with Sam of Jeff Still Racing. 2 of your cars, 2 of the BMWs just came in from pit, started on slicks, you've had to change to the wets. What was the thought with sending them out on the slicks when it was very evident it was going to rain?
It's been a tough one all day looking at the weather. It's been on and off, whether it's going to be delayed or not. We had to make the ultimate decision. The track when we let the cars to the grid was very much dry, so at that point you have to stay out on the dry slicks. We can't obviously see what the back end of the circuit's doing here, but then it was quite apparent when we saw the broadcast and heard drivers on their first lap. It was quite apparent that the conditions were of that, then we needed wet tyres at that point, else we'd just be losing too much time on the track.
Have you had a look at the radar? Does it look like the rain's here to stay, or is it looking changeable still?
It's very changeable. I think it might be a bit more on inbound yet, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Lovely. And what would you do in the event it does dry up, because it's stopped now? With these cars going around so quick, the way they do, there will be a drying line. If the rain doesn't come, will it be another change and re-putting those tyres back on?
Yeah, it depends on quite how much the pace drops off. If the wets get to the point they're overheating, then we'll have to bring it in for slicks. However, ideally we might just tell the drivers to stay on the wet patches if we think more rain's inbound. So we'll just have to wait and see.
I have heard drivers are setting personal best out there, so it is an ever-changing track, isn't it? But Sam, thank you for speaking to me. I'll let you go and debrief with the team.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
It is so changeable out there on track at the moment. We could see more rain coming, so it'll be interesting to see how the strategy goes in the pit lane.
Yes, thanks, Leah. So there'll be frantic pit lane activity and plenty of strategy decisions being made as we see the BMW there, number 888. That's Andrew Dauber in 13th place at the moment, the big M4 GT4 Evo. I tell you, James Cayley is back up into 3rd place, and the battle of the Ginettas is heating up, because here comes Colin White from the back of the grid. He's up in the top 10 now, and he goes past the number 17 into Nelson's there of Candler. So Buttle had already gone through. He's now in 8th place. White up to 9th. Down to 10th goes the Army sports car racing car. So Colin White, remember, he started from the back of the grid. He had his qualifying times disallowed for failing the ride height check after qualifying. Colin White's a name I remember watching in hot rods at Hensford Hills Raceway when I was younger. Races in Preventic, endurance races around the world as well. Vastly experienced driver is Colin. He had a class win at Donington last time out when the Brit Car Championship raced at the Convoy in the Park event supporting British truck racing, and he just charges past the 22 car of Archie Buttle there. They are in different classes, of course. Buttle in the trophy class, Colin White is in GT. Meanwhile, I can tell you, Mark Cunningham has just done a 2 minutes .789. He is flying all of a sudden in these conditions. Finally finding his pace. Oh, and a spin in the background, that's the Army car going off. Hopefully it'll keep clear of the barriers. Yes, Jonathan Candler thought he was heading for a tyre wall somewhere there, but he's held it together. Very little grip on the grass, just needs to be very careful, use as little throttle as possible. That's it, come to the tank. He joins behind the number 47 of Maurizio Cilio, so he's down to about 12th place. Lost about 3 or 4 places in that spin. There is the Ginetta. Ahead of him, Peter Molsdale. Now he's been into the pits, of course, already to switch on to wet tyres, so he's a couple of laps down. Cilio twitches there. That car came to a stop at the end of qualifying on the Senna straight, so I thought he may have had an issue, but it's back out there. Cunningham still leads. Now his lap previous was a 2 minutes .789. His last one was a 2 minutes 6.5. So is the rain fluctuating that much to change conditions? He's 7.3 seconds clear of Simon Clark. The pit window, I can tell you, has just opened. So the pit window is open from now on until it closes. Every car has to make at least 2 pit stops. The ones already made for rain tyres don't count. The 2 stops have to be within the pit window to make them count. Every car has its own individual pit stop time as determined by the Brit Car officials on balance of performance and so on. I tell you, gear issues were the reason that Greg Saunders in his Cupra didn't take the start, the pink and orange car. That's a great shame, because he'd have been a contender in the trophy category. He won that class at Alton Park earlier this season, so no Greg Saunders. We of course lost the KTM Crossbow earlier, so there's 18 cars running. Mark Cunningham continues to lead them in his Porsche 991.2 Cup Car. One of 4 991s in this race. No, 3 991s, correction. Nick Hull and Richard Avery's is a 992. That's further down the order. They've been in for wet weather tyres. Cars pouring into the pits as expected as soon as the window opened. Archie Buttle is in, Colin White is in, Jonathan Candler's in, Maurizio Cilio's in. All the Ginettas have come in at the same time for their first stop. There is Simon Clark in second place. I think the rain is worsening out there, if anything. He's sided. Oh, Simon Clark, big twitch coming out of the bomb hole there. Julian McBride still going on his BMW, and James Cayley's back up into third, I've just noticed as well, in the number 80 car. He's got back ahead of Richard Amos. I imagine it's going to be everybody in this time through. Let's take a look then as they come through. Yeah, Cunningham's in. Clark's in. What about the rest of them? Cayley's in. Amos kept it going, so I think that Ginetta started on rain tyres. I think they took the gamble and it's worked. There's the treble 8 car, which certainly hasn't. Their last lap was a 2:32 for Andrew Dorber. Nathan Wright, the pro driver, will take over that when they go into the pits. That's why they have the longer pit stop of 138 seconds. Simon Clark in. Tyre change taking place. Yep, they're pouring in. Jamie Hayes has stayed out. We've had a spin, I've just been told, for the 721 car of Chris Murphy down at the bomb hole. Kept it going though. There's going to be a few spins in this race. Everybody trying to make it round to the pits to change tyres because the rain is setting in now. .47 rejoins of Maurizio Ciliano. What was his pit stop time? 128 seconds. The leading times, Cunningham's is 128 seconds. Clark has a mandatory time of 133, 5 seconds longer. The Cayley's 128. Nibs and Hills are in as well. Their pit stop time is 128. Chris Murphy, 118, he's just come in. And Garnett and Jonathan Moore, the 297 car, 138. So a longer pit stop based on balance of performance. There's the Ligier. We haven't seen too much of this car yet. Of course, famous as a Formula 1 team in the 70s through to the 90s. Founded by Guy Ligier, who raced in Formula 1 in the 60s, ex-French rugby international. But now run, now they're builders of sports cars and also micro cars for the roads of France. This car run by EDF Motorsport, driven by Ash Woodman, who used to campaign a Cupra in this championship. So the Cunningham Porsche has changed tyres. The cars that haven't been in, well, there's only two of them. Richard Amos in the 36 Ginetta and Jamie Hayes. So Richard Amos now comes in. He's just brought the 36 car in, so we'll try and catch up with them if we can. That was an excellent first stint by Richard Amos to bring the 36 Ginetta of Project 297 Racing into the lead. It's the Hayes family car, number 114 of EST Performance, who was the only other car not to come in on that previous lap. So they're the only car now that hasn't made one pit stop, and there's some that stopped before the window, of course. I've got to try and remember who they are. Peter Molesdale was one, Julian McBride was another. Who's the other car that stopped outside the window? It's the number 20 because Richard Avery had that spin. So the Porsches of 32 and 80 have rejoined together. And Clark's McLaren has rejoined as well. We'll have to see where they cycle back in. Jamie Hayes has now come in the 114. We didn't see if any of them changed drivers as well, so it might well be Peter Cunningham on board and Bill Cayley in the number 80 now. And Cayley goes for the inside. So that's a position gained for the number 80 car. We'll have to see where they cycle back in, though, when they cross the line. I think it's Peter Cunningham that's got on board the 32 car now, and with all due respect to Peter, he's a quick driver, but not quite as quick as Mark. So I might drop back a little over his stint, but we'll wait and see. Look how wet it is now, coming down the Bentley Straight. Visibility is going to be an issue here. The number 20 car is on the move. Now that car has to make another stop, of course. It came in outside the pit window. Just looking to see if it has come in again yet. No, they've only made one stop, so Richard Avery will still be at the wheel. He and Nick Hull used to race Porsche Boxsters together. For all your comments coming in, we'll get to them as and when we can. BOS Racing cheering on Archie Buttle. Just got back from testing the Ginetta. Hopefully I'll be with them in Brit Car next season. Nice one. BOS Racing. Nigel Richard Moxley as well. Boosted Games cheering on the Porsches. To Jordan Dell as well, cheering on SG Motorsports. So just coming up to the half-hour mark in this wet and slippery event for the Brick Car Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear tyres. They're certainly getting a workout in this one, and Rowe Motor Oils. It is the McLaren of Simon Clark that has emerged in the lead after that first round of pit stops. Have a look at the times when everybody's completed their outlaps. So it looks like it is Simon Clark at the moment showing as the leader on the TSL timing screen. He's got the lead, 6.5 seconds ahead of the Cayley's Porsche, number 80 for Uber GT Performance. There's the 36 car being serviced. Sam Smith and Richard Amos's car, powered by a 6.2 litre Chevrolet Corvette V8 engine, that car. Very potent indeed, and driven superbly so far by Richard Amos. He briefly led. That's the last car in the pit lane at the moment. Still got some cars that are on a different strategy, of course, because they came in outside the pit window to put wets on. Peter Molesdale has now come in for his first mandatory stop inside the window. Richard Avery had a look there at number 80, the Cayley's Porsche, which is now running in second place. Hull and Avery are third, but they've got to stop again. The Cunninghams are down to third. They've still got fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, .789, before the rain got really bad. Former Caterham champion Chris Hutchinson has just arrived in the commentary box, looking a little bit bedraggled, so it certainly is raining heavily out there. Smith and Amos car still in the pit lane. So Clark has gone across the line to complete 11 laps. So McLaren, who has the lead. He's increased his lead as well. He's 10.3 seconds ahead of the Cayley's Porsche now as we pass the 1 hour to go mark, 30-minute mark in the race. Hull and Avery, that's Richard Avery and the number 20 car, still third, but they have yet to make their first mandatory stop. As we said, they came in outside the window to switch to wets. It's paying off though, up there in third place. Where is Chris Murphy going? He's taken a shortcut at Brundle. He must have overshot there. You can see the escape road he's gone down. And again, he's all over the place, Chris Murphy. This is not the British Drift Championship, Chris. This is Brick Car. There's a bit of trim hanging off the Cayley car there on the right front corner. That's clipped something. You can see there. A little bit of the splitter, or maybe the wheel arch liner has come loose. So will he be called in to remove that, I wonder? Still running in second place. The Cunninghams are fourth behind Richard Avery. Nibbs and Hills in fifth. They're second in the GT class. Sixth in the race at the moment to the Hayes family in the Porsche. Chris Murphy is seventh, but he's a bit all over the place in that seventh place. Anastasi and Cilio. Maurizio Cilio, I think, is still in that car on board the 47. They're in eighth place. Colin White up to ninth on the back of the grid. And rounding up the top 10, the Army car. Let's have that spin earlier on. The Ligier goes a lap down there of Ash Woodman. He's in 12th place. He's lapped by the number 80 car of the Cayleys. They splash their way through this Brick Car Endurance Championship race, supported by Goodyear and Rowe Motor Oils here at Snetterton. Well, the forecasters got it right, unfortunately. Rain arriving right at the start. Not bothering Simon Clark though. Completing his 12th lap. See what his lead is now. There is the McLaren heading down into Rich's. Tricky corner, this one, very fast indeed. You don't want to run out wide because you can see the barrier ends there just beyond the corner. You go off beyond that barrier, you're in the field next door. I remember Mark Webber in his Formula 3 days ending up in there once when his front wing broke at the end of the straight. The gap is still just over 10 seconds between Clark and Cayley. Avery in third position, then the Cunninghams in fourth. Trophy class is being led by Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore. There he is. There it is. We don't know who's on board that car after its pit stop, whether it's Carl Garnett or young Jonathan Moore. hasn't seen 5 minutes since he was in his Saxo in junior saloon cars. That championship's back here in 2 weeks' time. Caterham's classic touring cars and much more at that event as well. I'm really looking forward to that one. The Caterham finals. I think we can head down for an update from Leah in pit lane.
I think I've been summoned by a team here because I'm joined by 4 team personnel. Danny, team owner of Velocity, and I'm joined by Vicky, Nate and Eddie, and they are running Simon Clark's car, and he currently sits P1. Danny, let's start with you. Simon's been extremely good this year. Obviously you were here at Snetterton back in July in the dry, you're now here in the wet, and he's still performing just as well.
Yeah, Simon's been mega all year. He's pretty much been faultless. The guys have done a really good job looking after the car, and Simon's done everything we've ever asked, so we can't knock him this year.
And for the rest of this race, what's the strategy? Because it looks like it's going to get a bit wetter, but is that going to be a problem for him?
No, wet is kind of what we look for Simon. It's one of his strong points. We've not yet to see it, but that's what we've been told. So hopefully he lives up to that. Strategy-wise, we just tried to keep Matt as long as we could to do it in a pit window. He's got the ability to drive on slicks in the rain, so it seems to have worked in our favour so far.
Lovely. Well, I'll speak to the 2 boys next because these 2 have just done a mega quick pit stop for Simon. Talk to me about the teamwork involved in it, because it is like a whole operation to get those tyres on and off quite quickly.
Yeah, so between the 3 of us, we have to get the car up in the air, take all the wheels off and put them back on. I think we did this in about 50 seconds this time, but then because of our minimum pit stop time, we had to wait in the pit box before we could push back to cross the line.
It's incredible, it's so fast. How much do you train something like this? What do you do to prepare for it?
Normally on the Friday test we practice pit stops in and out a few times to sort of get a grasp of what we need to do, who needs to be where, and figure it out from there. So mainly the Friday we do 1 or 2 sessions practicing and go from there really.
And Nate, how many more pit stops have you got to do today?
Probably just 1 for the fuel, but normally it's just 1 mandatory pit stop. But today, because of the wet weather, we've had to change the tyres before we put the fuel in the car.
And why did you decide to go out on the slicks? Because a lot of people watching will say, wow, we knew it was going to rain. It looked like it was going to lash it down, and it did. Is it just because if you get the tyres in the right window and they're hot enough, then the slicks will perform really well? Because it worked for Simon.
Yeah, clearly. So obviously changed with the weather as we went along, but obviously if we went out on the wets, we would have been slower from the get-go, probably would have dropped a few places and so on and so forth. It's all part of the strategy put together by our engineer. So
it's incredible, and it is so changeable, so great work guys, good luck for the refueling. Well, where's Vicky gone? Oh, she's on the phone. But Vicky's part of Formula Evo Racing as well. It's a whole team operation down here in the pit lane. She's run off, but it's fine, we'll forgive her. Cars are still, oh yeah, she might be pretending, but we'll find out. But great job by the guys down here running Simon Clark's car, who currently sits P1.
Thanks, Leah. Wonderful to hear from some of the team members, the gents and ladies behind the success of these star cars down in the pit lane. Without their hard work, the cars wouldn't be out there at all, of course. So Simon Clark continues to lead for the Form Evo Racing team in the McLaren. His lead was about 11 seconds last time through over the Kayleys in their Porsche. Let's see what it is this time through. Cunningham's still there in 4th position. There's Colin White, who's come through from the back of the grid into 8th place. There's Jamie Hayes behind in the number 114. Maybe Chris Hayes on board as well. We don't know if that car changed drivers when it came in earlier on. Can't tell you what the gap is, unfortunately, because for some reason the Kayleys car hasn't transponded on that lap. Cars behind it have. Kayleys are showing them completed 13 laps, and they're still there in 2nd place as they catch with the timing on the number 80 Porsche. There it is, just ahead of these 2 Ginettas. Ah, there we go, it's updated now. There's an issue, must be an issue with the transponder on the 80 car. Yeah, 13.8 seconds. Now the gap, apologies there, is 297. Garnett and Moore battling it out with Candler, Ashmore and Gilding. I think it might be Will Ashmore. No, Josh Gilding was due to go 2nd in that car. He's on board there now. It's the only car in the race with 3 drivers. The Army sports car racing machine survived a spin earlier on coming out of Palmer's. Looking down the class battles at the moment, GT is led by Clark. Second in those Nibs and Hills with their Ginetta. Chris Murphy is third in GT. Porsches in second, third and fourth. Cayley, Avery and Cunningham. Top 3 in the challenge class. And in trophy it's Garnett and Moore who lead there. Ashwoodman's Ligier in second place. And Archie Buttle third. There's only one other runner in the trophy class, and that's Ollie Allen and Henry Swanson in the VW Golf, the race car experiences car, which of course failed to get off the line on the green flag lap. Had to start the race a couple of laps down. What the problem was there. Let's put them out of contention at the moment for the trophy class victory. Great shame for Ollie Allen. So 2 sons, of course, competing in JSCC this year with their Saxos. Here's Archie Buttle. He's down to 16th place now for the pit stops. He had to serve a longer pit stop as well on balance and performance, 138 seconds. Pit in to pit out. The shortest pit stop for Jamie and Chris Hayes, the Porsche with 103 seconds, Peter Molesdale with 108. They're the shorter pit stops in this race, but it can all make the difference in the final reckoning. Here's Julian McBride, number 67. He came in before the pit window to switch to wets. He's in 15th position, 2 laps off the leaders. Which, when you think about how long the Snetterton circuit is, it's quite a long way. Lead gap is now 15 seconds, so Simon Clark in the McLaren is pulling away. There goes the Golf. Alan Swanson. Car 36 has been given a drive-through penalty. That's the Smith and Amos Ginetta for Project 297 Racing. 4.2 seconds, we've been told, is the penalty. I'm suspecting that's for a short pit stop. If you're short on your pit stop, you take a penalty, the equivalent time that you were short. So 4.2 seconds drive-through penalty. Yeah, pit stop short by 4.2 seconds. A drive-through penalty, not a stop-go penalty. That's a disaster for them after their strong early run. They were briefly in the lead, was the first cars came in for their pit stops. 36 car is going to have to take a drive-through pit lane penalty. One car that is now 7 laps down and is in the pit lane is Peter Molesdale, car number 2 for Jeff Steele Racing, so I would say that's a retirement for the number 2 car, the BMW M2. 16 laps now completed by our race leader Simon Clark, 15.2 seconds clear of the Porsche of the Cayleys. Virtually identical lap times last time through as the treble 8 car makes its way past the Ligier of Ashwoodman. We'll wait to see when cars start to make their second stops. Of course, everybody made their first stop as early as possible to make the change of tyres. 36 Ginetta, I can see out of the window, just taking its drive-through penalty. Rumble outside the commentary box of that Corvette V8 engine. It's going to drop them back a little. What was their gap as they came into the pit lane there? Well, their next car in the order was Ashwoodman's Ligier, so I don't think they're going to lose any ground there. Here's Colin White, up to 7th now. It's like a fine wine, he just gets better with age, Colin White, and faster. He's 4th in the GT class. He could still win the class in this race. Simon Clark will have something to say about that. He's had 2 class wins this year, Alton Park and Snetterton. Oh, Problems for the number 20 Porsche. That's had a moment. Richard Avery and Nick Hull's car. Simon Clark has had an overall win this year, but not on British soil. He took the win in the McLaren on the series annual visit to Spa. 2 races held there, and he won the first of them. Team Brits McLaren of Aaron Morgan and Bobby Trundley was his main opposition there. Callum Bates had a win in the trophy class over at Spa as well, in a Woodrow Motorsports BMW. Archie Buttle had a second in class there as well, with Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore taking the win in the second race over in Belgium. Aaron Morgan and Bobby Trundley took the Team Brits McLaren to the win in the second race over in Belgium. A second win of the season overall for Simon Clark, and a 4th class win in the GT division. The trophy class, it could be these two, Garnett and Moore in the 297 Ginetta. 17 car has just made its second stop. Army car, Ashmore, Candler and Gilding, so maybe Will Ashmore getting on board there. Andrew Dorber and Nathan Wright have made their second stop as well. It's 2 within the window for them. Cars already making their second stops with just under 45 minutes of this race still to go. The lead gap is still just over 15 seconds. Clark ahead of the Cayleys, although the Cayleys won't score points even if they win the Challenge Cup because it's an invitation class. Same with Dean Burden, who won the season over at Donington in his Porsche Cayman. That was invitation class as well. So even though he won the race outright, no championship points for Dean. There's a busy little group. The treble 8 car's just been into the pits. The Golf behind it, the Ocean Skies 175 Allen and Swanson. Ginettas in behind, I think that's Archie Buttle, the number 22. Could be the 82 as well, we'll check as they go out of sight. No, it is the 22, the 82 of Hills and Nibs, similar colour scheme. The Cayleys have come in for their second stop. White is in as well, so second pit stop's taking place. The Cayleys in the pits. Car showing in second place now is Aidan Hills in the number 82 Ginetta, shared with Michael Nibbs. Avery and Polka still up there in third. There's Colin White in the pits, along with the Cayleys just behind the Ginetta. And I still think Hull and Avery have got 2 stops to make, because I'm sure that lone stop came outside the pit window. And Richard Avery had that spin and came straight into change onto wet. Garnett and Moore, number 297, are in for their second stop. There is the 82 car. Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills, as you say, should be okay in wet and slippery conditions. He started his career in rallycross, very successful in Mazda MX-5s before moving on to Ginettas. His own team. 41.8 seconds off Simon Clark. They're both GT class runners. Colin White has rejoined after that stop. Getting darker out there towards the Bentley Straight. This we have another 15-minute race for the Track Action Racing Club, and then it's our feature race of the day, the 3-hour Caterham Grand Prix. Certainly wouldn't want to be out there in a Caterham in these slippery conditions, so the drivers are braver than I am. Fastest lap of the race still with Mark Cunningham, incidentally, in 4th place in the Porsche. Just over 2 seconds off Hull and Avery at the moment. I think it's Peter Cunningham on board that car at the moment. The number 47, Ginetta, has come in for its second stop. Maurizio Silio and Marco Anastasi. Peter Molesdale still showing us having only completed 8 laps, so that car is out of the race. '97 car I can see rejoining. Here is Simon Clark. If anything, up to Agostini. Things looking a little drier, but the car's still squirreling around there. Clark looking for his 2nd overall win and his 4th in the GT class. He's looking a good bet. Whispering because I don't want to put the curse of the commentator. Here, bet for the championships. It's Porsches to the fore with Dom Malone and his pro co-drivers. Looking good for Simon. So the season ends at Brands Hatch in November with the Into the Night race. It was a wonderfully atmospheric occasion, that is. "40 minutes of the race to go then. Still plenty of time for everybody to make those second pit stops. Is Simon Clark thinking about coming in anytime soon? The Hull and Avery car is in for the second time, but I think that's the first of their mandatory stops, so they might make their stops fairly close together following a different strategy. Stasi and Silio still in pit lane for Caterham Motorsport. Laps completed now by our leader. Here is our 2nd place car, that of Nibs and Hills. Clark with a pit stop of 1:33 seconds. His mandatory time. Nibs and Hills 1:28. Nobody else making a stop this time. We'll wait and see. Going to be through this time. Well, we're not going to find out because the number 82 Ginetta has come into pit lane. 2nd stop for the 2nd placed car, so that's going to allow the Cunninghams back up into P2. There's the number 20 car coming out of pits after its first mandatory stop. Swan, hello to you, cheering on the Army Racing Cup. Kayleys now, they're down to 6th place, having made their 2nd pit stop. The Smith and Amos car is in. They had an extra stop, of course, that drive-through penalty. So the Cunninghams out to 2nd. They're just over a minute down on Simon Clark. Chris Murphy's BMW is up into 3rd. He's had a bit of a wild ride. He's been sliding about all over the place in his BMW E46 M3, the Aston Martin driver. "37 minutes of this race to go." Colin White heads through Agostini. And I think we're going to head down to Leah once again in pit lane.
We are down in the pit lane with Josh, who's just finished his stint. Josh, you said it was pretty tricky conditions out there, especially compared to the dry you had here back in July. Just talk me through your stint.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's my first time ever racing in the wet as well, so it's quite a challenge trying to find the wet lines, trying to find where the grip is on the circuit. Yes, we were here in July, but after a drive shaft snapping, we didn't actually get that much running. So we found some good time yesterday in testing, but that was also dry, so I've had to overcome some challenges in these conditions. It's pretty tough, but I think I did okay. Yeah.
What did you learn out there then that might be able to help you as we go into the autumn and winter months? You've got 2 more rounds ahead of you, might be wet there too, so what have you learned about driving in the wet that you might be able to apply to those races?
I think I've got over those big initial nerves, that big challenge to actually just go out in the wet. It's not as bad as it sounds, to be honest. The wet tyres that we use on the car are much grippier than your standard road tyre, obviously still, even though they've got the tread. But it's still hard to put the car somewhere on the track that you don't really want it. It doesn't feel normal, but actually that's where you find the grip. And now that I've done that and I've proven to myself that yeah, that's where you need to be in the wet, I think I can take that forward next time.
And how does the Ginetta perform in these kind of conditions? Is it a more favourable car? Is it not as grippy as some of the other GT cars we have out there?
I'm not certain because this is my first season in Brit cars, my first season in a Ginetta. I've only ever driven a Citroen C1 before this, so it's a completely different kettle of fish. It handles pretty well as far as I'm aware. I definitely wasn't pushing as fast as the car can go in the wet because I was still just getting used to it, as I say. But it's pretty stable, and mainly the tyres. The tyres do so much work for you.
It might be better that you haven't got a reference point as such, because you don't know what to expect out there. But great stint, congratulations, and yeah, hopefully the boys out there now can do a good job for you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, and hope we have a good rest of the race.
Yes, thanks very much, Leah. The Army team currently running in 13th place, some 3 laps off the leaders at the moment. So Clark has just completed his 22nd lap. We saw the 47 car have a spin as well, the Cilio Anastasi Ginetta. That was coming out of Palmer's. That's still in action, though, just in front of the Army team, actually, number 17. So just over 34 minutes of this Brit Car Endurance Championship race to go here at Snetterton. It is Simon Clark with the McLaren, who leads the way by just over a minute at last count ahead of the Cunninghams, but he's got to make a second stop, of course. The first 4 cars, Clark, the Cunninghams, Murphy and the Hayes family, have all got to make another pit stop. Nibs and Hills have just made their second stop. They're just less than a second ahead of the Cayley Porsche. Nick Hull and Richard Avery have just come in for their, third stop of the race, their second mandatory stop. That was correct, their first stop to put wets on was outside the window. So they've had to make 2 mandatory stops. They're in 7th place when they came in. Archie Buttle now up to 7th, and Colin White's Ash Woodman in the Ligier is going well, second in the trophy class now, but he's got to stop again. So cars that have yet to make a second stop, the first 4, Clark, Cunningham, Murphy and Hayes. Archie Buttle has yet to stop a second time. Ash Woodman, Julian McBride is the other car that has not made a second stop, and the Golf as well at the back of the field, number 175, which is 3 laps down after that delay at the start. Here's Chris Murphy. He's running well up in 3rd overall now and 2nd in the GT class. So despite slipping and sliding around the Woodrow Motorsport BMW, Chris Murphy, a former Brit Car champion in his Aston Martin a few years ago, former quad bike champion too. Perhaps being a little bit more circumspect with the conditions now, but he's up there in 3rd. He's 15 and a half seconds behind the Cunningham Porsche. Staying clear of Hayes, he's over a minute clear of the Porsche in 4th place. Plenty of slip and slide here at Snetterton, as we've seen a couple of times before in Brit Car. 2014 car. That's the Hayes family. They're in 4th place. Still got that second round of pit stops to complete. Here comes the 82 Ginetta charging around the outside of them. That's Aidan Hills, I think, on board that car, the number 82. He's flying past everybody. Down to 5th after that second pit stop for that car. He's up to 4th now. Let's head back down to Leah in pit lane in just a second.
I'm here in the pit lane with James. You've been invited this weekend to Britcar. How is it? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, really loving it actually. We've been talking about doing Britcraft for a while. We looked at it a bit last year, but we didn't get around to doing it last year. And eventually, I think we looked at the grid at the first race of last year, and there are like 4 other Cup cars. We've been trying to find some 991 Cup cars to race against. And we thought, oh God, that's where we should be. But anyway, we'd already committed to another championship. So finally, we thought we'd do this year, 2026, and just see what was out there, different things to try, and we've done a few different bits and bobs throughout the season, and here we are. Snetterton's our local circuit, so we thought, well, we'll come along here and just see how we get on. So yeah, we're really enjoying it. We know a couple of the guys here. Simon Clark, we used to race in Porsche Club, so yeah, we thought we'd come along and see how we get on.
Oh, your home track, so you know it very well then. How well do you know it in the wet though?
We've done a few wet races here as well. I think it's Norfolk, isn't it? It's always going to rain. Although sometimes it can be raining in Thetford and it's dry here. But anyway, so we kind of expected some rain today. We looked at, about 5 different forecasts, and you take the best one, don't you think? So the best one said it's going to be dry all day, but that obviously wasn't right. So, but yeah, we're hopefully getting on okay. Pit stops worked nicely for us, and Bill's in the car till the end. So fingers crossed.
I was going to say, let's talk about the strategy for your pit stops then, because you did come in the right pit window. We saw some people pitting a bit earlier than we expected because the slicks weren't working for them. But did you find they worked well for the first bit of your stint?
No, getting tricky towards the end, but we sort of worked out that we're just about get there, and it was getting a bit slippery. And I think some guys came in, switched to wets, and there's no point in trying to fight with those. We just wanted to get to our goal, get the wets on within the window, and then change drivers when we were planned to do and refuel at the same time. So fingers crossed, all going to plan so far, but a long way to go yet.
Yourself and Bill did qualify P2 this morning for the start of this race. What made you so successful this morning that you were able to come in as an invitational guest and put it on the first row?
Because I suppose we've been here before. You know, we raced here a couple of times last year. We actually did a round of Porsche Club in our old 997 earlier on in the year. So again, we sort of know it. We can sort of tell them, and we tested on Thursday as well. So we just helped ourselves to sort of get ourselves back up to speed. So hopefully, by the time we get to qualify, we had an hour's practice as well beforehand. So we should. If you're not there by then. So yeah, we were pleased. Couldn't quite get P1, but anyway, it was close, and we'll see where we end up by the end of the race.
And my final question, just for some insights, is in the driver switchover, was there anything that you told Bill that he should know before he headed out on track?
No, there's a couple of wet spots. It's kind of wet going through Hamilton's. As you come out of Hamilton's, there's a really slippy bit. It's just slippy everywhere. So he enjoys the wet. We both kind of like the wet, so he'll sort it out, I'm sure.
Knowledge is king here for this weekend. You've done absolutely amazing. Thank you for joining us at Britcar. And Bill's currently out on track, doing very well.
I hope so. Yeah, he's going all right. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully he'll do all right.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, Leah. Brilliant stuff from the Cayleys as well. Bill Cayley in the car at the moment, and he's certainly going like a comet. He's up into 5th place behind Nibs and Hills. So the Hayes family have gone down to 6th. They've yet to make their second stop. The Cunninghams have just come into the pits as well. So Mark Cunningham, I imagine, will be getting back in that car for the final stint. Clark still leads from Chris Murphy. They've yet to make their second stops. So there's about, there's the Cunningham car. There's about half a dozen cars that have yet to make their final pit stops. There's one of them coming in the background now. I think that's Julian McBride. Yes, he's just come in for his second stop, the BMW. We have 27 minutes to go in this first of 2 endurance races today here at Endurance East at the British Automobile Racing Club. 3 hours of Caterham action coming up later on. Something different for Caterham Motorsport this weekend. So Clark leads by over a minute now, 1 minute 24 ahead of Chris Murphy, but they've got to stop again. What they've got to do is try and build up enough of an advantage so they can make that second stop. Because the leader of the two stoppers so far is the Nibs and Hills number 82, Ginetta. This is the 297 car of Garnett and Moore. They're in 10th overall, but they're leading the trophy class. Had a couple of class wins already this year. In the trophy class. Where's the Ligier? Oops, sideways there through Hamilton's. You just heard James Cayley say it's pretty wet there. And the Ginetta power sliding its way through almost. Now where is Ash Woodman? Because he's second in the trophy class, and at last count he was only 0.6 of a second behind that Ginetta. He's not there behind it now. So we'll pick up on the Ash Woodman for EDF Motorsport when we can. There's the number 82 car. And Simon Clark has just come in. Simon Clark, the leader, is in. Now is Chris Murphy going to come in this time as well? There's the Ligier. Now that was showing on the timing screen is just behind the number 297 car. It certainly isn't now. So Simon Clark is in the pits. We'll pick up on the trophy class battle in a moment because I'm watching out of the window just for a second to see if Chris Murphy goes by, or whether he's going to come into the pits, because if he does go through, Murphy will take the overall lead of the race. He used pit stops to score at Snetterton earlier this season. He was 4th in his E36 M3 and won the trophy class. The Ligier has fallen back 4 places on that lap. It hasn't been into the pits, so I don't know what's happened there for Ash Woodman. Last lap was a 2:31, but he's been lapping in the 2:18, so he's lost a fair few seconds there, Ash Woodman. Clark is in, Murphy goes by, so Murphy's got the lead of the race now in the 721. The Hayes family have come in for their second stop. There are the Cayleys, so the only cars that have not yet made their second stop are Swanson and Allen in the Golf, Woodman in the Ligier, and Chris Murphy, who is currently leading the race. Chris Murphy tends to do this. He goes onto a different pit strategy to everybody else and tries to make his stop as late as possible. Is it going to work for him? There is the 175 car. That's the Golf of Henry Swanson and Ollie Allen. The modified Ford racer in a variety of Fiestas, sharing with Henry Swanson. We'll see when they're going to make their next stop. There's the Army number 17 of Ashmore, Candler and Gilding, and somebody's off. That's the 47 car. That's Cilio and Anastasi. They've had a couple of excursions in this race. As Simon Clark rejoins from the pit lane. And we'll see if we can see where he is in relation to the Nibs Hills Ginetta. His class rival and his rival for overall victory in this race. Black and white flag for track limits for number 47. Hardly surprising, it's been off a couple of times. There's the McLaren, he's got to warm his tyres up. Now he came over the line as he came out of the pits 12.5 seconds clear of Nibs and Hills in the 82 Hills Motorsport safe site Ginetta. So now it's down to what Chris Murphy's going to do. He leads by nearly a minute. I don't think that's going to be enough to stay in front overall. And the number 20 Porsche is off. That's the Hull and Avery car, their second, I think, or possibly third spin of this race. Not a happy day for Nick Hull and Richard Avery in the full throttle with SGM Motorsports Porsche 992. 2 minutes of the race to go then. Chris Murphy completes his 27th lap. Former series champion, and he's got a lead of about a minute at the moment, but he's the only car that hasn't made his second stop. There he is. Chris Murphy has got to come into the pits again. We'll see where Simon Clark's outlap slots him in compared to the Nibs and Hills Ginetta, the Cayley's Porsche, and of course the Cunninghams. Colin White is currently showing in 5th position overall. He said he'd be up there, he started from the back. There's the treble 8's car. Wright and Dormer, they're in 12th place. Woodman's now come in for his second stop. Julian McBride is just rejoining. He stopped outside the window, so that's 3 stops for him. So Chris Murphy keeping the E46 M3 on the straight and narrow. He leads overall for now. In fact, he's increased his lead a little, 1 minute 3 seconds clear. There's the Ligier in pit lane, the EDF Motorsports team hard at work. Checking the times. So they have to follow the exact pit stop time, which for the number 60 car is 108 seconds. Otherwise, if they're short on it, they'll get a penalty, as we saw the 36 car do earlier on, which is currently running in 8th place. A strong run early on. So Murphy from Clark by 1 minute 3 seconds now, but of course Murphy's denies will be inevitable when he makes that stop. He's leaving it as late as he can. 7 seconds between Clark and the Nibs Hills Ginetta. The Cayleys are 13 seconds back. Then Colin White in 5th position. And Chris Murphy is in. Chris Murphy is in pit lane. So this is the last of our pit stops apart from the Golf at the back of the field. So Simon Clark about to retake the lead. And then we've got to see how his lap times compare to those behind him. So here is Simon Clark in the Form Evo Racing McLaren 570S. There's the Ginetta in the background. Now, they were 7 seconds apart last time through these two, but their last lap times, Clark did a 2:20.6. The Nibs and Hills Ginetta, which I think has Aidan Hills on board, did a 2:15.1. You know what that means? We've got a race on our hands. There's the Ginetta. There's the McLaren. What's the gap going to be this time? It doesn't look like 7 seconds to me. Here they come. Up and over the line. There goes the McLaren. The Ginetta over the line next. What's the gap? 4.23 seconds. The 82 car is catching the McLaren. 2:17.9 for the McLaren. 2:15.1 again for the Ginetta. Their lap times not only quick, they're consistently quick. The Cayleys are up to 3rd as well. Their last lap at 2:17.1, but they're 15 seconds further back in 3rd place, leading the challenge category. First point scoring car in challenge is the Cunninghams. They're back in 6th at the moment. We've got a battle for the lead now. Soon, Simon Clark, in a couple of laps' time, I think, is going to have his mirrors full of that white and purple Ginetta. Could we see an overall win for a Ginetta for the first time in Britcar this year? There is the safe side Hills Motorsport car of Aidan Hills and Michael Nibs. Their year started with a crash in the opening race at Donington. Pit window has now closed, so Chris Murphy left it as late as he could. There goes the leader onto the Bentley straight. Car number 17 has been given a stop-go penalty, 1 second. That's the Army Motorsport Ginetta, so that's a stop-go penalty, presumably a pit stop infringement. Double check as soon as we get an opportunity. See what the lead gap is this time through. lead gap is as they come over the line this time. Over the line they come, and it's down to 3.1 seconds now. 2:15.3 for the Ginetta, 2:16.4 for the McLaren. Just over a second gain there by the Nymphs Hills Ginetta over Simon Clark. There's the Ginetta. See the McLaren ahead of him now. Pulling clear of the Cayleys. Bill Cayley in third place, 16.7 seconds further back. Chris Murphy has rejoined from his pit stop in fourth place at the moment. We'll see if he falls any further down the order. Okay, while this lead battle goes on, let's not pop down to Leah in pit lane. Leah, what have you got for us?
Ollie, talk me through your stint in the Volkswagen Golf. What are the conditions like out on track? It's coming down even harder, the rain now.
Yep.
Is it getting trickier and trickier?
It was in the in-between, so it's like absolutely greasy. So you can't, as soon as you roll on the throttle, it's got power understeer. It's a very difficult condition to race in, to be fair. You just have to do what you can do and keep the car on the circuit. And yeah, we've had a few issues at the beginning. It wouldn't go in gear, so that's why we didn't start the race. So Henry didn't get a chance to start from the back, and yeah, qualifying was the same. We had brake failure, so we've had a few little teething issues with the car. But my stint was quite good. I think that was a consistent, as quick as the car will go in that condition, really.
They have resurfaced a portion of the track. They've re-tarmacked it. How have you found that has adapted throughout the lap in these conditions?
I'll be honest with you, I tried a wet line around the circuit and it was no different to the dry line. So I was ending up in the same place on the wet line as I was in the dry line. So I just mixed it between the two. Where there was a bit of grip, I was changing gear early just to minimise the wheel spin and just batter through. Really, it's tricky because you're on a knife edge in every single part of the circuit, and you're braking. If you're later on the brake in one part, it'll lock up and you'll go off. So you're trying to balance the car, and that's the tricky bit around. Well, in any circuit you go to, if it's this now it's raining, that would have been better. So then I'd have had a bit more grip, but it's the in between part that's really hard.
So Swanson's out there now. He's going to complete the endurance race for you now. Did you tell him anything in your changeover?
I didn't have time. He jumped in and he was struggling to get it in gear again. So he's we've had a bit of a. I think it just needs a bit of a go through the car and get these little teething problems. At Donington we broke down, and we didn't break down. We finished the race, but it had fuel starvation. But then we've come here, it's got no fuel starvation. So it's like, and then it did a brake problem. We had a pedal to the floor problem this morning. So it's quite a challenging car. It's like Herbie.
A whole combination of things. Quite a lot to iron out then. You've got 2 more rounds in Brit Car. Are you hoping to get those sorted out before those 2 and hopefully a straightforward run to the line?
Hopefully, it's down to the team. They've got to just strip the car down, get through it, see what's going on, see what the issues are. Because it's a brand new car, me and Henry have hardly driven it. So I think at Donington I only managed 8 or 9 laps. And then you're in at the deep end, crack on, let's see what happens. And then the same today really with qualifying. We should have been probably P2, P3, but it's quite scary when you go down the back straight and you're tapping the brake and there's nothing there and it goes to the floor. You think, oh no, please stop. But it's one of those.
Well, hopefully keep it out on track, keep it on circuit, just finish the race cleanly.
Hopefully Henry will just finish and then we're cool, no issues, and just finish. But I don't think we'll last now either, which is
Get it back in one piece.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Nice to meet you.
Handshake, look at that. It's got lovely. Oh, we've got lovely warm hands.
Yeah, I'm sweating. Sorry.
I'm freezing, so it's perfect. Thank you for talking to me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Leah. Catching up with the 175 team down there, the Race Cars Experiences team. A lot of teething problems with their golf today, but never mind that now, because we've got a race on our hands for the lead. The Ginetta has caught the Form Evo Racing McLaren. Hills Motorsport chasing them down in the 82 car. Going up towards Oggies, they're just over a second in it at the start of this lap. It's a lot less than that now, and now the 82 car is going for it. Slides a bit sideways there, coming through the right-hander at Oggies. Is he going to get through on the Bentley straight? He's not waiting for the Bentley straight. He clips the back of the McLaren into Williams. That was a bit over-optimistic, to say the least there. I was just about to say, is he going to wait for the Bentley straight, but he jumped the gun and went for the inside on Williams. That was nearly disaster for both of them, especially conditions like this. That could have been very nasty indeed, but they've held it together. They're still on track, and still the McLaren leads the way. So a little bit of ground to make up again for the Ginetta now, as conditions continue to worsen here at Snetterton. 10 minutes of the race exactly to go. We saw a spin for the Ligier further back as well. That's in 15th place at Ashwoodman. In the meantime, the 82 car makes it back up again. Here they come towards Caterham. Murray's up the inside into Murray's. Has he got it stopped on the brakes there? Slides sideways. The McLaren back up the inside and retakes the lead. So the 82, I think it's Aidan Hills on board that machine, had the lead briefly, but the McLaren moves back ahead coming out of Murray's. He didn't quite get the Ginetta stopped in time there. Well, it's a 10-minute sprint race between these two to the flag now. They're well ahead of everybody else. The Cayley's still in third place there, ahead of the challenge category, with Chris Murphy still up there in fourth place after his second stop. He's still going well, third in the GT class. The trophy class is being led by Garnett and Moore in the Project 29.7 Ginetta. It's all about these two for the lead in these closing stages. The Ginetta moving up to try again. Had a couple of slightly rash moves so far. And here it comes again. What's going to happen into Agostini this time? This is great stuff. McLaren holds the inside. Simon Clark looking for win number 2 overall this season and win number 4 in his class. There's class points at stake as well. They're both GT class runners, these two. Going for a very interesting finish indeed here. Here comes the Ginetta again. He's not going to go around the outside at all. Sure. That move rarely works in any car. He's done it! Oh, brilliant. I did not expect that at all. That's an excellent bit of driving. Well, after those couple of slightly rash moves earlier on, that was a brilliant piece of driving from the 82 Ginetta, and takes the lead of the race on the outside in the wet at Oggies, where you rarely see moves made on the inside line, but the McLaren's coming back at him. Here comes Simon Clark into Brundle, who's going to be later on the brakes. The McLaren up the inside, he's got him. Can he get the car stopped for the right-hander at Nelson? They're side by side. The Ginetta comes back around the outside again. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. It's more like a Caterham race this is at the front at the moment. That Ginetta, so much more planted out of the corners, and he's able to get back in front. These two will be loving this. There's still 7.5 minutes of this race to go, so we've got at least a couple more laps of this. Simon Clark, the championship leader. Nibs and Hills down in 8th in the championship at the moment. Across the line they come. Nibs and Hills lead the way by just under a second, with Clark in second. The Cayley's still third, further back in their portion. It's a little bit wide there through the entry to Riches, towards the hairpin at Wilson's. Try and calculate where he can make up the ground. Well, not there. He's gone straight on, going into the hairpin there, and just too late on the brakes there. Simon Clark trying that a little bit too hard, I think, to push for the lead again now. We've got two identically coloured Ginettas here because Archie Buttle's about to be lapped in the number 22. A bit more purple on the 82 car. There's the inside, there's the McLaren, lost a bit of momentum there when he went wide on the hairpin. Through goes the 82 of Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills. That's Archie Buttle's Ginetta. He's currently in 14th place, still second in the trophy class, which has been dominated in the second half of this race by Garnett and Moore's Ginetta G56. Leader a little bit sideways there, still pushing hard. He knows that Simon Clark is still there. So we've had three overall wins, I should say, for GT class runners so far this year. Two at Spa, one at Donington. Beating the Porsches of the Challenge category. We had hoped to have the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car in the Challenge category today, but James Simons had to withdraw late in the day. 5.5 minutes just over to go. Simon Clark, he's not finished yet. He's got past Archie Buttle now. Clear air to go after the race leader once again, through the bomb. See the gap, it was just under a second, but they've had the back marker to deal with. The Cunninghams still second in the challenge class, and they've still got the fastest lap, 2 minutes .789 before the rain really took hold. Everybody else now lapping in the 216s, 217s up until the low 230s for a couple of cars. There's the treble 8 car, Nathan Wright and Andrew Dauber in 11th place. Goes the 36 car. Started out with such promise this race, but the drive-through penalty, among other things, spoiling it for them. They're back in 7th. Here are the Cunninghams, just ahead of the 20 car. The 20 car is a couple of laps down the Hull and Avery car. Second in the challenge class, looking to win that category title this year. Splashed their way through the left at Hamilton, sharper than it initially looks, that corner. So coming into the closing stages now of this Brit Car Endurance Championship race, supported by Goodyear and Rowe Motor Oil. 17 of the 19 starters still running. Greg Saunders dropped out on the green flag lap with gear problems, unfortunately, and Peter Molesdale never rejoined after his first mandatory pit stop. There is the Cayleys, Bill and James. Bill in the car for this final stint. They're going to win the challenge category on their Brit Car debut. They're nearly 17 seconds off the second place car of Clark, which is now nearly 4 seconds down on the leader. It's looking good for Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills for their first overall win in the Brit Car Endurance Championship. Pit window closed several minutes ago, but everybody done their 2 stops. Caterhams later on have to make a minimum of 5 pit stops during their race. So 2.5 minutes to go. Julian McBride in the 67 towards the back of the field has got Henry Swanson in the Golf on his tail. Wonderful looking car, isn't it, the Golf? Just a shame they've had a few teething problems with it today. So Nibbs and Hills have pulled away by a further 3 seconds, well 2.5 seconds. 2:14.6 was their last lap, 2:17.1 was Simon Clark's last lap. So it's going to be a win for Nibbs and Hills, barring any major disaster. Here is the leader, Just a little bit of a slide there. Doesn't want to push too hard now. Coming up towards Oggies, then out to Williams. Will be last lap this time by for the Ginetta. In the old Brick Car Trophy Championship, we're used to Ginettas doing the majority of the winning since the championships were combined into one Brick Car Endurance Series. Then Ginettas have been in the mid-pack, but the rain proving a great leveller today. The rain arriving just after the start. The Porsches in the challenge class couldn't get their power down. Saw that from the 20 car, which had a couple of spins early on. Here they come then up towards the bomb hole. 1 minute on the clock, so it'll be last lap this time. The number 82 Ginetta of Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills. Run by Aidan's team, Hills Motorsport with Safe Sight. Into Murray's. Seconds to go. What's his gap going to be back to Simon Clark in the McLaren this time? It was just over 6 seconds. It's now 7.4 seconds. He's pulled away by another second. Great drive it has been by the Nibbs and Hills Ginetta. Cayley's in third place, going to win the challenge category. The Project 29.7 car in 8th place is going to win the trophy category. Leader comes up towards Agostini for the final time. Leaving a Porsche in its wake there, the number 20 car as it goes through the rain. Clock has counted down to 0, and apart from the start of the race, due to that problem on the green flag lap, no safety cars in this race, which is a measure of how well everyone has driven today, driving sensibly in these conditions. So well done to all of our Brick Car racers. Here come the Cunninghams up on Henry Swanson and Julian McBride. Cunningham goes through. Out of the gloom comes our race leader. Brundle and Nelson for the last time. A great drive to chase down Simon Clark, who led for so long in the McLaren. Brilliant effort by Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills. Aidan Hills has won in Rallycross, he's running MX-5s. He's about to be a Brick Car winner. Through towards Murray's for the final time. The checkered flag is made ready, and car number 82 of Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills, the Safe Sight Hills Motorsport Ginetta, wins the Brick Car Endurance Championship race here at Snetterton. Second over the line is Simon Clark in the Form Evo Racing McLaren. 8.2 seconds the gap in the end. More of the pack rumbles home over the line. Colin White in 6th position, having started from the back. Smith and Amos 7th. The Cayleys come over in 3rd. They win the challenge category on their Brick Car debut. We'll wait for the rest of the cars to come home. Fair play to Chris Murphy. His strategy of pitting late working for him as he is about to finish in 4th place. And he'll be 3rd in the GT category, using pit stops to score, just as he did here at Snetterton earlier this year when he was in the trophy category. He took the class win on that occasion. Over the line come Project 297. 297 Ginetta, they win the trophy category with Carl Garnett and young Jonathan Moore. Hayes family, a quiet race for them. They won here at Snetterton earlier this year, have to make do with 9th place today and 3rd in class. Across the line comes Chris Murphy for 4th place. Excellent drive by Chris, eventually mastering those conditions. Give you the full results in just a moment, as soon as everyone has crossed the line here at Snetterton. 17 cars running out of the 19 that started. Of course, we lost the 46 of Matty Taylor. Bad luck to him, lost the KTM in qualifying. And a great drive by Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills in their first sprint car victory. The 47 car across the line, that's Anastasi and Silio. They finished 12th. Cunningham's come home for 5th position. McBride and Swanson to come home now in the BMW and the Golf. And here they come. That's everybody in. Bad luck to Peter Molsdale, the only retirement there. Of course, Greg Saunders dropped out before the start. We'll give you a provisional result of the Britcar Endurance Championship, their second Snetterton stint of the season. Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills for Hills Motorsport take the win, completing 37 laps in a time of 1 hour, 31 minutes, 44.456 seconds. Second place going to Simon Clark in the McLaren, 8.2 seconds in it. At the flag, the Kayleys win the challenge class. The invitation runners in 3rd place in their Porsche. Chris Murphy, an excellent third in class in his BMW. The Cunninghams, the top point scoring challenge car in 5th. Colin White from the back of the grid to 6th. Then Smith and Amos with their Ginetta 7th. Garnett and Moore, they win the trophy class in 8th place with their Ginetta. The Hayes family in their Porsche 9th. The Army team in their Ginetta round out the top 10. Behind them, Dauber and Wright in their BMW M4 took 11th. Anastasi and Silio in the Caterham Motorsport Ginetta G55 was 12th. Hull and Avery's Porsche down in 13th after a couple of moments. Archie Buttle 14th. Ash Woodman's Ligier was 15th. 16th McBride and Swanson and Allen in the Golf, the final finishers. That went to Mark Cunningham in the number 32 Porsche, 2 minutes, 0.789. Well, hopefully Leah's got her umbrella up and she's down there in Parc Ferme to greet the cars. Leah, over to you.
What a thrilling end to the race that proved to be here in the Britcar Endurance Championship, and we see the number 1 being held up, and that is Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills taking their first win of the year in Britcar in their Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Now, this is actually the first time this year in Britcar that a Ginetta has won the overall race. What an absolutely amazing feat for the pairing, their 4th podium of the season. Let's go and speak to Aidan now. Let's even grab a quick word with him. He's still got his helmet on. He's still celebrating with his team. I hate to jump in, but I've got to speak to him. Aidan, I'll give you a few seconds to decompress, get everything off, because that was a great end to the race. You just seemed to hunt Simon Clark down in his McLaren. Your Ginetta doing very well. Just talk me through that race. How tough was it out there?
Yeah, man, the conditions are so hard, but credit to the Hills Motorsport team, and credit for Michael for doing such a great job in the first stint. You know, that was mega, put me in a good position to win the race. And as soon as I went out, I knew that we had a lot of pace advantage on the McLaren, because the car just felt unbelievable to drive and I was overtaking everything. So yeah, it was so much fun. It's great to get our first overall win, first class win, our first GT racing win in anything for our team and for me and Michael. So yeah, it's unbelievable.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you celebrate with your team. Amazing job out there on track.
Thank you.
Give me some skin.
Cheers.
Love it. Good job from Aidan. And of course, Michael there too. Let's grab a quick word with Bill, because I just want to mention I caught up with, I think, your dad earlier, James.
Yeah.
I came to have a little gossip with him in the pit lane. I believe you are driving with a fractured wrist. Is that true?
I am. I fractured it playing the very manly sport of rounders about 2.5 weeks ago. So when I saw it was going to be wet, usually I don't mind, but a lot of corrections with my hands probably isn't the best things. But I mean, yeah, pretty happy. This is the first time out of Britcar. Obviously, managed to get a podium, winning class. So it was good fun, good battle. Like I say, it's a shame it wasn't in dry, sort of have more battles and everything. But I mean, fair play to these guys. They were, you know, I think the Ginetta there got past me fair and square, and just saw him into the distance, and I was just yeah, fair play to Simon. It's nice. Me and Simon raced against each other in Porsche Club for years, so it's quite nice to come back and race against him again. Just he's a bit higher up on the podium than we are.
Well, lovely racing out there. Good job. Go and ice that wrist,
Yeah,
because
thank you.
that's stressing me out.
Yeah.
But amazing job. Obviously, Bill and James have won the Invitationals, the only ones that are Invitational here this weekend. Let's grab a quick word with Simon Clark in his McLaren 570S. Just catching up on the media, but we'll swoop in, see what we can get from him. Simon,
you seem to have
having a little gossip. Simon's been on the podium before. He's won races in this McLaren before. Did very well last time out here in Snetterton. He was looking pretty good for the race win, but yeah, just couldn't hold it on the end. Simon, sorry, can I just borrow you a second?
Sure.
You looked very comfortable for the lead there, but just letting that Ginetta slip past you. Can you talk us through out on track? Because you were also on your own, so pretty tough race.
Yeah, it was. We were in a comfortable position, but obviously a pit stop always throws in a variable, and we were just a bit late coming out. I think we lost about 10 seconds, the Ginetta was gaining on me, there just wasn't enough. There was too much of the race left just to fend him off. So, but look, I'm really happy with the result. We'd always like a win, but that's still a solid set of points.
Well, we spoke to your team earlier as well in the pit lane. They did a mega pit stop for you. It was super quick. They actually had to hold you. How much of a team effort is it to get your car out here today, especially in conditions like this, to just keep it going?
Massive. I mean, it's a Form Evo racing effort. We've got sponsorship from Intap, Express Legal Services, and SB1, and the team that run it at Velocity Racing. They've run us all year. They've done a great job. There's 3 or 4 guys in the garage, but that's only part of the story. It's all of the people back at the workshop. We're like, there's the event that we now plan for the next event, so there's a lot of prep that goes into running something like that. So yeah, a ton of work behind the scenes. My job's the kind of easy bit.
Wow, you're being called to the podium. I'll let you go. Simon, congratulations. A great P2 for you here today. Well, that is Britcar done and dusted, but don't go anywhere. We still have 2 races coming for you. We have another track action about to head out on track, and the big one, the Caterham 3-hour Grand Prix. I don't know if I'd like to be one of them out there on track in these conditions today. We do think the rain is going to get heavier. Remember that Dave and I can see your comments here on the YouTube live stream, so make sure to get your comments in, subscribe. I'm going to ask you a question actually ahead of the Caterham Grand Prix. Now, if you were doing an endurance race in a Caterham, it was you and one other or 2 others, what driver would you have? Would you go with someone like William Harris, who is leading the 310R? Would you go for someone with a bit more experience like Charlie Lauer or Harry Senior? Or would you throw a complete curveball in and have someone completely different from the realm of driving? Maybe you'd put one of these Britcar guys in there. But let me know. I'll be checking. Dave will check up in comms too. But I can actually hear the grumble of the track action cars revving up to go for race 2. So to talk you through the grid and for the race, I'll hand back to Dave in comms.
Thanks very much, Leah. Yes, the car's coming to the grid then for the second race of the day for the Track Action Racing Club. This based on the second fastest time for each driver from the qualifying session earlier in markedly drier conditions than this, and it is Rod Burley who once again takes pole position in the BMW E36. I was speaking to Rod in the week. He says he's not sure what this car's like in the wet, so we'll wait and see here. Should have been Adam Croft alongside him, but again that car is not there. He was trying to get a replacement ball joint, we heard earlier, for that car for a problem in qualifying, but it looks like he hasn't been able to because I can't see his car on the grid. Second row, Gareth Porter is there, along with Chris Huddleston in the BMW Mini. Row 3 of the grid, Jake Richardson and Martin Kayser, first the Peugeot 206s, then Chris Van and Paul Needham on row 4. Row 5 of the grid, Katrina Gray and Paul Rice. And row 6, Dave Beecroft, who switched to the Saxo. Although the Saxo, I noticed when the cars lined up there, was in Dave's original grid position. Has been an amended grid sheet issued, so Dave Beecroft, hope he hasn't lined up out of position there, because otherwise that's a 10-second penalty for an out of position start. But we'll wait and see what transpires from the officials. This will be a 15-minute race for the Track Action Racing Club, and is Rod Burley going to clear off in front again? Gareth Porter kept him honest in the first half of the opening race in the Peugeot until his tyres went off, while it was Jake Richardson who scored his first Peugeot 206 GTI Cup win of the season. There's Katrina Gray at the back of the grid as they come out of Wilson. So yes, Dave Beecroft is lined up a bit further ahead there. Rob Burley's treating this like a race. He's taken off already on the green flag lap. So hopefully Gareth Porter will fare a little better this time. It's a shame we haven't got Adam Croft, because he's had 3 wins this year in his VW Scirocco, 2 at Donington and 1 at Pembrey. But not able to race, so they have that problem in qualifying. So Leah's question then. If you could share a Caterham in an endurance race with any other driver, who would it be? My choice would of course be my co-commentator, Chris Hutchinson. He's an ex-Caterham champion. I'd certainly have Chris sharing my Caterham. Maybe we could have Leah share as well and have a team of commentators. Sam Parker might be a good choice as well, our regular Caterham pit reporter. She's proved her speed many times over the last couple of years. Quick hello to Merv Beckett. He's watching on. 206s are going to be interesting. Gutted I'm not there this weekend with Track Day Motorsport, says Merv. Track Day Motorsport says yes, on the Rain Sport tyres this time. Let's see how the Peugeots get on. Rod Burley is trying to complete the quickest green flag lap in history here. Look how far ahead of the rest of the field he is. The race hasn't started yet, Rod. Scrino says, I'd have Frankie Muniz as my co-driver. Yes, the star of Malcolm in the Middle. He's became a racing driver, having competed in a celebrity event in America, and took up the sport. He's raced in lower divisions of NASCAR, and also won a class at Road America in GT4 recently. Malcolm on the podium, says Scribe. That's Grant Mule, who says, hello Dave, Chris and Leah from a warm South Africa. Damo says, Sebastian Loeb would be a good shout in this weather. Yes, he can drive anything. The cars, I think, are going round for a second green flag lap. Yes, they are, because of the changing conditions. So the rule is if the conditions change between sessions, the drivers haven't got any running in the wet, and they do an extra green flag lap. So who would you share within an enduro race? Come on, let us know in the YouTube comments. I reckon our cameraman Richard Barwick would be a good choice. He's done a bit of stock car racing in his time. Belated birthday wishes to Richard as well. Celebrated his birthday a couple of days ago. Goodsey Hero says, I'd take Jimmy Broadbent as my co-driver. That's a name from a couple of years ago, the former Praga Cup champion. Now a GT, international GT racer. Right, to Colin Ware. Yes, this is the only day of action from Snetterton. It's a one-day meeting this weekend. We're back at Snetterton in 2 weeks' time, though, with more Caterhams, plus classic touring cars and plenty more. 23 races coming up. To Connor, who says Jonathan Moore and Will Redford will be my co-drivers, ex-junior saloon car men. Hi to Matt Anderson, seen him out with the Track Action Racing Club this season. Says hoping Jake Richardson can make it 2 wins today in the 206s. Team 303. Daniel Walker says Brad Hutchison, the TCR UK driver. Quick hello to Motorsport Leah in our comments as well. No idea who that is. The reason that Dave Beecroft was out of position, he's starting from the pit lane. I've just spotted his Saxo opposite the commentary box, so Dave Beecroft's going to start the Saxo from the pit lane. Track Day Motorsport says plenty of Rain X on the windscreens today. Darren Harley Sim Racing says got to be Nigel Mansell to share a Caterham with. So, waiting for the cars to come up to the grid then. Will be a standing start this time. It's going to be a lot of wheel spin with standing starts, I think. So Rod Burley just pulling up on the grid now, and he's got to wait for the rest of the field because he's got so far ahead of them. I hope he doesn't burn his clutch out. There is the white BMW. So there'll be an empty space alongside Burley's BMW here because there's no Adam Croft. There's Gareth Porter's green Peugeot. Chris Huddleston in the black and white BMW Mini moves into position on the second row. Jake Richardson, the red Peugeot, first the 206s, then Martin Kayser's silver and red machine, the Total liveried one. Chris Van in silver. Paul Needham in white. Katrina Gray, the grey, pink and blue BMW Mini. Paul Rice is not there, unfortunately. Issues with his 206 by the look of things. And Dave Beecroft in the white, orange and black Saxo starting from the pit lane. So we await the red lights to come on in just a moment then. The 5-second board is about to be displayed by the marshals. And it will be a standing start. 15 minutes of racing. Race 2 for the Track Action Racing Club. Red lights are on. The revs are up. And away to a wheel spinning start again. Chris Huddleston struggling to get the Mini off the grid. Flying start by Martin Kayser in the Peugeot 206. He's got a brilliant getaway. He's got the lead as they get down towards Riches. My goodness, I think that's the first time we've seen a 206 Production Cup car lead overall in Track Action Racing Club, and he promptly goes straight on. Commentator's curse there, Martin, sorry. He's rejoined at the back. At least he didn't go straight on into the barrier. So that's given Rod Burley the lead back again. I think he was so surprised to be leading the race there, he forgot to brake. Meanwhile, Jake Richardson is now going to have a go at the race-leading BMW. He's up alongside him here. Look at Jake Richardson in the 206 now, having a go at Rod Burley. Burley gets his foot down along the short straight heading into Palmer's corner and holds the lead, but that's a rear-wheel drive BMW, of course. The Peugeot's a front-wheel drive, so they've got the handling advantage in these damp and slippery conditions. Here come our top three. Chris Huddleston in 4th place. Paul Needham's up to 5th. He's ahead of Chris Van. Then it's Katrina Gray. She's made a good start in the BMW Mini as well. But Jake Richardson is loving this up there in 2nd place in his Hot Wheels liveried Peugeot 206. The 205 of Gareth Porter is there in 3rd place. Now is Rod Burley going to clear away into the lead once again? Jake Richardson sideways. He's lost the back end of the 206. Oh, what a shame. The 206 spins at Hamilton's. Gets the brakes on there before he slides back into the pack. That could have been nasty if he'd gone across the pack there. 206 is a jinxed in this race, unfortunately. Jake Richardson gets going again at the tail end of the field. And so Burley leads from Porter. Huddleston up there in 3rd. Then Paul Needham, the newcomer this weekend's in 4th place and leading the 206 category now. Down the straight they go. PC Auto's car up there in 4th position. Then behind him is Chris Van. And Gareth Porter trying to stay with Rod Burley's BMW. There's Dave Beecroft, the Saxo, joining him from the pit lane on the tail of Katrina Gray in her Mini. Martin Kayser and Jake Richardson at the tail of the order after their mishaps on that first lap. But Martin Kayser, I can't believe it. He was off the line like a scolded cat, and I think he was so surprised to be leading. That's why he went wide. Katrina Gray, nice steady first lap from her. Chasing after Chris Van and Paul Needham. 6th position overall for the BMW Mini at the towards the end of the first lap. And Gareth Porter not letting Rod Burley get away. Again, front-wheel drive cars with the slight handling advantage here. Let's see if Gareth Porter can overhaul Rod Burley's BMW for the lead. He's going to have a go here down the straights there, side by side. I think Porter, will he have his nose in front? Yes, he will, across the line there. So Porter just gets his nose in front, but Rod Burley late on the brakes for the right-hander at Rich's. Leads the 46 car. Huddleston still third. Paul Needham up there in fourth, looking for a Peugeot 206 GTI Cup win on his debut. The PC Autos of Hina Limited sponsored car. We're only 5,000ths of a second in it at the line. Porter nipped past Burley just after the start-finish line, the timing line there. Things settling in then. Is Burley going to start to pull away from the Peugeot? Mini of Huddleston in there in third position. Up towards Agostini they come. Huddleston, is he closing down the two in front of him? Clear of the 206s, led by Paul Needham. Well, Jai Fletcher took a class win on his debut in that category last time out at Brands Hatch. Let's see if Paul can do the same. Dave Beecroft up the inside at Agostini. First pass we've seen there today, really. If he can complete this ahead of Katrina Gray. Katrina keeps her foot down, just keeps the nose of the Mini in front. Still Gareth Porter challenges for the lead towards Williams. Burley takes the inside line. This is allowing Huddleston to close in the Mini Challenge car as well, and now Porter gets a better exit there from Williams, but power of the BMW comes on down the straight. He's got the power in a straight line. Here they come. Up towards Brundle, the left-hander. Martin Brundle, born near Kings Lynn in Norfolk. Formula One racer turned commentator. His son Alex Brundle, of course, leading historic racer these days. Remember seeing him absolutely sling a Jaguar E-Type round Donington Park a couple of years ago at their historic festival, shared with Jaguar expert Gary Pearson. We'll see names like that and cars like that at the Goodwood Revival coming up next month. Well, Porter closing up again in the twistier bits of this Snetterton circuit, but as soon as they hit a straight, Burley gets his boot down and the power comes on from the BMW E36 and he's able to pull away again. Across the line they go. There's a board being hung out there by one of our marshals at the start line. I can't see at the moment what it says. Try and pick up on that at the moment. I've not got any notification from the timekeepers on what that is. There's a board being displayed by the marshal on the start-finish line. Whether it's a warning to drivers to put their lights on, I'm not sure. We'll pick up on that when we can. Meanwhile, I can tell you Jake Richardson's moved back ahead of Martin Kayser towards the back of the field. Burley led by 4/10 of a second at the end of that lap. Huddleston 1.5 seconds behind in third, and Paul Needham still immensely impressive here, leading the 206. I know there's been a bit of attrition on the first lap amongst them, but he leads by 6.5 seconds ahead of Chris Van, who had 2 wins earlier this season in that category. Three leaders, they're 9 seconds clear of Needham now. Here's Katrina Gray, she's going well in 6th position. Second in her class, Class DC in the Deutsche Marks Cup for German cars, behind Chris Huddleston. Here's Dave Beecroft, started from the pit lane, he's up to 7th now. Coming up on Katrina Gray, and there's Jake Richardson recovering in the 206, won the class in his first race. Just past half distance in this second race of the day for the Track Action Racing Club. So here comes Chris Huddleston. Might have a go for second place here. These three covered by just under 2 seconds. Rod Burley not getting away this time. Of course, Gareth Porter's tyres went off, so he dropped back in that first race, but now on the wet weather setup. the bomb hole, up towards the long right-hander at Caterham. Can Paul Needham hang on ahead of Chris Van to win the 206 category? Adam Murray's. Relapse completed then for Rod Burley. He's 3/4 of a second clear. And Chris Huddleston has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:51.079 for the BMW Mini in third place. So he might be about to make a challenge, at least for second place. There you saw the lead for Paul Needham over Chris Van in the 206 Production Cup. Burley goes into the hairpin, still leads the way. There's the 205, there's the Mini. Now, is he going to close up on Gareth Porter and make an attempt for second place here? Gareth Porter not making any inroads into Rod Burley's lead. 4/10 of a second slower on that last lap. Over 5 minutes of the race to go. Agostini, this looping left-hander. Lifting a wheel again on the inside there, the Peugeot of Gareth Porter. He was a winner in one of the very first circuit races, as opposed to short oval, that I commentated on back in 2010 on Boxing Day at Mallory Park, an open saloon car race. Closing up again on Rod Burley through the twistier parts of the circuit. As we said, the Peugeot, the more nimble handling car, is able to close in. Meanwhile, here's a battle further back, like Martin Kayser there. No, Chris Van at the head of this group. As Gareth Porter again gets the better exit. This time he's got alongside Burley. He goes through. But Burley will get his foot down again, down towards Brundle. He's going to get the inside line, surely going to retake the lead. Unless Gareth Porter is very late on the brakes here. They're side by side on the run to Brundle. Burley's got the inside. And back through he goes into the lead. Gareth Porter able to get the advantage on the tighter corners. Burley moves across as they go into the bomb hole. Holds the lead. Porter tries again into Caterham. He's not going to get there though. Chris Huddleston, who still has the fastest lap of the race, just looking on from third position. Porter closes up again as they come towards Murray's. Now, he had a run down the outside last time through. So meanwhile, we see Jake Richardson getting back ahead of Dave Beacle. He's charged through from the back. Here come the leaders. Porter will try again, get his nose in front at the start-finish line. He does so, but again Burley's got the inside run into Riches. But he keeps his lead. Much more absorbing battle for the lead of this race than we saw in race 1 in the closing stage. Huddleston just over a second further back in third place, then Paul Needham in fourth. Chris Van in fifth. Still clear air between them for the 206 GTI Production Cup. 9.5 seconds in it. Farmers come the leaders. Burley, Gareth Porter rather, has done a new fastest lap, 2:50.917. Only a 1/10 of a second quicker than anything that Rod Burley has managed. The Peugeot is not finished yet. Towards the right-hander. That's Oggies. Oh, the Peugeot locking up there as he tries an outside run. He tries to do an Aidan Hills there. He gets the switch back. Burley gets sideways. Was there contact between the two of them there? I couldn't tell. Burley got sideways there. Was there a little touch between those two cars as they head up towards Williams? Well, Porter's got the lead, but surely Burley is going to power back at him as Chris Van goes wide at Agostini. Keeps his place. No, he doesn't keep his place. Katrina Gray's got past him, and Richardson will try and go through as well. Meanwhile, here are the leaders at the end of the Bentley straight into Brundle, and Gareth Porter has got the lead. Well, Burley ready to fight back. There's only 1 minute 20 left on the clock. They'll be going into the final lap. This time, Huddleston just looking on. He's thinking, if they tangle, I can win this race. Up towards Cora for the penultimate time. And Gareth Porter is now starting to put clear air between himself and Rod Burley's BMW. This is going to be a very interesting inclusion. What's going to happen when they get to the Bentley straights? That might have to be Rod Burley's chance down the straights to try and power back ahead. Katrina Gray, meanwhile, holding off Jake Richardson. Has a look into Nelson. You're going to get up the inside there. Only just, but Gray holds it off. Dave Beecroft nearly loses it behind them in the sack. So this is a frantic last couple of laps. 20 seconds left on the clock now. The checkered flag next time around. So Gray is up into 5th position ahead of Jake Richardson. Jake Richardson trying to go around the outside at Coram. Meanwhile, we'll pick up the race leaders. And Burley's retaken the lead. I said he might have a chance down the straight, and while we were watching the battle further back, Rod Burley has powered the BMW back in front of the Peugeot. What's going to happen as they hit the infield loop this time, though? Is Gareth Porter going to get close enough? They've dropped Chris Huddleston slightly. Coming up to the part of the circuit where Gareth Porter is the stronger. Through Hamiltons and Oggies and then Williams. Got to keep pace with the BMW then. Out of Agostini. Up towards Hamilton. Is Rod Burley going to add a double victory? Is it going to be his 3rd victory in the Track Action Racing Club this season with this BMW, or will it be a first for Gareth Porter? You can see Porter closing up again. It goes to the inside towards Williams. Here they come. Into the right-hander. Burley hugs the inside line on the curb. Oh, he gets a little bit sideways on the exit. This is Porter's opportunity. He's going to go through. Burley spun the rear wheels up there. He's lost momentum. Porter moves ahead. Now, can he hold it? Can he hold it through this final sequence of corners? Burley back down the inside. No, the power of the BMW tells again. Well, the only opportunity that Porter has got now is to try and get alongside out of Murray's and get ahead on the straight, as he's done a couple of times. It's going to be very close. We could have a photo finish between these two now. Through towards the bomb hole for the last time. Burley will try and pull away from Gareth Porter. BMW versus Peugeot 205 GTI. Chris Huddleston in the Mini in 3rd place. They're way ahead of everybody else to the tune of nearly 30 seconds now. A great race between these three. Rod Burley cleared away in the last minutes of the first race, but the rain has proved the leveller. Here they come towards Murray's. Can Gareth Porter get alongside as they come through Murray's for the last time? I don't think he's going to do it. It's going to be a double for Rod Burley. Porter will try it. He tries to get up the outside, but he's not going to do it. And Rod Burley takes his double. Porter 2nd. Great race between those two. Huddleston 3rd. Further back, what about the 206s? It's going to be Paul Needham in the 206 GTI Cup. Katrina Gray is next in the order, I think. Or is it Jake Richardson? No, Richardson, of course, got ahead of her a lap ago. He's pulled away. It's going to be Paul Needham, our newcomer from Derbyshire, in the PC Autos of Hina car. There he is. Jake Richardson is not going to catch him. On his debut weekend in the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup, Paul Needham is going to take a win. Here they come across the line. Paul Needham, debut winner. Jake Richardson fighting back after that spin on the first lap for 2nd. Katrina Gray. I think that's her best overall finish so far in 6th place. Chris Van is 7th, and third of the 206s. Dave Beecroft next home. And then it should be Martin Kayser to complete the finishers. Yes, here he comes. He's obviously had a moment somewhere in the closing stages. His penultimate lap was a 3 minutes 12. So he's lost some more time somewhere, Martin Kayser. Such a shame after his rocket start. Who knows? If he hadn't gone wide, and if Jake Richardson hadn't spun, they could have been up there with the leaders during that one. Martin Kayser, our final finisher then. And Paul Rice sadly was a non-starter. So, provisional results then of Track Action Racing Club race number 2. Rod Burley takes the win, but only by 0.68 of a second this time over Gareth Porter, and Gareth got the fastest lap, 2:49.167. Chris Huddleston completes the podium in his Mini. Paul Needham, excellent drive to win the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup in 4th place, ahead of Jake Richardson, recovering after that spin on the first lap from last to 5th. Katrina Gray, excellent result for her in 6th in her BMW Mini. Then Chris Van, Dave Beecroft and Martin Kayser completing the finishers. The wetter conditions certainly did make that a better race, says Joy Goddard. Shame Paul Rice didn't make the grid, but very well done to Paul Needham, say Track Day Motorsport. There'll be a celebration from them. Right to Lynn Davies. She's watching from Cardiff, supporting Richard Davies in our next race, the Caterham Grand Prix, 3 hours of 300. Richard is in the 25 car, shared with Tom Emerson. Richard gunning for our Road Sport title this year. Kev's Banger Racer says, put Rod Burley in a Caterham. And Gootsy Hero says, can always tell a good commentator because they pronounce Gootsy correctly. Oh, thanks very much. I do bikes as well, you see. Andrew Dickey says, I think Tiffany Dell would be fun. Yeah, he has raced Caterhams in the past. Well, there isn't much Tiffany Dell hasn't raced in his career. Gootsy Hero says, try and fit Matt Neal into a Caterham. Yeah, he'd be a bit too tall, I think. Colin Ware says Callum Newsham would be my co-driver, the TCR star. Dirt Devil RC Motorsports from Australia says, if possible, I'd have Dale Earnhardt Senior and Junior. You know, we still greatly miss Dale Earnhardt Senior. Lloyd Jameson says Rob Lewis, the Ford Focus racer, will be my co-driver. In the meantime, I think cars have made it round to Parc Fermé. And hopefully Leah has kept dry enough to give us some interviews. Leah, over to you.
Well, going 2 for 2 in the Track Action Racing Club this afternoon at Snetterton is Rob Burley in that BMW E36. He did say he wasn't quite sure how it would perform in the wet conditions, but clearly something worked with him with that last lap overtake on Gareth Porter, who led for much of the race. Rob, I mean, that was a bit trickier than earlier, wasn't it?
That was, yeah. Oh, sideways everywhere. Nearly spun on the warm-up lap. Hats off to Gareth. He really did take the battle to me, and he wasn't on the best of tyres, but we've never used these before, and I can honestly say there was minimal grip, but hats off to Wes and Barry. Wes for letting me drive the car. fallen in love with this car. It's such a good little car. It just, I got really sideways, but it came back, and I thought, come on, girl, we can do this.
You did say it's for sale, so can you give a 10-second pitch to anyone who might want to buy it?
Yeah, if they want to ring Wes at West Suffolk Racing, it's 1-2 races now in the dry and the wet, so I think the price is going up every minute. You need to get in quick because he'll drive a hard bargain. But it's a wonderfully prepared car. It's it's just a road going engine, but it just responds so well. Such a joy to drive. Although I did have to work hard in that one. I know all the front wheel drive boys all wanted it to rain because they knew that they'd be up there with me, and it made it a good race.
It was really exciting for sure. Congratulations on a great victory once again. 2 of you today, so you deserve a beer or something, doesn't he? Let's go and catch up with Gareth, because I know he'll probably be pretty disappointed with that. He was leading for much of it. I know he's going to beat him to it. Oh, look at this sportsmanship. This is... We did just hear from Rob. He said, what a battle you had out on track. And he just pipped you on the last lap. Talk me through it from your car.
He was quicker at certain points of the circuit, and I was quicker at certain points of the circuit. But I had the same tyres on as I had in the dry. So I didn't even have wet tyres on. So it was fantastic fun. A bit of a handful. Every time I went into a corner, it kept locking up. So I had to use the gearbox to slow me down. But it was great fun. We had a fantastic battle. Yeah.
How did you manage that for 15 minutes? And why didn't you have your wets on?
I honestly don't know. I haven't got any wets. So I'm only here to enjoy myself, which is what I did. So that's what it's all about, enjoying yourself.
I was going to say, have you had a good weekend over?
Absolutely.
2 P2s, it's not a bad day out.
Fantastic weekend. Nothing better than a good battle, good clean battle. Yeah.
And at least you could take it to him in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great fun. Yeah. Got in lead for a little while, but couldn't quite hold it. Yeah.
It was a last lap pass, wasn't it? Really.
Yeah.
But sorry, you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
Go and I'm about to get a drive. That's going to be pretty impossible, isn't it? Did you enjoy driving it in the wet?
Oh, absolutely! If I'd have had wet tyres on, you wouldn't have seen me. It would have been gone. It's absolutely fantastic car in the wet. Yeah, nothing can get near it in the wet apart from the 4-wheel drives. Yeah.
We had a rear-wheel drive battling against you, but congratulations, great P2s nonetheless. Well done, Gareth. Let's see if we can find Chris, because we'll just have a look at these, because we have I'll get your words out. We have Rob's BMW, and then we do have a Peugeot as well, and then we have a BMW Mini as well in the mix too. So a great array of different cars in the Track Action Racing Club. We spoke to the director Dave earlier, and it is so accessible. It's so cheap too. So if you want to come and join Track Action for a day, it is very easy to do. Well, we have Caterhams now on track, ready for us for the 3-hour Grand Prix. And I caught up with Louis Darling earlier, who was the fastest of the hero drivers, and here's what he had to say ahead of the race. Louis, our fastest hero this morning in qualifying, a P4 for you.
Yep.
Can you just talk about the challenges you might face out on track being the solo driver in this endurance race?
Well, they're normally pretty easy to drive, so it's not that physical, so we should be alright, but we'll try pace ourselves. We've got longer pit stops, we've got a penalty as well for doing 4:20, so I've got an extra 30 seconds, so I'll be able to pace myself with the pit stops. We've got to come in for refuel, so there's brakes and signs and stuff like that in there, but no, we should be alright. Hopefully go for the overall, but because of the other classes, their penalties are a bit lighter than ours, so we'll see how we get on, we'll see how we do.
Because this car isn't your, or is it? Is it just tuned down because you have to run a 310 for this race?
My old car that I did in 270. We came second in that championship. We had 7 wins in a row, 9 of the year. But this is the old car, so we just come back in 6th for this weekend. But we were at Donington last week in the 420s. But yeah, that was decent. I'm happy to back in this.
I was going to say, what's it like? Yeah, what is it like being back behind the wheel of your old car?
Well, I always thought it was good, and until I drove it yesterday in testing, I was like, it's not very good. I hit a brake and nothing happened, tyres just... But you get used to it pretty quickly, and yeah, I'm happy to be back in it.
Lovely. And then what have you done in preparation for this weekend then? Because you said it's not that physical, but it's still going to be pretty tiring to do 3 hours. I mean, you have your pit stops, but it's going to be quite relentless.
It helps them young compared to some of the others. It helps them young, but they go to the gym a lot of cardio, but Yeah, we should be alright. We should be alright.
And then you're hopping back behind the wheel of your 420 or your 7 UK car for Snetterton, and then you've got that finale as well supporting the BTCC package again. Any hopes for the rest of the season? I know Donington was all right. You're looking to go onto the podium for the final two?
Yeah, Donington, we finally got the car back in order now, so it finally works. We've got power. Donny was a good test for that, but it seemed that everyone wanted to crash into us, so we had 2 punctures in one weekend, just unheard of. But I'm not doing Snetterton, I got other commitments, but hoping to do Branch GP, hoping to. So we'll see if we can get some podiums there, even not for a win.
Hopefully. Well, best of luck today. I know it's going to be tiring, but we'll be looking out for you, and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Leah. Thanks to Louis Darling. We're almost ready for the off with our 3-hour race, the Caterham Grand Prix. 3 hours of the Snetterton 300. We'll take you through the grid in just a second, but first I'm delighted to welcome former Caterham champion and Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson alongside me. Chris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and to a soggy Snetterton, but it wasn't raining last time I did the outdoor check, so things are going to be getting a bit drier out there, but it's good to be here, and they'll be back here for the final round of the championship for many of them in a couple of weeks' time. But yeah, we've got 3 hours of Caterham action. I don't know how we're going to cope. You can see the cars out there on track. And as through the course of this 3 hours, we'll talk you through all the rules and regulations. We can see plenty of cars out there, so let's head through the grid.
Yes, 25 cars we should have on this grid, and it's the Harris kids, the 3 brothers, Will Charles and James Harris, in car number 1 on pole position, with 95 the Governor's crew alongside. The quicker 310Rs to the front of the grid. This one, we've got 3 classes out there, 310R, 270R and Road Sports, all racing together. The Governor's crew is Steve Harris, father of the 3 cars, the 3 drivers in the pole car, sharing with Charlie Lower and Harry Senior. Watch out for them. Second row, number 70, Norfolk and Chance. Somebody just had to go for that name, didn't they?
It's the pub quiz name.
Andrew Johnston, Chris Buck and Ben Klukas. Very quick driver indeed. Watch for him. Louis Darling driving solo, so he's in the hero class for solo drivers, starts alongside. Row 3, Wingnuts, number 44, that's Rob Lowe and James Wingfield. The 99ers, number 99, Andrew Davison and Charles Rainford, British Touring Car race winner in that car on row 3. Row 4, Silver Series Scuderia, Peter Mott and James Emson sharing the 96 car, alongside Massive RS, number 88. We'll have to be careful how we say that one as well. That's Kyle Townend and Jamie Shand in the 88 car.
Next up then we've got Please Rain, the team of these...
Well, he's got his wish, hasn't he?
Paul Oglesby, indeed, Paul Oglesby doing a solo drive in that one. Alongside them we've got One Man, 7 Problems, another solo driver for Scott Helm there. Caterham Nürburgring are next up, and that's a 2-man driver with Henning Eschweiler and Lars Hoffman. We've got Ayar Motorsport from Henry Speaks. He's taking his Hong Kong influencer there. Far Q, again another one to be careful of there. Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs. Going to be a strong run from them. You've got Evans and their favourite with Ryan Hooker in there. So Craig Evans and Ryan Hooker alongside them as well. Then we got Foster and the Furious, and that is a team with Shane Forster in it. And then Rich and Rookie Racing, it's Richard Davis, Todd Emerson.
Next up, number 71 is Top Gun Racing. That's Richard Haig. He's silver, number 71 270R, alongside number 6 Silverstone Caterham. Eduardo Pontes drives solo in that one. On row 10, 58 Full Chat Racing. That's Charles Chapman and James Platt. Combined surnames, you see, with that name. Barry Rogers Racing Club, number 89. Not driven by Barry Rogers, it's Ollie Smith and Matt Fox in that car, in Ollie Smith's Road Sports. Team Valkyrie, number 63, Andy Palmer. Presumably that's an Aston Martin reference on that car. And number 4, SOD Racing is Richard Northridge, Sam Peters and James French. Alexander, well, I should say Alexander Dobrin, number 66. I think that's a typo on the grid sheet. That's Alexander Dobrin, the Russian-born racer, is 23rd on the grid. Team Mine Challenge, number 13, is Craig Jarvis. And then at the back, we have the number 9 car, Harrison Cavers. Now, he should have lined up in 6th on the grid, but I think he had a penalty after qualifying, didn't he?
He was found to be underweight, so we're running the same regulations that we run in our main championships. Therefore all the cars have a minimum weight, and he's a solo driver who was under that. We're actually taking an average of the if there's multiple drivers, we're going to take an average of their weight to make sure that overall the cars would be over that minimum weight limit. And yeah, we've got 3 different classes of cars. You see they've gone to 2 laps under this safety car. They're going to have a rolling start, which is also brand new for them, but we've got the road sports out there, the 270s and the 310Rs, and we're going to be evening all that out by the use of a minimum pit like stop time over the course of this 3-hour period.
Yes, each car has to make a minimum of 5 pit stops, I believe. What's the minimum stop? Is it all tailored for each car, balance of performance style?
You can take as long as you like. If you're going to be doing a driver change or a fuel stop change, it must be a minimum of 4 minutes. That's to give them plenty of time to do the safety that they need to do around that, especially on the driver change. But there is, absolutely no need. There's no other time limit constraint. They can go in for as long as they like. Minimum would be a drive-through. So if they want to actually class a pit stop, they can do by just literally entering the pits, driving through and coming out. They just have to make sure they have completed 5 minimum stops, and the rest is up to them.
But we won't see any tyre changing, will we? They have to use one set of tyres for the whole race.
The only time you'll see a tyre change is if they get a puncture, and then it'll be at the choice of the stewards to make sure that can happen. You can see conditions, though, have been changeable all day. It was dry for qualification earlier on, but it is now firmly wet, and the rain keeps coming and going and getting heavier and lighter. They are going to all start lining up 2 by 2 now, though, for brand new for them, for a lot of these drivers, those who didn't do the Caterham race last year, or the Grand Prix last year. Rolling start is definitely a new thing. So if you would go side by side all the way across now up until the lights, and as soon as the lights go out, racing gets under. The lights won't go out if the controller thinks that the racing is starting out of order.
So it's an all-Harris front row then, the Team Lotus lookalike British Racing green and yellow of the Harris brothers on pole, the Harris Kids team, with the number 95 yellow and green of Steve Harris, his regular race car alongside them. Second row, Norfolk and Chance are in black, blue and white. Number 70, Louis Darling, we've seen, is in black and gold, the number 29. 44 Wingnuts is red and white with a yellow roll cage, and the 99ers in bright orange. Watch for Charles Rainford in that car. He is seriously quick, as we've seen in British touring cars. 3 different classes of car in this race. We've got the hero drivers to consider and our solo classes as well. We don't have starting drivers for these cars, unfortunately, so we'll go by team names for this race. But we're about to get underway then. Something new on BARC TV, the Caterham Grand Prix. 3 hours on the Snetterton 300 circuit. About to get underway when that red light goes out. The revs are up to the rolling start, and here we go. Down towards Riches for the first time. Louis Darling's got away well from the middle of the grid, the second row there. He's up the outside on the Harris Kids, and he's going to take the lead as they go into this first corner. Harris Kids getting a bit sideways. The Governor's crew, Steve Harris's car up there, and 99, the way that's got away, the 99ers car, I reckon that's Charles Rainford on board that car with a quick start like that. They're almost disappeared behind the barriers there as they head down towards the hairpin for the first time. Now the car I'm watching for is number 18, the bright green car of Paul Oglesby. His team name is Please Rain. He's got his wish, so let's see how well he goes in this wet conditions.
Certainly slightly less physical when you're in the rain, and so doing 3 hours solo as Paul Oglesby, there he is in the number 18, going through, as are quite a few others. We've called it the hero class because you've got to be pretty heroic to want to do a full 3 hour endurance race. As you say, there's 3 classes of car out there, so you will see them sort of potentially separating with a little bit of overlap between each class, but the 310s are generally speaking at the front, the 270s are generally speaking in the middle as they all come side by side, and then the road sports, it's easier to spot the road sport because they will have the windscreen and the lights. Everyone has a rear rain light, but the road sports are the only ones you'll see with the lights shining down towards you. You can see the 9 car there, the Taylor O'Flanagan yellow car, he's had to start from the rear because of that weight limit issue, but he is coming through the field nicely, and also all the other cars, everything. That's Andy Johnson, I think, in the number 70 there as they're going around following Henry Speaks on his solo Traverse.
Well, it's Taylor O'Flanagan's old car from the back of the grid. It's Harrison Cavers driving it for this race. It was Taylor's car last season. He's now up in the Caterham 7 Championship UK. But Harrison Cavers, as we mentioned, was underweight in qualifying. He's already carving his way through the field, though, from the back. It's Andy Johnson, the man behind Moobob Software, in the number 70 car, dropping back slightly. That's the Norfolk N Chance car. They've made these team names just to wind us up, haven't they, some of these? We're going to have to
take apologies by the end, aren't we?
Well, Paul Oglesby said please rain. He's got his rain, and he's up to 3rd place already. 42 going well too. That's the one-man 7 problems team of Scott Helm. He hasn't got too many problems at the moment. He is up to 4th. There's the number 9, that's the yellow car from the back of the grid, about to dive past the 25. That's Rich and Rookie Racing, Richard Davies and Tom Emerson. Richard Davies, the favourite for the Road Sport Championship this year. That'll be decided here at Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time, as Louis Darling and the Harris Kids lead the way at the moment.
So Oglesby in a 270R, so he's outperforming many of the 310Rs. The biggest difference between those two cars is a little bit more power in the 310R, but also a limited slip rear differential, which you might think is good for mostly in the drive, but in this way it can cause the rear end to be a little bit more skittish. So Oglesby is clearly enjoying these conditions as his name sort of impresses as the rest of them go around. We've got the two Harris's brothers that we regularly see in the championship in that in the 310R, but also they've got James Harris, their brother, who's got the novice cross on the back of the car for that reason, because he has not raced before, and what an induction of fire this is.
That's very brave indeed, a 3-hour enduro in a Caterham for your first motor race. We've got one car already made a pit stop as well, Caterham Nürburgring. Henning Eschweiler and Lars Hoffmann, a former Caterham champion, the German pairing, have decided to go straight into the pits and go on to a different pit strategy early on in this one. We'll see if that pays off a little bit later on. That's the first of their 5 stops. We are counting the stops on our timing screen, so we'll be able to see if anybody is short of stops, as Louis Darling in the Williams Motorsport number 29 car continues to lead the way from the Harris kids. We don't know which of them it is in the car, unfortunately, for this one.
Yeah, with the helmet choices, we don't know what helmet colour is, so there's going to be a few that we might recognise through the day, but we'll call them as their teams and we'll mention who's generally in those teams, and by their relative speeds we might get an indication of who's on board as the rest of this field comes through. So Louis Darling taking to the lead at the moment. So Solo's sort of out front really, because Louis Darling, Please Rain and one man, there's all solo drivers.
They certainly are, yes, as battle is on for third place. There's well, I'll give you the indications
Bruno
of
Van Dijk and probably in the red car there, the number 3 car, the team far queuing. As we might say.
We'll go Team FQ with that one to avoid any slip-ups that gets thrown off air. Thanks for that one, Bruno.
But yes, he's in that red car. We don't often see him back in this championship. Great to have him back with us. See how he's going to get on today with Alex Coombs. That's a really strong team for the overall race.
Well, he could at least have gone with the name We Don't Talk About Bruno. I did get that in when he got his first win at Knock Hill a couple of years ago as well. He's in there somewhere. That's the red number 3 car, Team FQ as we're going to call them, sharing with Alex Coombs. They've made up 5 places. They're in 8th place on this opening lap. There's Henry Speaks in the Team AR Motor Racing car. Where do they get these names from? Maybe he's a fan of Outcast.
It's I spoke to him beforehand. It's to indicate from Hong Kong. It's the sort of kung fu noise. There you go.
Ah, of course, yes. Well, I won't be doing any kung fu impressions on air. Don't worry. Be a bit too cringeworthy. But still, Louis Darling who leads the way. It's going to be that sort of race, isn't it? Well, we say motorsport should be fun, and it certainly is in Caterham World. 1 man, 7 problems. Scott Helm is up into 3rd place. He's just done a 2:37.682 on his first flying lap up into 3rd position. Harrison Cavers from the back of the field is up to 9th. He's gained 5 places on that last lap. One car's lost a few spots is the Wingnuts, number 44, James Wingfield and Robert Lowe in their red and white sort of candy cane liveried car. They've dropped back down to 14th place. See how that pit strategy works out for the Nürburgring team, the two of Eschweiler and Hoffmann. They've rejoined at the tail of the field. We see our 2 leaders making their way out of Palmer up towards Agostini, and the Harris kids possibly looking to make a move for the lead.
Yeah, indeed. They've been following for a little while though, so I think they're quite happy with the speed in general, and they are pulling away slightly. There is that the number 7 car who has already been in the pits, so they're slightly out of sequence there. But nevertheless, they are firmly sort of around people, therefore will be getting the tow. We're going to wait for a bit of a quiet point, but we're never going to get that in a Caterham race, just to explain how the sort of handicap system is going to work throughout the course of this race. So, yeah, each team has to do a minimum length of pit stops, so they have to come into the pits at least 5 times, and the total of that pit stops has to add up to a minimum time, and that minimum time varies depending on the car you're driving and also the drivers that you have driving along. So if you're in a road sport, you must stop. Oh, a little bit of a replay. That is the number 7 car there, the Nürburgring team. I think it is Lars driving that potentially. Not a good position for him to be in, but nevertheless recover back to the pits, and we have got a side-by-side for the lead though, so let me just quite interrupt myself because we've got Harris around the outside then, so you can probably guarantee that it's one of the Harris brothers, whether it's Charles rather than James, who's the newbie at the moment. But Louis Darling now having a face full of spray, deciding he's going to pull out to the side and going to go back through down the inside of bomb hole. No, the outside's got the grip. We are in wet, so the outside of these corners will generally have a little bit more grip than inside. It's absolutely getting wetter at the moment. I'm sure the outside check would result in getting a wet head at the moment. But let me quickly go back to my talking. So 20 minutes if you're a road sport race is the basic. You must spend 20 minutes over the course of today in the pits. In the 270R, you must spend a minimum of 23 minutes 45 in the pits, and in the 310R, a minimum of 26:40. That number does increase if your team contains someone we would consider to be a pro-level driver. And we're classing pro-level drivers as people from the top level of UK so 7 championship UK drivers, as well as people like Bengt Lucas, like Charles Rainford, who race and very successful outside of competition. So we'll call out those drivers as well as we go through the day and try and keep abreast of roughly how everything is evening itself out. If everything works perfectly, then they all cross the line exactly.
That would be very interesting indeed to see the whole field on the centre straight at the same time to cross line. There is the 99ers, Andrew Davison, a regular in that car, sharing with Charles Rainford. We saw him at Touring Car Rewind this year in the Brute 33 Capri, of course, in the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. He can pedal anything, Charles Rainford. Very successful in Porsches, and now, of course, with the West Surrey Racing BMW team in the British Touring Car Championship. Still the Harris kids who lead the way. Paul Oglesby has dropped back into 4th place in Please Rain at number 18. Completing the top 5 at the moment is Harrison Cavers. He's gained another 5 places on that last lap. He's ripping through the field in that yellow number 9 machine in the 310R category. We'll have a look at our class leaders. The first of the 270Rs, he's one man 7 problems, and the 44 car has got more than 7 problems at the moment. That's the Wingnuts team, James Wingfield and Robert Lowe. They are in the pits. The bonnet is off. Hopefully one of our pit reporters, we've got Leah and Sam down there during this race, can find out
it looks like one of the brake reservoir or something off on that car, so maybe they've got a bit of a brake problem. Not ideal. Henry Speaks down the inside then of the other Harris car, the 95. But yeah, it looks like another position. So Henry Speaks is really on one. He's really enjoying these wet conditions, isn't he? As he flies around in his car. Plenty of drivers doing that solo challenge. So we have an extra sort of trophy for the driver in what we're calling our hero class. The drivers running solo. They're obviously going to have to manage all of that sort of pits, stops, and the fueling, and all those other things. We'll have to have a team around them. And there's plenty of rules and regulations that they've got to follow around that as well. And any indiscretions or any breaking of those rules will generally result in some sort of time penalty, a drive-through penalty, or otherwise, depending on what the clerk's jurisdiction is, as they tiptoe and paddle their way around this Snetterton 300 circuit. It was absolutely bone dry who they had for their qualifying this morning. And yeah, interesting that in the dry, the road sports are about 2 seconds slower than the 270Rs, who are about 2 seconds slower, there or thereabouts on the between turns. Nicely split. And I have to say, in my pre-analysis, I think road sports have got a really good chance of taking overall victory in this. There's quite a lot of time that the other teams have to get over them, so another 2 minutes, 3 minutes 45 seconds over the course of 3 hours, and that's going to be quite tricky and tough to build up those down. Yeah, my prediction would be one of the road sport probably one of the road sports that we don't have a pro on board. I'll look what my prediction would be at this point, because it's still early enough in the race that I can safely give my predictions.
I'm not predicting anything. I don't want to curse anybody like I usually do. Car 86 has just pitted. That's Evans' favourite hooker. That's nothing rude, by the way. It's shared between Craig Evans, the car's owner, and Ryan Hooker, former Porsche racing star and one of Britain's leading racing instructors, is out in that car as a pro driver today. So he's looking after things for the 86 crew. They've just made a pit stop. That's had the number 7 car earlier on. The Wingnuts car, we know, is having problems in the pits at the moment. Do get your comments coming in as well. Hi to Peter, watching from Scotland. And says, I'm surprised we're having much better weather for a change up here than you've got at Snetterton. Tony G says, gives an interesting feel to the coverage with this weather. And Mark Berry says, say hi to Boss Racing and especially Zach. Consider it done, Mark. You're enjoying the action. So the number 7 car, another bit of a moment there. The Caterham Nürburgring team with 1 or 2 issues early on. We saw them have an off at Williams Corner a little earlier on. 2 hours, 47 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. The Harris kids lead the way by just over 1¼ seconds at the moment. One man, 7 problems in third behind Louis Darling. Harrison Cavers, not surprisingly, has done the quickest lap of the race, 2:35.581, and he's charged through from the very back of this 25 car grid.
Yeah, you would expect to see him coming through the field, so in that 310, sort of eating through the road sports that he would be behind initially, and then through into the midfield, and then out into alongside the other 310s. Up again to complete one more lap. In the drive, you would have expected to do something like 71-ish laps. That's going to be considerably reduced in this wet weather, but equally, their fuel that they would have had to put in for the dry is going to have less of that. So there's less need to do the fuel stops that are going to take them a little bit longer. So it's going to be more about the drivers.
I'll wait for first round. Well, I was going to say first round of pit stops. They're not really going to be rounds of pit stops in this. There's no pit window. You can just pit all the way through at any time you like. Henry Speaks has made up a place in the Ayat motor racing car past the 99ers up into 7th position as we watch the Governor's crew, number 95, being chased by Forster and the Furious. That's American Shane Forster in the number 15. He's driving solo in his 270R. Looking further down, we mentioned one man, 7 problems leading 270R ahead of Please Rain, and AR in third place. That's Henry Speaks. They're all solo drivers. Leading road sports is Barry Rogers Racing Club. Do we know who Barry Rogers is? Right, seems like that.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I think he's a jazz musician. I think Sam's down in the pits though. Got some driver updates for.
Hello, right, yes, we have got Team Wingfield in the pits, unfortunately. They're having a few issues with their brakes. They had some issues with it in assembly just before the race, so they were bleeding the brakes, and I think they've been suffering with some brake problems in testing and qualifying this morning. So they're in the garage trying to get it sorted. Even Rob and James Wingfield are both trying to sort it out there, obviously against the time, which is quite stressful for them, but let's hope they get that sorted and get the car back out. We've had Caterham Nürburgring in for a pit stop, a very early one, part of their strategy just to get some time off their pit stop length done. So they came in, stopped with still with Lars in the car just for a few minutes, and then they went back out again. And also Team Far Q have gone and done a drive-through, which is all part of their strategy as well. But that's it from here in the pit lane.
Yeah, thanks Sam. Great to have Sam Parker, regular in the Caterham 310R Championship this season, as our pit lane reporter here today, along with Leah Halsey. Big thanks to both of them for braving the rain down there. I believe they've got some umbrellas with them just in case. So brake problems, as Cheesy pointed out there, for the Wingnuts team, number 44. Only more Wingnuts to put that right, unfortunately. New fastest lap of the race for one man, 7 problems, 2:35.374 in third place, just over a second behind Louis Darling, who runs in second position. I'd like to mention the leading road sport there. Barry Rogers Racing Club lead the road sports category, just over a second ahead of Rich and Rookie Racing. So it's 2 of our title contenders in road sport this year, Ollie Smith and Richard Davies in those teams. Third of the road sports further back is SOD Racing, number 4, Richard Northridge, Sam Peters and James French. Harrison Cavers has just made up another place. He's taken 4th from Please Rain. He's 13 seconds back now on one man, 7 problems with that fastest lap of the race.
So I think overall, my calculations were in each sort of 30-minute segment of the race, we will have to, the drivers in road sport have got about 37 seconds in hand over 270R and about a minute in hand over the 310. So we'll keep an eye on the gaps as we go on up through and seeing at the 30-minute mark how sort of along those lines they're getting. Obviously that's all impacted as soon as we get any sort of safety cars, but we look at the moment, can see a little bit of grass tracking's been going on. I don't know if it's by the Caterhams or the racing earlier on, but plenty of cars still having to overtake, and you can see the slightly wider lines that everyone's taking in this wet weather. Generally speaking on tarmac, and when it gets wet you get more grip around the outside of the circuit.
The Governor's crew under fire still from Forster and Furious. On the inside on the 99 car of Andrew Davison and Charles Rainford. So I'd imagine it's Andrew on board that car in the early part of this race. In fact, not Charles Rainford. We'll see him take over later on. Andrew, the car's owner. Usually it's the car owner that starts a race in shared car races to get the best laps in best of the conditions before the pro driver takes over. That's how it works usually in historic racing in particular. So the 99 car now under fire from 88. That's Massive RS, which is Kyle Townend and Jamie Shand. Swinging through Williams corner. They've got the road sports leaders, number 89, on their tails. And something else as well, a couple of the classes in this race don't have headlights to make it even more difficult.
Indeed, yeah. So we saw a couple of messages going out earlier saying, yeah, put your rain lights on for the GT cars. But yeah, we don't have lights at the front of the 310s or the 270s. You can see the road sports very clearly in the screen as we got side-by-side action there as they go around. Yellow flag actually down there, so someone may be off, or maybe there's a bit of debris as they're trying to make the drivers aware. But yeah, it's easy to spot the road sports for us today as they're coming, bright lights heading and streaming towards us.
Through the gloom down, it's really wet at the far end of the circuit at Bommel. Look at the spray. How can they see where they're going? We can hardly see them.
As a driver, yeah, you really can't. If you're following closely to the car in front, you are entirely relying on them having got their line roughly right, and you're looking desperately out the left and right to see whether you've got any sort of your peripheral vision markers that you can rely on. And yeah, you're so low down in one of these Caterhams. You see the driver's just going a bit wide there, and Road Sport's going to be able to take them up. They're going into the pits, but you're so low down that you really are in all that spray and muck as well.
99ers losing places there. Now that car, yes, it has gone into the pits, so likely going to change drivers, I would think, and possibly Charles Rainford will take over. We'll wait and see. There's a couple of road sports fighting out. That's the battle for the lead of the road sports class. The 25 of Rich and Rookie on the tail of 89 Barry Rogers Racing Club. Ollie Smith and Matt Fox. Matt Fox normally the number 99, of course, in his yellow car, but sharing with his championship rival Ollie Smith. Today, Richard Davies with Tom Emerson, who's a newcomer. Only a couple of roads, well, yeah, just the 3 road sports out there in this race.
I think it's Tom Emerson. I think there's another typo maybe in the entry list there, but Tom Emerson, yep, one of our pro drivers with us today, a very quick driver.
So Tom and James Emerson out in the 96 car as well. There is the number 13, that's Craig Jarvis, the Team Mind Challenge car. So towards the tail of the field at the moment in 23rd place. Things starting to settle into their rhythm now, really. There's number 37, Henry Speaks, the Hong Kong born driver, going well up there in 7th at the moment, 3rd of the 270R category at the moment.
We'll have to keep a lookout for the number of pit stops that they are taking. There's already some on the board, and most of those will be sort of tactical at this point. I think I did say I was going to make some predictions, and I think from the road sport grid, the Ollie Smith and Matt Fox car looked like they would be a strong proposition, as they've only got the 20 minutes minimum stop time to complete, which is the shortest that we have here on offer today. And then in the other classes, who will also have a class win, so we'll have a road sport class win, but also a 270 class win and a 310 class win. We'll have then the overall and also the hero winners. So there's plenty of trophies on offer. But the Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs, the number 3 team, look like they're going to be in contention for the 270. And the 310, the Harris brothers, I think is a good one to go with. But equally, they've got their James on board, who we're not sure how many laps he's going to turn, but he's not done any Caterham racing before, so that'll be exciting to see. But yeah, anyone that doesn't have a pro in their team lineup is going to have a little bit of advantage of it.
I'll let you do the mathematics, because your maths is stronger than mine, I think. I did study maths, but I was stronger at English, which is why I went on to train as a journalist. Louis Darling has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:34.748 for the number 29 at 310R. Here's our leader, the Harris kids, out in front. They've been battling for honours in the 310R Championship this year, Will and Charles Harris. It's been a fantastic season for them, with Father Steve further down the grid. Steve's car is the Governor's Crew car. It's down in 8th place now, having started on the front row of the grid. Steve sharing with 2 very quick drivers indeed, Charlie Lower and Harry Senior, 2 of the fastest men in a Caterham anywhere. So watch for them when they take over the 95 car. These 2 at the front, just under 4 seconds clear of one man, 7 problems. The first of the 270Rs in 3rd. That's the turquoise liveried car. Harrison Cavers up to 4th from the back. And Please Rain, Paul Oglesby, rounding out the top 5 at the moment as the leaders slip and slide out of Williams onto the...
Trying out different lines, aren't they? They're trying the extreme inside, but it didn't look like it had any grip on the extreme inside there. But they're both experimenting. They're kind of judging their speed based on how much Louis is clinging on in there. Don't forget the man in 3rd place there, number 42, one man 7 problems. He is in the 270R class, and that's a very strong showing there for the fact that he's clinging on, because he will have to do much shorter length of pit stops over the course of today than these front two will.
Back in the whoops, the number 70 car snaps sideways under braking and onto the grass. Turns out when the grass is splashing its way through. That's the number 70 Norfolk Enchants car of Andrew Johnston, Chris Buck and Ben Klukas. Now Ben has raced everything. He's currently racing in LMP3s on the continent. He got as far as British Formula 3 on the single-seater ladder. He's raced Porsches very successfully.
Indeed.
Yes, he was a champion down under in single-seaters. He's raced everything, Ben Klukas has. Very rapid driver indeed, and a good driver coach as well. So over the line go the leaders, separated by 3/4 of a second, Harris Kids and Louis Dye. Is it Harris Kids or Harris Kids?
Up to you to decide. It's all one word, isn't it? So however you want to do it. But those two still out front of one man 7 problems, and then Harris and Cavers, please rein in their sort of solo campaign they're doing as well. So like you say, it's settling down as you would expect in a race, even with Caterhams. It does happen, and the conditions do look like they're brightening up a little tiny touch, maybe outline window. Certainly the free. We've got another spinner there. That's the number 4. That's Richard Northridge, I think, in that car. Not having a good the spin is going to be costly today. So yeah, that's Richard Northridge, Samuel Peters and James French in SOD Racing.
That's number 4, one of our road sports. Everyone's going to be 16th place, spinning coming out of Oggies there. This is the 86 car of Craig Evans and Ryan Hooker. Ryan Hooker, a racing instructor, a professional driver. They're running 17th. They've already made a pit stop though. They've had 4 cars that made pit stops. Nürburgring. The number 86 that we look at now, the 99ers have been in, and also Wingnuts, but they had a problem, of course. They're currently in the garage. We'll get an update from either Leah or Sam down there as soon as we are able. Do keep your comments coming in on the stream as well. Let us know, who would you want to share a Caterham with? Kyle Townend's watching on. He'll be getting ready for his first stint in the 88 car, the massive RS car, sharing with Jamie Shan. So it must be Jamie in the car at the moment, as we see the Forster and Furious car under fire from the Barry Rogers Racing Club of Ollie Smith and Matt Fox. We don't know who Barry Rogers is, who it's named after.
He's a jazz musician. I wonder whether it is that as a reference, but nevertheless, they're my prediction. They're in the road sport, but they are currently trailing sort of 50 odd seconds back. Remember, we said in the sort of they are looking to get about a minute over the 310Rs in the first 30 minutes of this race, and we're getting towards that point. So everything's still working out relatively even with that road sport car against the lead 310s. But I think the 270Rs may have it at the moment with those solo drivers overall sort of in the lead at the moment.
I was going to say it might be a reference to V8 supercars in Australia, but no, that's Gary Rogers Motorsport, the famous team there. As the 89 car heads onto the back of Shane Forster's car in the spray somewhere on the Bentley Straight. Ahead of them, we've got the Governor's Crew, number 95, the yellow and green car there. 37 is Henry Speaks in the Ayart Motor Racing car, ahead of number 88. That'll be Jamie Shand at the wheel of Massive RS, blue, white and green, great colour scheme. At that car in the paddock earlier on. Very smartly turned out car indeed, that one. They're battling it out in the lower reaches of the top 10 for 7th, 8th and 9th. At the moment, Forster and Furious is 10th, and Barry Rogers Racing Club, the leading road sporty, 11th, ahead of Rich and Rookie by about 2.5 seconds now. Now this is the number 3 car. This is Team FQ, as I'm going to call them. Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs. They're in 14th position.
Can't see anywhere where we can see how many pit stops they've made, so we're just going to have to assume that they're kind of doing an average number. In fact, I do have a column. You're indeed right that we've had 4
in the middle of the TSL timing screen. We've only had a couple so far. I've had 4 pit stops in.
That's going to be very useful as we get to the Yes, so 4 teams have carried out a pit stop at least once already. So maybe Ryan Hooker has been in Caterham Nürburgring. The 99ers and Wingnuts we've seen having troubles with the brakes that they were trying to fix.
Sam Parker's just messaged in. Car 99 had a loose wheel. That's the reason for its first stop there.
So all that will count towards their minimum stop time they've got to take over the course of this 3-hour race. We've got 2.5 hours of that left. And like I said, so each class of car has a different length of time that they must be in the pits for over the course of the race. Road Sport's 20 minutes, 270 hours, 23 minutes 45, and 310 hours, 26 minutes 40. And then the drivers that are in them also have an effect on the length of time. So if we've got one of the drivers being a pro class driver, there will be an additional 30 seconds for that team as well that they have to be in. So that's how we're evening things out.
Full chat racing into the pits. That's the car 58, the sort of patchwork liveried car of whoops, that's Forster and the Furious going off. A little bit of drifting there from the 15 car onto the grass at Hamilton's, but it's kept it running, loses a place there. Full chat racing in the pits. That's number 58, Charles Chapman and James Platt. Chapman and Platt chat. So they're in pit lane for the first time. That's our 5th stoppers. Battle further forward. This is Richard Rookie. And behind them, I think that's the 71 car, Richard Haig in the Top Gun Racing silver machine in the 270R category.
When we race here in the dry, we've talked about the shakes, the rattle and roll, don't we, as they go down that straight.
The rattlesnake, as we call it.
The rattlesnake, indeed. So, but today they're all very much actually just fanning out because they just need to get a little bit of visibility out there. Andy Palmer taking over a position there. Andy Palmer, ex-CEO of Aston Martin, which is the Valkyrie project. Novichov comes in. Oh, sideways as he went out of Hamilton. That's normally a pretty much flat-out corner with just a lift as you go in there. Maybe a dab of the brakes just to get the front settled, but absolutely sideways as he was that time.
Yes, he is indeed the ex-CEO of Aston Martin, hence he's racing as Team Valkyrie out there today. And Henry Speaks worked on the Valkyrie project for Aston Martin as well. There's 99 having rejoined now the pits. They'll be towards the tail of the field. Well, just getting past the number 70. Norfolk Chance, the Johnston Clucas and Chris Buck scrapping it out there, but being lapped by the leaders at the same time. Still, Harris Kids lead the way from Louis Darling, just under a second between the two of them as we come up to the half-hour mark in this race. 1/6 of the race distance. Massive RS have just pitted. Number 88. Yes, Darren Harley says it's like Bangor Racing team names. Got to love a bit of
yes.
Team name humour. There's one or two I wouldn't repeat on air from that as well.
Yeah, Davison looks like he's just letting the leaders go through there, throwing the blue flags and somehow managing to see them. So the leaders are now through. That gap has come down below a second again now. So those back markers have sort of closed the gap up. So these two are going to have an absolute barnstorm as they go through. Louis Darlings, though, I think has got a bit more time to make up. He's classed as a solo pro driver in that car, and therefore he will he will have a lot of. He has got to overtake the lead car and get further into the lead. Watch the number 88 car there doing a driver swap. Remember, they've got a minimum, if they are doing a driver swap, of 4 minutes in the pits. So each time they do a driver swap or a refueling, they have got a minimum of 4 minutes to do that.
The 6 there, the Silverstone Caterham car of Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian-born racer, sizzling around the outside of the 86 there of Evans and Hooker. I think we can head down to the pits. What have you got for us down the pits?
Right, so I've got Jamie here. He's just got out of the car. This is Jamie's first ever race in his 310. He's done a few track days in. Jamie, how was that? I think you enjoyed that.
That is wild. Like, that is amazing. Like, this is all for 10-year-old Jamie. Like, I never ever imagined this was even ever going to be possible. This was never an option to me growing up. And nothing against my dad here who's helping out, but it was just a dream. So to be here with Caterham and you guys and Alex have been so supportive on letting me having a go, just wow. I don't know how you do this. It's mental.
You've got the bug though now.
yeah, I have got the bug, but it's just crazy. It's amazing.
So you've handed the car over to Kyle now. He's just here, just got in. You're obviously going to be driving again. Sorry about that noise there.
Wow.
Are you doing like half an hour stints each?
I don't know. We're sort of just winging it. We're taking a very northern approach to it, and we're just winging it. So Kyle was like, "If you're having fun, stay out." And we also had like, if I needed to call my mum, and like I'd had enough after 5 minutes coming as well. So I think from here it's winging it. We're skipping a fuel stop now because it's been wet, and obviously I've been trundling around, but yeah, just going to go out, send it, and see if Kyle can scare himself.
What's the weather like out there? The conditions? How's visibility?
It's biblical.
Yeah.
So Kyle just said trust the rain light. So as you're coming down here, it's not too bad, but as you're coming back around here, there was like this weird microsystem of rain. So it was fine for the rest of the track, and it was torrential. You couldn't see anything, and then obviously you're getting a face full of water, and you can't see anything. So I was just having to drive on sort of instincts, which is a bit mental, really. Maybe I am a racing driver.
There you go. I think you are.
Who knows? But yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But I can't believe we've got another 2.5 hours of it. I don't know if my brain can take it.
I think the adrenaline will take over.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, it's been really good. It's been really good. So yeah, Kyle's going to go out now, and I think we've loaded the car with fuel. Hopefully I'm not giving any trade secrets away. Any strategy, and then we're going to see how he gets on. But you know what Kyle's like. I think he was saying he's had 25 race starts. So he's the pro in everything, but obviously the time penalty. So, but yeah, I'm blown away, and I've only done half an hour.
You've only just started, yeah. Oh, it's so good, excellent. Well, I wish you all the best for later on.
Thank you,
and we'll and have some fun out there.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll catch up with you later.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, wicked. Thanks, Jamie.
Cheers.
There you go. Back to David and Chris.
Thanks, Sam, and yes, welcome to Caterham Racing. Jamie Shand, his first ever race after a track day career in his Caterham. What a baptism of, well, I was going to say baptism of fire, but baptism of water might be more appropriate for these conditions.
And Carl Townend in the 310R, which is going to be fairly new for him as well, so he's also got to learn a bit of a new car, and we'll see how they get on.
Yeah, he's only a Road Sports Championship driver.
That's right, yeah. He's a very successful campaign in the academy, and doing well in the Road Sport as well, one of our front runners, and yeah, now having a little bit of 310R practice as well. Why not?
Now, if you've never raced before, you've never had a race licence, you want to go, the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy is the place to do it.
Yep, head to caterhamcars.com and it will give you all the information. Places still are available currently for the 2027 season, so if you want to learn about that and everything that goes into this Caterham Motorsport ladder, there's the car that you get in the academy, and you join and race alongside everyone else who has also never raced cars before, and therefore will be absolutely level playing field, and Caterham put everything on board that you need. And yeah, you can come up through the Caterham ranks. You go from the Caterham Academy in your first year, you can upgrade your car at the end of the season and drive around in the Road Sports, who we're seeing in this Grand Prix series. And then at the end of the Road Sports season, you can choose whether you want to go up to the 270R and then beyond that 310R. And then once that's the ultimate sort of upgrade path for your Academy car that you started 4 years ago. And if you want to carry on into the top flight of Caterham UK Motorsport in 7 Championship UK, you can go and buy yourself a 7 Championship UK car, which is a very, very race-focused car indeed. We take you all the way, we teach you everything you need to know along the way, and as you can hear from our drivers, what an absolute buzz it is when you get out there. And all these drivers out here, this is a non-championship race, they're not scoring points, they're not doing anything, they're doing it because they love driving this amazing little sports car.
Must give a shout out as well to all the marshals and other officials braving the rain for this 3-hour race. Full credit to all of them, as we see a bit of a twitch there for the 89. That was a big moment for Barry Rogers Racing Club, Ollie Smith and Matt Fox. They're ahead of the 37 of Henry Speaks, but I think the 89 is up for position. Yes, it is, up into 8th place overall now, so they're going very well indeed against the
prediction.
The 270. Yes, your
Just
prediction
saying.
coming true at the moment. They're going after the Governor's crew as well. Steve Harris, Charlie Lower and Harry Senior.
Just a quick on that one. So all these drivers are competing. The overall winner will get to donate £1,000 to their chosen charity. And the Governors you just mentioned there, they're raising money for the Kids Club Kampala, a charity for kids in Uganda. So good on them. And all of these drivers will be choosing and what their sort of charity focus is. But raising money all the way through this race as well.
Darren Harley says, what would you call your team name in Caterham's? Another of our commenters, Scrino, says, I think Please Rain is my favourite in this one.
Yeah, and we're not going to read any that get written in there.
Keep it clean, please.
Yeah.
I'm already struggling with some of the names that are in the race, for goodness sake, here, trying to keep things clean. We always say motorsport should be fun, but it should be clean for on air as well.
But it's still Harris kids there, absolutely just nose to tail with Louis Darling in that second place. But remember, Louis got a few more seconds to take in his pit stop, so he's really got to get in front and starting to pull clear at the moment. But the condition, you can see them all slipping and sliding all the way around this track now. So as it sort of becomes less interesting, as it becomes less sort of spray filled, it can become more squirmy under the car, and you can see all these 310Rs with the limited slip differentials. As soon as they try and get on the power, the rear just steps out, and yeah, they're all struggling to get the power of that 310R down and onto the tarmac and down onto the back long back straight that we've got. But I think he's going to get past at this point. But he's lost out in that little that battle there with Andy Palmer.
Yeah, he met the 63 there to lap him as in the worst possible place there, and that's allowed the Harris kids to pull out a little bit of a lead now down the Bentley straight. They took the cars into Brundle and then to Nelson. This, I have to say, is the wettest part of the circuit up the far end towards the bomb hole.
Apparently it's stopped raining now down at the Russell stand, so yes, I think it's going to change. It doesn't matter whether I say anything or not, it's going to do what it chooses to do.
Darren Harley can keep us updated in the comments on the weather. He's sat down at Murray's in his car, so he's watching from trackside.
We'll call them our weather people out on the stands and stuff. So yeah, great to have people on board. There is Bruno van Dijk's car, the number 3, and yeah, another sort of car that we were sort of, I'm pitching to say it's going to be a good one. Alex Coombs also driving that car, so they're going to make good progress. So what are our positions in class then? Well, we've seen the Harris kids out front in that 310R currently. Lead 270R is still, in fact it's 197 problems, isn't it? Scott Helm in the 3rd place. And then in road sport, we've got Barry Rogers Racing up into 7th place overall. So they're doing the class winners are the guys that are really outperforming themselves at the moment, and will be overall better off once the pit times sort of come into play.
Pit stop for the Governor's crew. They've come in, number 95. Now, I think it's Steve Harris, the car's owner, that started that. So if they change drivers, it'll be either Charlie Lower or Harry Senior to take over. So expect that car to fly back up the order. They're both very quick drivers indeed in a Caterham. Warning for track limits given for the number 66 car. That's Alexander Dobrin in towards the back of the order. He's 17th at the moment out of the 25 runners. The Silver Series Scuderia car has come in as well. That's Peter Mott and James Empson.
So yeah, with the track limits now, normally you would have one allowance track limits before you start getting penalties, and now they have it's in sort of patches of 3. So when you've got 3 tracks limits over the whole course of the race, you get a warning triangle. If you get another 3 beyond that, that's when you get your 5-second penalty. Another 3 beyond that, you get a 10-second penalty. Another 3 beyond that, you'll get a drive-through, and then beyond that, you're getting a black flag. Go talk to the stewards to see whether you can continue. Here is our 3rd place battle there. That's the number 42, 197 problems, and it's Northridge's car and the number 4 car there. That's the SOD Racing.
Yeah, they're a lap down, SOD Racing. Saw them have a spin earlier on. They're running in 16th place at the moment. I'm not keeping much. I'm having too much fun with names and that sort of thing. I knew I would in this race rather than keeping an eye on positions. It's like test match special for motorsport, this, isn't it?
You can be pretty sure that the drivers don't have a clue who's going around and where they are either, so they're just seeing cars in front of them and they're just going to aim to get past them as quickly as possible. You really do sort of just have to keep pushing on. There's no time to hang around. Every time you do get held up, every battle is a battle because it's so tight on the sort of the discrepancies and the different pit lane times that we've got that you cannot afford to hang around at any time.
No, it can't be test match special. We haven't got any cakes. I have got some biscuits though. I'll get those out when we go to the pits next time.
I rely on you for our jammy dodgers in the commentary box.
Oh, they're not jammy dodgers this time. Sorry, they're Maryland cookies. We'll get those out during the next can down to Sam in the pits. We won't have time at the moment. So yeah, conditions do seem to be coming in.
Where is it?
Whispering.
Who's he driving with?
I can see the bottom of clouds, therefore yes.
We see a replay
that's
whoa!
Our road sport car. I think that's one of our lead road sport cars as well. That's Ollie.
Yes.
Ollie Smith's team, I should say. We're not
Ollie
sure
Smith
exactly who's in the drivers, but that was a properly wayward moment that time.
Yes, that was a bit of a scary moment there coming through the left-hander, but Hamilton, I think they've kept it going. Yes, the car in the order now. We'll see as it comes to its next lap. Louis Darling, meanwhile, has come into the pits, our second place man has made his first stop. So 1 man 7 problems now up to second. Harrison Cavers is now third. The lead gap is 11 seconds between Harris Kids and 1 man 7 problems. Silver Series Scuderia still in pit lane. Caterham Nürburgring, which stopped earlier on, has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:33.358. I guess it's Lars Hoffmann in that car, the former 310R champion. Had a fantastic battle last season with Taylor O'Flanagan in that series. Taylor now up in the Caterham 7 UK Championship. His old car is currently running third in the hands of Harrison Cavers in this race as the leader laps Eduardo Pontes, the number 6 car. It's the Silverstone Caterham car. Making their way towards the back of the course once again. Marshall's sheltered safely in there. Marshall's post. It's very well equipped Snetterton 300 circuit. Of course, we're back here in a couple of weeks for the Caterham Grand Finals this season.
The finals for Road Sport 270 and 310. Yes, the 7 Chaps GP will be with us. They will have another round beyond that of the Brands GP with the TOCA touring car package. And we'll also, we've got the Academy will have a race as well beyond into the Silverstone international circuit. There's Obblesby. He's doing a solo drive all the way to the edge of the track there, but that does look like a breath intake, but that's exactly the fastest line in these kind of conditions. And well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that certainly that's what it is. But you can see how squirmy it's been around Hamilton. You can see how tippy-toe that is. In the dry, that is over 80 miles an hour they take through that with just a lift off or maybe just a brush of the brakes. We're really having to work at the moment in the conditions that we've got to keep it all pointing in the right direction. But yeah, we're starting to see the leaders then, or the lead group, start taking their first pit stops, and Louis Darling was the person who did that. But Ryan Hook has also been into the pits. As we said, the fastest car out there is now with Lars Hoffmann in that number 7 car, the sponsored car. And we can be pretty sure that he's out there now and turning in those laps. And in general, looking at the lap times that people are putting in, it does look like it has. It's slowly getting quicker.
2 hours 15 minutes to go then this Caterham 3-hour Grand Prix, and one car has led all the way so far, our 310R leader, the Harris Kids, who took the lead at the start from Louis Darling, who made a rapid getaway before the number 1 was in front there. Several cars in the pits at the moment. Norfolk and Chance are still in the number 7. They've been there for a couple of laps. Alex Dobrinin is in, Silver Series Scuderia and Louis Darling all in pit lane at the moment. I think we can hand down to the pits with Sam for an update in just a moment. What have you got for us, Sam?
Not yet, because we're still fueling.
So Peter Mott's just got out of the car, out his 310R, and obviously James Empson has just got in. So how was it out there for you?
Wet. First few laps when we were all bunched together, visibility was awful, so it was a bit of a mess. You could just basically red dot through the blur. But it's settled down. I think the rain has slowed down, and it's settled down now, and it's now a case of just, not slipping off. There's quite a few people I see are coming off and spinning off, which I'm just trying to avoid doing. So probably driving at 95% is the smart move around here in these conditions. You've got to really concentrate. It was 40 minutes in the car, and one small lapse in concentration, you're off. So it's a lot of focus. So
it's just about putting consistent laps in, isn't it, each time?
It is, yeah. And it's not about really racing the people around you. Find opportunity to get past someone who's a bit slower, for sure. But as you say, you just got to pound in the consistent laps. Keep concentrating and keep a smile on your face.
Exactly, because we're here for fun.
Exactly, you have to remember that, right?
Yeah. But it's lovely to see James back out in your car, obviously, but it's lovely to have him back in the 310.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he went off in the first, he had an accident in the first race of the year in the 310, so his car wasn't drivable anymore. So when the opportunity came up, I know he's now recovered because he had a bit of an injury. When he fully recovered, I said, look, there's a seat with your name on it, James, you have to come and join me. And yeah, he's having a whale of a time, so I think this is going to tempt him to come back again next year.
It's going to give him the bug again, isn't it?
I reckon so. He's smiling from ear to ear, so I think it will.
That's such a lovely thing to do.
Yeah, no, loving it. Of course, we're good, teammates and good buddies, so it was great to race with him. So
what's your strategy then, or do you not want to delve into that?
Well, probably it doesn't really matter, because I guess no one's listening. So we're relying a bit on safety cars, so we're trying to push our pit stop time, because we've got to do 5 pit stops, and we've got 26 minutes. So basically we're kind of stack our time towards the end and hope, well, not that we want the safety car, but we do from a timing perspective, because time spent in the pits in the safety car is hugely advantageous. So our plan is, twice driving each, reasonably shortish pit stops and then save some time and use that on safety cars if they come out. I'm astonished there's been no safety car at all, so fair play, credit to the drivers. A lot of slipping around, tough conditions, no safety cars. I haven't seen any contact. A few people off into the grass, but I haven't seen anything, so that's, that's good. But we are a little bit with our strategy hoping for a safety car.
I think that's going to be. I think a lot of people are actually. We had it. Did you do it last year?
We did. And I think I think I got third in the Hero, and I came fourth overall, and I managed to time the safety cars quite nicely. So that was the key. The people who got the safety cars right, But today might just be raw pace. If there's no safety cars, great. Then it's everyone's pace, of course. So that would be good.
Exactly. And it's brightening up a little bit.
Oh, is it really?
Well, I think so, don't you? Look.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Behind the visor, it was just constantly raining. You never can tell if it's raining or if it's just spray. So you're right, it is. Yeah. I don't think we're going to get a dry track, though, Sam.
No,
I think it's still going to be wet, but it might make it a little bit easier for visibility.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, have fun later on when you get back in.
Cool, and I'll see you back here in a few weeks, right?
Yeah, we're racing together.
Yeah, we're very close in the championships, I saw.
1 point.
1 point in it. Yeah, look forward to it.
I look forward to that too. Thank you, Peter. There we go. We've got Louis Darling behind. Actually, we've just panned round. He's obviously come in for his pit stop. He's doing a Hero class, so he's all on his own. So that's one of his pit stops. Not sure how long, but I think he was out the car. He came round into this garage, so he's obviously doing quite a long pit stop in this one. So he'll be back out soon. Another car, Shane Forster's. He's another Hero class. He's just coming in for a pit stop. See the team waving him in there. They've all got to stop at 45-degree angle in the pit lane, so making sure they all stop in their correct bays and obviously at the correct angle. So it's good for these guys in the Hero class. Fair play to them, because it is not easy. 3 hours of this concentrating is not easy at all, especially in these conditions. You've got to be feeling the car all the time. But another car coming in. This is Craig Jarvis. He's another Hero class driver. So it's nice to see him back, because he was in the 270 championship, but we haven't seen him in the main championship for a while. But he's obviously wanted to come back and do this race. So it gets a bit quiet at times on the pit straight here, but because a bunch of them just about to go past, which is always the way with Caterham racing. They always find themselves on track. So I'll hand over to Chris and Dave now.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. Mentioning safety cars there as we were, there is a car that's gone missing out on circuit. Car number 3, Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs, has not come through on the last couple of laps, so they have stopped somewhere out on circuit. I wonder if that might bring out a safety car, but it's apparently not at the moment. And the Governor's crew, we mentioned that they've got Charlie Lower and Harry Senior in their squad, so they've had a driver change, because that car's just set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 30.874 for the number 95 car, which is down in 17th place at the moment. We do seem to have lost car number 3, Bruno van Dijk,
we're doing very
and
well in
Alex
their class.
Coombs.
So unfortunate to see that missing. As we look at our number 1 car, number 1 on the car and number 1 out on the track at the moment. And we're just coming up to that 50 minutes complete, or we've just completed 50 minutes of this 3-hour race, so still plenty of laps to be got in, and plenty of pit stops as well. They have not been into the pits as of yet, so they've still got all of their time still to go, but clearly deciding they're going to slip and slide their way and make time where they can. There is the number 9 who made his way all the way up, and then 58 there as well. That is the James Platt and Charles Chapman car, isn't it? So full chat racing.
Yeah, about half the field have made at least one pit stop so far. Highest in the order at the moment who has stopped is car 86 of Craig Evans and Ryan Hooker. We got Barry Rogers Racing Club coming now. There's the number 3 car.
Maybe a transponder issue? It
must be, yes.
We did have a few in qualifying earlier on with the transponders, and Bruno hasn't been out since, I think, Cadwell at the beginning of the year. Therefore, it might well be that transponder's just lost a little bit of connection. There's the number 18 car, it's Oglesby, in his solo attempt.
Yeah, car 3 still no working transponder. Just come up on the timing screen, so the timekeepers have spotted
They found
it.
him as well. Yeah.
Barry Rogers Racing Club and Rich and Rookie Racing are both pitted at the same time. There are 2 leaders in the road sports category. As the number 3 car runs wide there, Paul Oglesby goes through. He's still running in 4th place. He won't be too happy to see the conditions easing off a little bit, because he's the one who wants it to rain out there. He loves racing in the rain.
He'd take that 4th place. I know he's a couple of places behind his fellow 270R, but I still think they're going well for the overall podium at the moment.
There's the Nürburgring team car number 7. That's Lars Hoffmann at the wheel, showing with Henning Eschweiler. They did have the fastest lap earlier in this race. They were the first car to make a stop at the end of the first lap. They're back up to 11th now, so they've cycled through much of the field. Lars Hoffmann, as I mentioned, a very quick race indeed, a former champion in UK Caterham racing.
Imagination by playing. I think that sort of north end or south end of the track as they go around Bombhole, I think that's getting wetter again. I wonder whether the rain is coming from that corner, and the spray does seem to be picking up once more along this start-finish straight as well. So yeah, absolutely looks like the conditions are changing, and let's keep an eye out whether the lap times go off as well. That will be our indication that it's happening.
Coming up towards the end of the first hour here at Snetterton then in our Caterham 7 Grand Prix, 3 hours of 300, and the Harris kids have led all the way so far. Will Charles and James Harris ahead of one man, 7 problems by just over 17 seconds now. Scott Helm driving solo. Separate award, the Hero Award for the solo drivers in this 3-hour event. Harrison Cavers, he sits 3rd overall. And here's the Governor's crew car now. Who has gone in that one? Is it Charlie Lower or Harry Senior?
Looks like Charlie Lower's helmet, that one.
95, yes, so Charlie.
He's been chased by Lars Hoffmann. They had some great battles, didn't they, in the 310Rs a couple of seasons back?
Remember a great fight between them at Anglesey a year or 2 ago as well, and Hoffmann really throwing the number 7 car through Anglesey, through Agostini there.
Another error. Still, we're cookie field now, but it's causing some saliva problems.
Gets out of shape over the curb there on the outside of the exit of Hamilton's there as well. So the road sports leaders are in the pits at the moment together. That means that SOD Racing have moved ahead of the 3-car road sports field in this one. It's under 2 hours and 6 minutes of this race to go then, as we watch Eduardo Pontes under fire from Harrison Cavers. The Cavers family, we used to see in Brickcar in Porsches a few years ago. Carl Cavers was very successful there. That's the ex-Taylor O'Flanagan car, straight through into 3rd position. He's 13 seconds behind, one man, 7 problems in 2nd. Please Rain are a further 33.9 seconds back in 4th place. So the leaders are fairly well strung out at the moment, but the race leader has just come into the pits to make their first stop, the Harris kids. So hopefully we can shortly hear from the crew of the number 1 car. Charlie Lower's done the fastest lap of the race, as we mentioned, in the Governor's crew car, 2:30.874 a couple of tours ago. So the race leader is in that one man, 7 problems. Scott Helm into the lead of this race, ahead of Harrison Cavers.
The tactic of waiting to see whether there is a safety car to sort of do the majority of your, if you've got to sit in the pits for a while, and you don't really have to do that many sort of fuel stops, as the wet weather will have reduced the fuel usage massively. The tactic of waiting to see whether there is a safety car is actually quite a sensible one, I think, overall. And maybe that's one man's his intention. He's going to stay out as long as he can before then making multiple stops towards the end. But, that is our team number 37. Henry Speaks driving around, still maintaining his good running order there. And you can see the colours on the left-hand side of the tower, giving you the different classes that we've got going on throughout the field as well.
Grey being the 270R Hero category. 310R is the light blue, the darker blue is 310R Hero. The pink is the regular 270R, the multi-driver cars. Yellow is road sports. Those are your 5 classes in this race. I don't think we've got any solo drivers in road sports, have we? No, they're only 270R and 310R.
So, yeah, and they're the chart that we'll get a winner per race car type. We'll get an extra winner for anyone who did it solo, and then they will get the overall winner who wins the after the output of the handicap, which is based on the pit stop and the length of time. But we're just coming up to that first hour then complete of this 3 hours around here. Very different challenge for all the drivers, and well as the conditions out there, having just the concentration levels to drive this car. You heard how sort of on the wire all the drivers we've spoken to as they've just jumped out the car, and it's a different skill to become a consistent driver over the, much longer. And to say, in the driver we're expecting sort of 70 laps to be completed. We're going to be under that because of the conditions. conditions, but nevertheless, it's still a long time to be driving a car that is fully human controlled. There is no software helping you out here. It is your right foot directly linked to the rear wheels of this 7 car. Relative, various different bits of different levels of power underneath that right foot, but yeah, there's no traction control, no ABS, nothing to assist. It's all down to the driver, and that's a long time to be concentrating for.
A couple more pitters on this lap. Henry Speaks and Andy Palmer have both come into the pits. And talking of pits, I think we can go down to Sam Parker. Sam, what do you got for us?
So I've got 2 drivers here, both in different teams. Andrew, obviously this is your first time driving your 310 in the wet. Well,
first time driving a Caterham in the wet. So we were lucky last year for the academy that we didn't have any wet races. So I was very fortunate for that. But this, I've got to say, I was petrified. And the fact that Ben put our car in P3, and I knew I had 22 other cars behind me, yeah, it was pretty harrowing, to be honest, but I've enjoyed it now that I'm in and I've stopped.
Now you're out the car.
Yeah. But I spun a couple of times, but I think one of them was on the TV, so yeah, enjoy that, everyone.
And then Steve Harris.
Hello.
You're in the governor's crew with Harry Senior and Charlie Lower. So you've done your stint for all of your stint, or
I think so. I went out for about 35-40 minutes, so I was pretty pleased with that. Obviously, Charlie Lower put it on second place, so second on the grid, which was great for me because it meant I got to start alongside Will, who was on pole. So, but it was really good fun. It was brilliant. I mean, I put it in the grass once, which dropped me down from 3rd to about 9th, and got a couple of places back and finished about 7th. So for me, that was that was really good. And you need to look at you need to say hello.
Oh,
to
there you go.
board over there.
Just turn round, John. Look at the. Look at the pit board. I love that pit board. It's so
really
bright.
good. So swapped over. Harry Senior's just gone in the car. He's just done. He's got fastest lap at the moment. So who knows? Let's see how we end up. I'm really happy. Yeah, it was great fun. I mean, totally wet, couldn't see a thing, but brilliant. Really good.
And obviously your sons and their cousin are in P1.
Yeah, I mean they did really well. I mean Will did an excellent pole. That was really great. But young James, I mean this is James's first race, and probably a good one in a way because there's not that many cars on track. But he hasn't done much in the wet. But in the dry he was doing solid 212s consistent yesterday. So he's a quick young man. So we'll see. They're happy.
Yeah. And Will's just come in, hasn't he? Just done a little break, I think.
He's just come in for a break, and then I think Charlie's going next, and then they're leaving it for young James to take the glory of the checkered flag. So that's their plan. But no, it's been. Oh, I haven't got. So we're racing today for Kids Club Kampala. It's a charity that works out in Uganda, looking after basically abandoned children or children living in the slums. So if anybody wants to give any money to that, it'd be good. We've actually raised £2,000 so far, which is like amazing for these guys because literally that will feed like kids for like a month, So it's an excellent charity, really well run as well, the highest level of governance. So that's really nice. And it was started like 18 years ago by actually a guy I used to work with. His daughter took a gap year, went to Uganda, and when she came back, she said, "I've got to do something," and she's just given her life to basically trying to make sure that the kids that are living in the slums, because often the father's not there and the mother has to work or get money somehow, so the kids are left on their own. So they've set up centres in the slums in Kampala to take the kids during the day, make sure they get a hot meal and give them education. And it's a great charity. Go and have a look at it if you get the chance. It's really good. And money goes an awful long way there. So like $2,000 is mega for these guys. So yeah.
And if these guys win, then Caterham.
Well, that would be fantastic. I mean, if we could make that 3,000, we could make it 3,000. I would be so happy. I mean, that would be brilliant. So, yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed, right?
Absolutely, it's a fantastic charity. The work they do,
Last
it's incredible.
Sam, why aren't you driving? Well, you should be out there.
I've definitely got FOMO because it's raining.
I bet you have. Unlike AJ there.
Unlike AJ, yeah, he's happy. to be out of the car. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy later. Are you getting back in the car, AJ?
If they get a dry line, I think I might try and go out and do the last 20 minutes, half an hour.
And Chris is in the car now?
Chris is in now, yeah, and then Ben's going after that, so I'll be able to watch out it's done properly.
Well, I hope Chris is having fun out there as well.
I think he looks like he is.
Yeah, he likes the wet, doesn't he?
Thanks,
yeah, brilliant. Thanks, AJ. Right, there you go. I'll report back shortly with some more news, but otherwise I'll hand over to Chris and David.
Thanks, Sam. And yes, apologies to Charlie Lower there. We did to Harry Senior. We did say it was Charlie who'd taken over the number 95 car. It is in fact Harry Senior in the car. He's just done a new fastest lap, 2:30.858. Though number 95, the Governor's crew car. Harrison Cavers has come into the pits, and the 86 of Evans and Hooker has gone in as well. So it's one man, 7 problems that now leads the race by nearly 50 seconds ahead of Please Rain in second. Top Gun Racing are up to third, and as I say that, one man, 7 problems comes into the pits. So car number 18 will now take the lead for the first time.
A few drivers out there not having taken their pit stops yet, but there's also a couple that have taken 2 stops, so different strategies on show at the moment. Louis Darling deciding obviously to take a long time out in the pit lane there, so he can just be out on track for as long as possible. In weather update, it's brighter again, and the sprays are reducing very, very slightly, but in the distance I can see other colours of cloud, and yeah, we'll see. It's going to be changeable, I think, until the end of this race, that's for sure, so still lots to get done. But yeah, so one man, 7 problems now in the pits. That'll mean that Ogilvy takes over the lead then of this race, and then Top Gun Racing is just behind here. In fact, I think, yep, there we go. So the timing screen has now updated. He's crossed the line, and it is now in that lead.
So Please Rain leads the way as we watch the number 96. That's Silver Series Scuderia. And as I say that, he spins out before I can finish that sentence. That's James Empson at the wheel, but a quick recovery. Is being chased by the Harris Kids car, which has dropped down to 4th place after making its first pit stop. But the 96 car does rejoin, just ahead of Eduardo Pontes there in the number 6 machine. It's twitching about there all over the place, because of course his tyres will be covered in mud from going onto the grass there, so he's got to wait until they clear up again and he can get back up to full speed.
Yeah, it won't be too much before that. It will quickly clean those tyres up, and like I say, I think there's very little grip out there anyway. So, yeah, very happy to be back in that car and exploring the full limits of it as well. As we watch one of the Harrises coming towards us as they head down. They're choosing not to use that extreme edge of the track, so clearly finding some grip in the middle part of the circuit. And that is the number 95 then of the Governors, and so that will be Harry Senior driving it. But yeah, in the wet weather you generally go everywhere, or you put your car anywhere where cars are when it's dry. That's generally where the most grip is, and you'll see the more experienced of our drivers will use the extreme edges of the track, because that is where the tarmac is still at its most abrasive through this spray and mucky conditions. As we say, there's Dobrin in as well. He's out there enjoying himself. He's absolutely fully solo, and he's going out to the pits. So when he does his pits, he goes out to the fuel station, and they fill him up just like you might do as you're visiting your local fuel station in your car. But yeah, just under slightly increased speed. Where we've got the sort of the pit times are only really limited by the fact you need to do a minimum amount of time. He's got time to get out to the paddock, go fill up, and then come back and join the race without actually costing himself any time.
There is a race circuit, a street circuit somewhere in Eastern Europe, where they use part of a motorway junction as part of the circuit and use a filling station on that part of the road as the pits. I'm trying to remember where it is now, because I would love to see the Caterhams race around that. They actually pull into a petrol station to refuel. It's excellent.
Full chat racing, very colourful car out there circulating still through, navigating that sort of middle line through the corner, through Bombhole and into Coram now. And again, yeah, the spray is definitely reduced again, so it looks like the overhead rain that was coming down is now slightly abated. Also quite breezy out there as well, which again would normally be something that we concentrate on. But yeah, today that's not going to be less of an issue. More, that's in fact normally a help, because it blows some of the spray away.
Eat, Sleep, Rally, Repeat, and our comment says I'd take Kalle Rovanperä as my co-driver. Yes, rally and circuit racing driver. Good choice there. He'd be quick in something like a 310R, I would think. Paul Oglesby has just come into the pits, so the vast majority of cars have now made at least one stop. Top Gun Racing hasn't. Silver in case that's Eduardo Pontes hasn't. And Team FQ number 3 have not stopped yet either. So those are the only 3 cars that have yet to make a pit stop. There's Carl Townend in the number 88 car. His first time in a 310R in this race. Only came up from the academy into road sport this season. Learning quickly though in the very smart number 88 car, chasing down Eduardo Pontes in the 1980s Williams liveried machine. Well, Eduardo, based in London but born in Brazil, so with that colour scheme, I'm guessing he's a Nelson Piquet fan.
I used to be a Piquet fan myself out there in my youth, shall we say. I think in sort of in the dry and where we do Race of Remembrance, I think that sort of if you have a brimmed tank, you can just about get to about an hour and 25, something like that. And in the wet, that's going to be increased, obviously, because we have a lower fuel consumption in this wet condition. So going to be a little, Caterham fuel gauges are not renowned for being fully accurate, so it's always a risk to rely completely on that. But nevertheless, we're getting to the point now where drivers that haven't taken a pit stop yet will be starting to start questioning how much fuel they have left in their car. There is our number 71. That is, he's Richard Haig. He's doing a solo run in his 270R car.
He's just taken the lead of this race. I'm loving the Top Gun number plates on that car as well, the number 71.
It's got bullet holes if you look at it all over it as well. It's quite the theme.
Oh dear. Richard's nickname isn't Goose, is it?
Oh dear. Let's hope not.
So he continues to lead the way at the moment with Paul Oglesby having pitted. Anybody else making their stops? There's still those 3 cars out there that have yet to stop at the moment. The 86 car has been in the pits for quite a while. Evans and Hooker. The 99ers have come in as well, so it wouldn't surprise me if Charles Rainford is possibly going to take over there in the orange number 99 car. 1-man 7 Problems still in the pit lane as well.
So obviously if they are having to come in and do fuel stops, that will push, or even driver changes, that will push their minimum to 4 minutes. And like I say, they've still got time to spare because they won't have to do all of the pit stops at their sort of minimum level. So there's going to be a bit of hanging around. It's when do you choose to do that? Still watching the number 71, then Top Gun Racing in there. Richard Haig on his rig. He's been going for an hour and 6 minutes, so an hour and 7. His best lap so far, 2:36 in his 270R, and the fastest 310s out there is 2:30. Obviously, currently the conditions out there I think are not quite at their best, but we might be getting back towards that looking out my window.
So just over 1 hour 50 minutes to go then. A few of the leading runners from early on currently in pit lane. Here's we thought we'd lost earlier on, the number 3 of Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs. Now where are they in the order at the moment? In 7th place, they're the leading non-solo 270R car at the moment, so looking for the win in the regular 270R category. Harris Kids lead the 310Rs. Solo, it's Top Gun Racing lead the Hero category at the moment. In 310R Hero, it's Louis Darling. We saw a big twitch from him through Hamilton earlier on, running wide there, looking for the Paul Oglesby line there, the number 3 car. Leading the road sports is Barry Rogers Racing Club there in 9th position. Is he looking for the Paul Oglesby style line there, or just pushing it a bit wide on those turns? Seems to be understeering a bit there, that car.
You can see how it's just, as soon as you're trying to get that power down, it really is squirming still underneath. There's very little grip out there on these Nova ZZS. All the cars today, all across all of our championship, they've got exactly the same tyres on board. They may have chosen to, Dobrodin absolutely crossed up there. Is he going to make it out? He's still crossed up. The car is just about going back to a straight line as he was absolutely around the outside of that, having fun all the way through that corner, heading out into the Wilson hairpin once more. But absolutely all on the same type of tyre. They can choose whether they went out with a high tread block or a slightly worn down tyre as their sort of one choice they've got really, and once they've made that decision they're stuck with it. And I think a lot of people would have gone with the high block tyres in the slightly cooler conditions and the wet weather with the sort of spray that we're seeing. That might be the safer bet, if not maybe the ultimate sort of lap time.
Dobrodin, we saw them certainly taking some risks. That was more like driving a powerboat with a Caterham coming out of Rich's, the way he was soaring at the wheel there into the straights. Here's 1-man 7 Problems, number 42. He hasn't had 7 problems so far. He's had no problems at all. Pitted from the lead of the race. He's down to 9th now on his outlap. Top Gun Racing still out there, continues to lead. ahead of Harry Skids. Silverstone Caterham now back in 3rd place. They've just done their personal best lap, but they've yet to pit. And the number 3 car as well has not yet come in, so they'll be getting marginal on fuel possibly soon as Dobrynin runs wide again, just ahead of Scott Helm in the 42.
Green flag there, so maybe someone off at the turn 1 there.
Well spotted there, Chris. We'll wait to see if somebody has had a moment there further round the lap. We didn't see if anybody had gone off anywhere.
We're back to those conditions I said earlier where the spray's slightly reduced now, but you can see the car's absolutely scrabbling for any grip out there, so the squirmy nature has come back as they have to. They're slightly increasing the speed, and that just makes the cars in the middle of the corners where the grip is least available, really does when they get, especially when they get the power, and you can see it even under braking there for Henry Speaks in his number 37 car there. The car really is moving around, it's talking to the drivers all the time. They're trying to, some of them look, you can see, avoiding that outside line.
This is the number 99 machine, Andrew Davison and Charles Rainford sharing that car. They had that problem with a loose wheel earlier on there. Further down the one they'd like in 20th place. This is Richard Northridge's number 4 car, the SOD racing car, shared with Sam Peters and James French. They're in 14th place, the 3rd of the 3 road sports runners. Most cars have rejoined rather after their pit stops. The Harry Skids have just come in again for a 2nd time. That car hasn't gone too far since its last pit stop, so I don't think that's not a sign of a problem developing. Please Rain is still in pit lane as well. That's now lost a couple of laps. We'll wait to see when that comes back out on track as well.
6-3, Andy Johnson coming down towards us. See a little bit of a lock up there. You can see the tread pattern briefly appearing, which is, you won't get the smoke in this the conditions we've got now, but if you have a look at their tyres as they're coming down towards you see the tread pattern display itself. It's because the wheels stop moving as they head up and through Hamilton and off into towards Oggies, but Anne Johnson sort of still there. In fact, it's Brundle Nelson they're heading down, isn't it, coming down towards us. Was that Palmer? So they've got 86 car there, sorry, I'm distracting myself, and that's Evans' favourite hooker there going down into the Brundle Nelson complex.
So the commentator strikes again, says one of our commenters. I think that was when 96, the car of James Empson, spun earlier on, just as I was talking about him. This is the 89 of Barry Rogers Racing Club. It's got the 99 behind him. They go charging straight past there. Henry Speaks goes through as well in the number 37. Place lost there by the number 89, the Road Sports machine. Henry Speaks now in 20th place at the moment, so making his way back up the order as best he can. This is Eduardo Pontes chasing down the number 3 machine. Pontes currently running in 2nd overall because he's one of the 3 cars that are yet to make a pit stop. Well behind Top Gun Racing though. The other car that hasn't stopped is number 3, Team FQ. Their rhythm going in this one, the lead for Top Gun Racing well over a minute now, I think, over Silverstone Caterham. Alex Dobrynin around the outside there of the number 99 car, the 99ers team. 13 in there as well is Team Mind Challenge in the white car, and Henry Speaks hoping to make short work of this lot as he tries to recover back up the order.
As we're saying, in about each of the 30-minute slots, in order for a road sport to win, they've got to sort of exceed 37, well, 270s, they've got to catch them up or exceed their gap by 37.5 seconds in the 310R, just over a minute, so 66 seconds. So we are now into the 2nd hour, deep into so quarter of an hour through that stint. So we are looking to see what kind of gaps those drivers will have, and as it starts sort of evening itself out. But because everyone has their own complete choice of strategy and how long they want to spend into the pits and when, as long as they do spend the minimum amount that their car has been allocated ahead of the race, it's really tricky to sort of call it, so we won't really know until quite near the end of this race exactly how things are sort of timing themselves through. We'll be able to judge by their classes individually, so the 310R are all having their battle together, as are the 270s and the road sports, and that's easier for us to follow along. But the actual how the overall winner will sort of come out, I don't think we're really going to know that until probably the last quarter of an hour of this race.
It's more like a high-speed trial at the moment, isn't it, than a race, trying to get as many laps in as they can. This is the 96 car in the pits now. Is that a legacy of that spin it had earlier? This is the Silver Series Scuderia car. James Empson spun it coming out of Palmer's corner.
It wouldn't have taken the nose cone off if they didn't see there was going to be a problem, although they might just be taking the front anti-roll bar off. Maybe they're deciding that that's giving them too much front understeer, and removing it could lead them to have a bit more front grip. I wonder if that is what's going on. That's certainly the area of the car where that front anti-roll bar sits, as they're making a driver change as well at the same time.
Yes, Peter Mott is going to get back in, the owner of the number 96 car. We heard from him earlier on. He's very much a driver that emphasises motorsport should be fun. Certainly has that as his ethos. And finally, Top Gun Racing has come into the pits as well for a refuel.
Harris managed 1 hour 20 minutes. So you note that one tank of fuel can last 1 hour 20 minutes.
Harris Kids are still in the pit lane for their second stop as well. Also in is the 96 car, that's the one we're looking at now. So that's put the Governor's crew back up into third place behind Silverstone Caterham now. Massive RS are up into fourth place. Kyle Townend and Jamie Shand, the relative newcomers to Caterham Racing. They're driving very impressively indeed in that fourth place. The number 3 car, the other one that hasn't stopped yet, is in 5th position. One man, 7 problems, back up to 6th place. So the bonnet going back on the 96 car then of Peter Mott, I think he's now back in the car, will be very shortly. Will be back into the race after that unexpected.
Nice to see the light trail sort of scheme on this car. You don't really get to see that as it's going around at whatever speed these cars go around at various points, but it's nice to see the full effect of that wrap there that you've got. Got plenty of time to get sort of strapped back in, so you can see Peter Mott getting himself positioned back in that car, and they'll have done any fueling they want, because they have to be out the car while they're doing any refueling. So at the moment they're not deciding or choosing to do that. So yeah, going well so far.
I think shortly we can hand down to Sam Parker, who's down with the number 96 Silver Series Scuderia team for an update. Sam, over to you in a second. Sam's just getting set up down there. We just spotted her moving into position as we see Alex Dobrinin running a little bit wide there at Hamilton's as he chases the 89 of Ollie Smith and Matt Cox, the Barry Rogers Racing Club car. But I think we can now hand down to Sam, who's with the Silver Series Scuderia team.
So I was just about to have a chat with James. He's just making sure that Peter's all ready to go. So Peter's just got back in the car, so we'll let them get out of the way and then we'll have a word with James, who's just got out. James, how was it for you being back in the car?
Wonderful being back in the car, but we made a setup that wasn't working in the greasy conditions, so we had no front end at all, so came in, just changed the front end and Pete jumped in again. But no, fantastic to be back, first time since May, so it's brilliant, really good.
I bet that seemed like a long time, doesn't it?
It was a very long time. My hand is now repaired and it just took that long to do it, and then Pete messaged me and he said, do you fancy the GP? And I thought, well, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not indeed? Oh, it's lovely.
No,
so is it starting to form a dry line out there now, or is it still quite greasy?
It was better when I first got in the car where it was soaking wet. It's now gone greasy and there's so many different lines being taken out there. There's just greasy the whole way around the track, so you think you've got it nailed on one lap, then you go in there the next lap and there's either mud or something else on there, and I honestly didn't put any mud on the track. So no, really good fun though. Really good fun.
So it's just lovely, isn't it? Because obviously it's non-championship. It's just about drivers having a fun round, which there's no pressure, is there? And it's we always put a little bit of pressure on.
Sam, you're a racer. You know full well the minute you get in that car, there is pressure. Everybody wants to do well. Everybody wants to get the front. I'm surprised you're not out there with it being so wet, because you're normally a demon in the wet.
I know. I've said before, I've got some FOMO going on.
I'm not surprised.
But you never know. We're racing here in 2 weeks' time. We could have some rain then.
You're racing here in 2 weeks' time. I still haven't got a car yet, so I'll be back next season though.
Back in 310 for a full season?
I'll be back in 310 for as much of a season as I can manage. I love it, so I'll be back.
That is brilliant news. I'm pleased to hear that.
Thank you very much.
The championship's not the same without you in it.
But it makes a Sunday very boring watching it all on TV. I have been along to a couple.
Yes. Oh, brilliant. Well, I'm looking forward to next season then already. That's good. Thanks, James. When do you get back in the car?
Yes, I will. So I've got another 50 minutes to do a bit later on. Hopefully it might dry, but I very much doubt it.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, James. Right, there you go. I'll hand back to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sam. A shame she's not out there competing this weekend, but very valuable having her in the pit lane. So Alex Dobrynin runs wide again. He's done that a few times, bit of grass tracking from the 66 car in this race.
Sort of one spin per 10 minutes at the moment.
That's a bit harsh. Better than I've managed, certainly. I couldn't drive one of these in the dry, never mind in wet conditions like this.
But yeah, it is still very tricky out there. The concentration levels you're going to have extremely high, and we've spoken about that already. And it's just now has Silverstone Caterham in the lead then as we crossed the line last time. Still not got a pit stop showing against them, so they've managed to stretch their fuel out to nearly an hour and a half now, which is pretty impressive. But I think that is getting towards where you might start questioning how much fuel you've got left. But we are in the wet, and as I said already, it massively reduces the fuel consumption because there's so much less of the lap that you're full throttle. You've seen how tricky it is to get the power down in these cars. They only weigh just over as much as sort of the old minis. They're just over half a ton, these cars, and that doesn't give very much weight to actually break through any water, so they tend to just squirm around in these conditions. But as you've heard from Sam, who finished second in her class last year, so yeah, so absolutely she really does like the wet weather, and I used to love the wet weather as well. It's just that drivers get a feel for it, and it really is fun. But that is the number 6 car then, the Silverstone Caterham car, but sideways there, Pontes as he heads around. Yeah, they just got to come in at some point. I hope he's not waiting for a signal on the pit board that's not coming in, but yeah, maybe he can just go and see what the endurance record for the longest stint is in a Caterham.
Yes, he's got a long way, to say the least. He's trying to get it to half distance, I think. The Governor's crew are now in second place because they've got Harry Senior flying along in their car. He's just done a new fastest lap of 2:29.548. Here he is coming out of Nelson's corner in that second place. And as we say that, the number 6 does come in from the lead of the race. So he's finally exhausted his fuel supply, and he's in to refuel now. The only other car that hasn't stopped is the number 3 of Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs. They're in third place and about to inherit second.
A car with no transponder though, so I wonder whether the timing screen would automatically assign them a pit. Maybe when they went missing before they were in the pits. It might be worth.
Good point.
Yeah, it might be worth taking that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, perhaps they were making a pit stop. There is the number 3 car. We'll have to find out if they have actually been in and the transponder loop didn't pick it up. Well, that's car as the number 95 car zooms into the lead now. The Governor's crew. So the number 95 it is that leads from, it'll be the number 3 in second place, and Top Gun Racing number 71 in third. Black and white flag for car 25, that's Richard Davies and Tom Empson. A warning for exceeding track limits for them. As Alex Dobrynin battles it out with the Nürburgring team. They went across their nose coming out of Williams there, pushing a little bit too hard as through go Hoffman and Eschweiler, the number 7. It's made 2 stops, that car. I think it's still Lars Hoffman on board that machine. And there is the 25 coming through behind them
Lars has an
As
orange
well.
and green helmet, so we can keep an eye out for that. It is Lars still circulating. And also worth having, we'll have a quick peek at the lap times in a second and see how this conditions, because they certainly look like they've cleared up quite a bit, don't they? The lack of spray, well, there's still a lot of spray and sideways movement from the car, but it's a lot more visible than it was lap time. I think that number 3 is doing pretty well at the moment. We called it as one of our sort of, or what I called as one of my favourites, and I think they will have done a pit stop, so yeah, it's definitely looking positive and up for them at the moment.
We can find out from down in the pits if they have been into the pit lane the point during this race. The red number 3 car running up there in 3rd overall, leading the 270R category. 310 led by the Governor's crew. Road Sport still by Barry Rogers Racing Club. Louis Darling racing one of our quicker solo drivers in the 6th position at the moment in the number 29, but of course they'll have that additional handicap under the balance of performance system.
Yeah, he's classed as a pro driver and a solo pro driver, therefore he has another 60 seconds to make up over similar drivers who aren't classed as that pro.
The 99 car running down in 18th place. They had that delay early on, of course, for that loose wheel. 63 is Andy Palmer. Where is he in the pecking order at the moment? Down in 19th place. Team Valkyrie machine.
Does look like it sort of cycled through once for all of our teams now, doesn't it? So we're going to be getting a bit more of a kind of visibility, other than the teams that have chosen to take 2 stops. It's going to be a little bit more sort of realistic and presentational level. So that 89 car back up and into 8th place currently, and circulating very nicely in what is the Road Sport Championship class, don't forget. So the fact that he's within sort of touching distance of the cars in front of him says that that Road Sport is certainly going well in the overall standings as well.
It certainly is, yes. Great to see the less powerful Road Sport car right up there inside the top 10.
Less powerful, but still beautifully
done.
sideways. What a shot.
Beautiful power slide there through Oggies, Ollie Smith or Matt Fox, whichever it is in the car. They've been out with Sam Parker in the Caterham Drift School, I think. Brilliantly done there, sliding the car through Oggies. We saw them go off at Hamilton's as well earlier on onto the grass. So a little wayward, but still quick. Up there in 8th place at the moment, leading the Road Sports category. It's still the Governor's crew that leads overall from this car, the number 3 of Team FQ. And Top Gun Racing are still in 3rd, the number 71 car of Richard Haig. One man 7 problems in 4th. That's Scott Helm in the number 42 car. Louis Darling now rounds up the top 5 with Silverstone Caterham dropping down the order because they're currently in pit lane.
Just approaching that halfway distance then, we're just coming down to that hour and a half done, hour and a half remaining in this car. So we've just had that kind of running standing order, and just a reminder then of how this system's going to work today. So we've got Road Sports 270Rs and 310Rs all out there, but they are competing for the overall win together. They'll have a class win in those 3 classes, but they're also competing for the overall win, and we're going to do that via a handicap system. And the handicap system is how long they must have a minimum length of time that they are stationary in the pits for, or when they are not out on track, and that increases that length of time for the faster the cars out there, and also increases based on the driver, if we consider the driver to be a pro level for the purpose of this level, this race event. And so they will have all different lengths of pit stops which they must remain minimum, and the idea is that anyone even in a road sport is therefore competing and could cross the line first, which will give them that overall win. And the other class out there is the solo, we're calling them the hero drivers, who are the solo drivers. There are multi-driver teams, but also there are drivers choosing to do the 3 hours all by themselves.
The number of pro drivers who've gone out there, including stars from other series like Ben Clucas, Charles Rainford, and some returning Caterham champions as well. It just shows the stature of Caterham Motorsport in the UK at the moment, and how popular it is.
It's a fantastic, absolutely manual car out there. So we've got no traction control, no ABS. It's a rear-wheel drive, 2-seater sports car. And if you've never driven a Caterham before, I highly encourage it. It's extremely capable, fun car to drive on the road, but really comes alive when you drive it out here on track. And we have a whole Caterham Motorsport Ladder Championship. So if you want to get involved in motor racing, then you can start in our Caterham Academy, which is designed around drivers who've never had a race license before, and then all the way through Road Sport, then 270s, 310s, and then 7 Championship UK, which is our national level of motorsport. So that's sort of the same as the touring car level. They are competing for the title of British Caterham champion. So really is a ladder for everyone, and we do tend to find that drivers who compete well in the Caterham Motorsport ladder, they often can go elsewhere and compete very strongly, as the racing in the Caterham is often just some of the closest in UK motorsport. And it's fun. It's a car and a set of cars that I did my racing career all the way through 2013 all the way through to 2021, racing these cars and had an absolute ball doing it.
It really is a fantastic way to get into motorsport, whether you're experienced or a novice in the world of Caterham racing. Extremely friendly off-track scene, as well as a great social scene in the paddocks. So we've passed half distance in this 3-hour Grand Prix, the 3 hours of Snetterton 300. It's still the Governor's crew, number 95, who lead the way, but most cars have still only made one pit stop. A couple have made two. Looking further down the order, 9 cars have made 2 stops. Rich and Rookie Racing on 25 just rejoining. And one car, Full Chat Racing, has now made 3 stops. That's still in pit lane at the moment. Good to see the wing nuts are going again as well. The 44 hours is back out on track. They've solved that braking problem from earlier on, but they are a number of laps down at the back of the field.
Yeah, they had obviously the braking reservoir off, which means they have to put one back on, obviously, and then they have to fully bleed the system through as well. So yeah, that is not the work of a few seconds, and so good to see them back out there. James Wingfield will be pedalling, I'm sure, to see what they can recover back through, but obviously that's detrimental to their overall position.
Yes, they're currently at the tail of the field. We'll see if they can recover. In fact, that car has just come back into the pits for a second time, so I hope I haven't jinxed them.
Obviously, when it is the brakes, it's not a nice feeling if your brakes go to the long and if there's a slight leak in the system. It's obviously something you desperately don't want. Even at the slightly reduced speed, you certainly want the brakes every time that. And in fact, it's if you keep an eye out as the drivers as they're entering a corner, you'll often see the brake lights just flashing as they go halfway down the straight, and that's just to make sure the brakes are going to be there the next time they ask for them. So you will see the brake lights flashing on and off just at strange times, so maybe halfway along little straights and things, and it's perfectly natural. It's just where we tap the brake pedal with our left foot to make sure. You can see it happening there just before we went for the brakes, just to make sure that they are fully ready and going to be there when you ask for them, when you need them.
Yeah, especially in wet weather like this, if you've been through the puddles, the last thing you want is to arrive at the next corner and find your brakes aren't working. So we'll be being a lot more circumspect in these conditions. Now, we're past the hour-and-a-half mark, and this car is still shown as having not made a pit stop. It must have come in. That's where it went missing, because it would be out of fuel by now, surely.
We said in the dry we've seen them get to about an hour and a half, so maybe not. But nevertheless, yeah, I have a strong suspicion that they won't have left it. There's no point leaving it to the absolute end and just taking it a risk when you've got so long. And in these conditions, like carrying extra fuel around, whilst you don't want to do it too much, it's actually not really a penalty, and actually the additional weight you have at the rear of the car can sometimes give you a bit more traction as well.
The fastest lap of the race for the race leader, 2:29.270 by Harry Senior for the Governor's crew. Leads by 1 minute 44 seconds now over the number 3 car of Van Dijk and Coombs for second place. Continue to pound their way around the Snetterton 300 circuit, 34 laps completed now. Top Gun Racing still going well up there in 3rd place after leaving it late to pit for fuel.
My calculations, that sort of 1 minute 40 ahead is a good sign that the Governor's crew are ahead of FARQ on the sort of overall sort of how they should be progressing through this race. So it's very even between those two teams still, even though there is that minute 44. That's kind of the gap we would expect between those two classes, and depending on how long they've both spent in the pit lane, which is a bit of information we just don't have in the commentary box.
Well, there's our leader heading into Rich's. Fantastic drive by Harry Senior. There's still Charlie Lower to come, of course. 2 of the top men in Caterham's over the last couple of years. Sharing with Steve Harris, coming up on a bit of traffic ahead of him here. Looks like everybody's going to move out of the way and let Harry Senior through. They come up towards the left-hander at Palmer's. It's got one car in front of him, that's the 25, I think, of Davies and Emson.
See, as the slightly purple helmet there of Harry Senior. So when we see Charlie lower a bit later, he's got a white and blue helmet, so we can identify drivers out there. He is making good progress in this 310R. Obviously, he normally pedals the 7 Championship UK car, so a little bit of a change of scenery for him this weekend in that. And yeah, absolutely loving the conditions out there. And he, really has over the last couple of seasons taken his step up into this top flight of motorsport and showing what he's capable of now in this 310R machine as well.
Very capable of driving indeed. We have seen here today from everyone so far. I've had a couple of spins and wide moments, but even in those dire conditions earlier on and with visibility down to virtually nothing because of the lack of headlights, I think we should commend everyone for driving quite superbly so far in this race. It's been a great showpiece for Caterham Racing. Non-championship, of course. Some drivers treating it as a warm-up to their final championship round in 2 weeks' time here at Snetterton. But many of these teams racing for charity, racing purely to enjoy it. And it's proved a real success here at Snetterton this season.
And the overall winner does get to donate £1,000 to their chosen charity. We've been hearing about a couple of those throughout the course of the weekend. But yeah, absolutely, anyone who wins this outright will have that opportunity. And as you say, some others are choosing to raise money throughout the course of the weekend as well. And yeah, it's a great testing session, isn't it? What a competitive test session. And by the end of this, you're certainly going to be pretty comfortable with any of the damp and wet conditions that you can come across. We've got down to nearly no spray now. You can see that a little bit of spray just kicked up in a few parts of the track now, but where we were seeing absolute full spray and no visibility earlier on, we're now to with some squirmy conditions. We're not getting to the point where we've got any drying tarmac at the moment, but they won't be too far away, and if the wind keeps up and the rain keeps away, we may see some drying tarmac, but at the moment they've experienced everything that this circuit can throw at you.
Including sometimes multiple at the same time. So earlier on the rain came down far heavier at the one end of the circuit than the other, as we often see on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit due to its length and area. Here comes Scott Helm in the number 42 car. New colour scheme for him this season, chasing the number 88. That's Carl Townend, Jamie Shankar. Caterham Nürburgring are coming for their third stop, I can tell you. And Silverstone Caterham is still in, so that's been in the pit lane for about 6 laps now. I hope all is okay for Eduardo Pontes, number 6.
So they've got to come in 5 times over the course of this 3-hour race. But they don't have to be a full stationary stop, and that would be in addition to any penalties that you get, which can often result in the regulations to a drive-through or a stop-go penalty. But yeah, they have to at least come into the pits 5 times. So that splits the race up into at least 6 stints. But if they choose to, they can have it as just a drive-through. They don't actually have to physically stop. However, if they do stop and they do want to change the driver or add some more fuel, then the driver has to get out at that point, and there's a minimum length of time, 4 minutes, to allow that all to happen safely and get the other new driver strapped back in again.
Bit of a slide there for the 58 car. That's Full Chat Racing. They are currently down towards the tail of the field in 23rd place, being chased by that man Alex Dobrin. He's certainly been entertaining so far. He's up to 13th now. He's made 1 stop so far. Most stops made is by Caterham Nürburgring. They're making their stops early, and Full Chat Racing. They're both on 3 pit stops of the mandatory 5 so far in this event.
Still very much avoiding the edge of the track going into Brundle Nest, and it must be absolutely skiddy as anything down there for them to not want to use any more width of the track. Clearly very, very traction off and on the part of the track you would normally go if you were on the dry circuit.
You've gone quiet in the YouTube comments as well. We asked the question earlier, which driver would you like to share a Caterham with in an endurance race? Who would you choose? Would it be one of the drivers in this race? Would it be anyone from the motorsport spectrum? Who would you pick to share a Caterham with? Tell us in the comments on YouTube. Here's Henry Speaks. He dropped back in the early stages, down at 18th place at the moment, as the Governor's crew continue to lead the way. There's the number 9 of Harrison Cavers. He's down to 10th now, having made his second stop, had that meteoric rise through the field. There's a yellow flag waving on the
quite furiously as well.
Bentley straight there as somebody, I didn't see anybody go off, so as someone pulled off up there to the...
That was waving in a way that car might have been facing backwards in the middle of the circuit. That's kind of the frantic waving that I saw going on there. Hopefully that'll all clear itself and the driver will be able to get back up and running. But certainly there was something going on there as they go. So 1 hour 18 minutes left of this. Yeah, so we'll see whether that yellow flag is anything. But in the meantime, Sam is down in the pit lane. Let's hear from one of our drivers.
Right, I've got Andrew Davison. Andrew, you've done your stint, haven't you? And Charles Rainford's in the car. Are you going back in?
I am going back in, yeah. I'm going to do the last next 25 minutes. So Charles will do an hour, I'll do 25, he'll do the last 25, and then see where we end up.
Well, how was it out there for you?
I actually enjoyed the first bit, because I think I was running about 4th at one point, and then the rain got really heavy, and then the wet specialist, Paul Ogilvie, Scott Helm came flying through, so let him go. And then I had a bit of a mechanical issue with the car, which I thought I better come in. The rear right wheel was about to part company with the car, so came back in. And then quite enjoyed it after that, and it's drying out a bit now, but I think there's a big cloud coming our way, so I think we're going to get wet again.
I can feel the rain coming down again, yes.
But it's proper drift. You'd love it. You'd absolutely love it.
I'm not liking this. I want to be out there.
Yeah, it's so drifty. It's on some of the corners, like the last two right handers before the back straight, you're just completely sideways. It's so much fun.
I didn't bring my race kit with me.
Oh, you should have. You should have. Next time.
Next time, yeah. I'm not missing out again. But Charles is doing some very quick times. He's as quick as Will Harris.
He is, and he's actually genuinely enjoying it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it in his face, and I think there's no pressure on him. He's having a bit of fun, and he's doing it for nothing as well. He just wants to do it.
Yeah.
And you can see that in his face. So yeah.
And he's been in the paddock all season, hasn't he? He coaches you guys.
Yeah, he does a bit of work with me, Craig, Charles and James and a few other guys, and he's such an enthusiastic fellow. He can make even someone really slow like me seem like a racing driver, so he's brilliant.
You are a racing driver, Andrew.
Sometimes. But there we go.
Let's just quickly go back to Knock Hill. That was your first outing in a 310. How was it? Like, after reflecting on the weekend, how did you find it?
I probably picked the worst circuit to upgrade to 310. Hopped 2/3 of the way through the season, but I'm glad I did it. Got a lot of track time here, and then have a bit of fun here in 2 weeks' time, I think it is, when we're back. And then, good move. I enjoyed it. See what happens, and then hopefully do 310 next year.
Oh yes, that would be good. Full season, hopefully.
Full season, that's the plan. Yeah, definitely.
What's it like on these two? Because obviously everybody's on the same tyre, which is the ZZS, which is our wet tyre, isn't it? Which obviously you've had to race in, but I'm presuming qualifying was obviously dry. So being on the ZZS, how was it compared to the ZZR? Because they're quite different, aren't they?
They are really different tyres, but I guess it's like putting an old pair of shoes on for me, given I've done everything all that season on it. We've not done that much wet running apart from at Spa in a thunderstorm, which I guess is quite similar to today. But actually there's a bit of grip out there, we can find it, but yeah, there's the difference between the ZZR and ZZS is huge, and I guess that'll become more evident to me when we come back in 2 weeks. Hopefully it's dry for me, maybe not for you, but hopefully for me, and then really appreciate the difference between the two.
Well, I'll leave you to it, Andrew, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we'll have a quick walk down here and speak to James Platt quickly. Look, they're all watching the live stream and timing. Hello, James. How was I've seen you come in a few times. Just keen on to know your strategy between you and Charles.
We're having 3 stints each. We thought it'd be more fun if we did 25-minute sprints, rather than try and do long ones. So that's been the strategy. But the timing is quite tight for us to do that because my belt tying up is not the greatest.
And you both share the same seat. Is that okay?
Yeah,
you don't have to change.
He's got a pad.
Right.
Turns out I weigh 15 kilos more than him, which was a surprise to me at the beginning. But yeah, it's been good. I mean, hopefully I was going to say it's going to stay dry, but I think it's not going to stay dry, is it really? Which is a bit of a pity. No. It was that start was the most frightening. Other people talked to you. The start was terrifying.
Well, I think the visibility was quite bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, and some people obviously forgot that it was a 3-hour race at the start. So it was quite interesting.
Trying to win the race on the first lap.
Yeah. But yeah, last year we did better in this because we weren't the fastest, but we did take the tortoise strategy, and that worked quite well. This year it looks like everyone's doing quite well. So
It's quite surprising. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, and I'm glad, but there's been no safety cars. Everybody's managed to, a few spins here and there, but they've, kept it on the black stuff majority of the time.
remarkably, actually, I mean, because it is unbelievably slippy out there, and I've seen a few people off, but nobody very far, and nothing like a safety car.
That's good.
Yeah, it's at the beginning though, I did think after 5 minutes I thought 3 hours really, especially the hero drivers. I mean, we're obviously sharing, but the hero people, 3 hours in this is pretty brave. I mean, that is a hero drive.
It really is.
Why are you not doing it?
Honestly, everyone's asked me that, especially because it's raining.
Yeah.
I know. Well,
You'd be good,
next year.
Did you do it last? You did it last year.
I did it last year with Alex Reed. Yeah, we were in my road sport.
Yeah, you did quite well.
Yeah. I think the road sport's got a good chance of winning this because they don't have the penalties like the other classes.
No, I mean, you think on this, if you're good, which obviously I'm not, but if you're good, then the tyres are what matter, right? Although I did get passed by the Harrises, who I think are leading at the moment, and it was like I was on a Sunday drive as they flew past. So they could do quite well.
That's probably Will. He's rather rapid, and Charles, they're both rapid in the wet.
Yeah, and their cousin seems to be not bad either. So
that's his first time racing.
I know, it's crazy, right? Yeah. But they were motoring. But yeah, it's really fun.
Good. Well, enjoy your last stint.
Thank you, Sam.
Right, thank you very much. I'll see you a little bit later when we've got some more info.
Great stuff there. The drivers full of fun as ever down in the pits. Thanks very much indeed to Sam. Interesting strategy by Charles Chapman and James Platzer, doing half a dozen sprint races between them in the number 58 cars. That's why they've made a few stops earlier than the others. The road sports leader, Barry Rogers Racing Club, has just come into the pits from 10th place. From 9th place, I should say. They've now dropped down to 10th on the live timing. The Governor's crew have come in as well, so I imagine that means that Charlie Lower is going to be taking over that car. Look at the lock up there from Louis Darling. He's now back up into 3rd place, one of our solo chargers, with Harrison Cavers in there behind him as well. Harrison's down in 9th place, a lap down at the moment, and that's Charles Rainford. He's about to go round the outside off at Williams corner. Is that going to work? Well, that was a bit dicey because Rainford got sideways there coming into the middle of the corner, and it's gone dark up that end of the circuit again as well. I think we're about to have another cloudburst.
Definitely raindrops on the camera they're looking at as well, and Rainford having a little battle here as again, it's another thing the drivers have to keep an eye out for. Is obviously as the personalities and the drivers change behind the cars, the relative speeds of them do change. So a car that you overtook easily in a previous session might well be a different driver by the time you see it again. And these front are rapid 3 drivers here, aren't they, with Harrison Cavers, Charles Rainford, and out front Louis Darling, who really has been, he's got to fight the clock because of his extra sort of 30-second penalty he's got in that car over even his rivals in that same Heroes class. So he's got an awful lot of work to do, but he is trying his hardest and reunited with that car. He's taking time to chase. He's racing in the 7 Championship UK cars, and so he's just being reunited with his old 270, which is now his old Academy car, which has been now put up into 310R spec. I know his dad's out there watching along as well, so looking forward to seeing you all back here in a couple of weekends when we have the final of this Road Sport 270 and the 310R Championships.
I can't wait for that weekend. What a weekend it's going to be with the points championships decided. Not only we've got Caterham as well, we've got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club here with all their championships as well. Saloon cars from the 1960s up to the present day. We've got the MG Owners Club. They're always excellent here at Snetterton. The Junior Saloon Car Championship are here as well. It's going to be an amazing weekend. 23 races we've got to get through over the course of that weekend. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster here on BARC TV. So car number 3 has just taken the lead of the race with the Governor's crew in pit lane. Louis Darling is going to go through into 2nd position. Behind them, Top Gun Racing, One Man 7 Problems, Please Rain, the Harris Kids, Rich and Wookie Racing, Harrison Cavers, and the Forster and the Furious. That's your top 10 as things stand at the moment, with 1 hour and 10 minutes and a bit of change still to go in this race here at Snetterton. A great experiment it has been as well. Great and very enjoyable for everyone involved, despite the conditions, in this 3-hour Caterham Grand Prix. This is the number 3 car, which is now your on-track race leader. Powers around the outside of Palmer there. around the outside of Palmer Corner, I should say, not around the outside of Andy Palmer, who's out there in the number 63 car. Where's he in the order? He's now in 19th at the moment, the Team Valkyrie driver. So Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs currently lead the way in their 270R. The Governor's crew are still the leading 310R, even though they're in the pit lane at the moment. So Louis Darling about to take the top 310R. Rich and Rookie Racing have got the lead in road sports because the 89 car is currently in pit lane for its third stop. Nobody's made more than 3 stops at the moment as the lead car goes wide, nearly onto the grass. He did an Alex Dobrin in through there. He went out way too wide and had to turn it back across the corner. But I wonder if that's a legacy of it starting to rain a bit more heavily. I'm just going to take a quick look outside and see a quick look at the clouds that are coming over.
I mean, I'm going to say that it's looking quite bright outside my commentary box, but everything that's bright outside my commentary box is generally being blown away from us, so therefore we will wait for the full-on test of whether you get rained on when you poke your head outside of the commentary box. But yeah, absolutely, that number 3 car is circulating rapidly, and the lap times out there are relatively competitive. They're not as far, they're slight couple of seconds off of the ultimate lap times that we saw earlier on, so definitely not as dry as it did get at one point. And yeah, I think that spray is kicking up. So what is the weather news?
Well, looking over beyond Riches towards the west of the circuit, it looks very dark grey over there indeed. You can see as well beyond Nelson up there. It's I think it's going to be worsening again fairly shortly as a big slide there. That's the 96 car, the Silver Series Scuderia car of Peter Mott and James Empson. They've had a couple of spins already and they're
that's definitely raining there.
Sliding all over the place. The Harris kids behind them as well. Yes, the rain is getting heavier down at the far end of the circuit again. I think it's closing in from both ends of the circuit and we're stuck in the middle of it just now.
Yeah, you can see it now out the commentary box, absolutely tipping down. So yes, a real torrential downpour is in operation as we speak, and you can see the spray starting to be build up again behind the rear tyres, the conditions and the visibility going down, and also the drivers who have been now very used to the grip levels in that kind of slightly drying track, as we got the number 9 trying to overtake Louis Darling. Is going to look down the inside then. In fact, that's the outside of Hamilton, isn't it? It's still the outside lines working, but there are slightly rainier conditions, meaning that the battle is now on between the number 9. Although there is a gap between these cars, therefore I think maybe they're not on the same lap entirely, but nevertheless they're absolutely going at it, and they have been. Louis Darling hasn't really been out of the battle since we started this race. He very briefly took the lead early on, and then that was removed by the Harris kids. But he has been fighting his way back through after a relatively long stop.
So Louis Darling, is he going to be about to take the lead of the race? We don't know how many pit stops car number 3 has made so far. We think it's made 1 because it went missing at some point. That was when it was in the pit lane. Here's the man who's pleased with the downturn in conditions, I think. This is Please Rain. Paul Oglesby's 5th at the moment. Will we see him rise up the order here? How far behind One Man 7 Problems is he? 9.5 seconds at the moment. Look at it down at the bomb hole now. It's really getting worse down there. You can see how dark it's gone above that.
It's later in the... Oh, that's wide for the number 3 car there. He's having a little bit of a remonstrations there with the driver in front, but it was definitely him on the grass, not the other driver. I think this is going to be probably the worst conditions we've had. It was very, very wet when we started, and then it got a little bit wetter, but actually I think now we're moving into the conditions where this is going to be the worst it's been, and as hopefully those who've chosen high tread block tyres might actually start having an advantage now over the drivers that maybe chose to have a slightly lower tread blocks. And we saw drivers coming in for setup changes, removing things like the front roll bars, which are options throughout the... you don't have too many setup options in a Caterham, but certainly the front geometry and the anti-roll bars that you've got at the front can certainly change the dynamic, and you can gain yourself a lot of lap time by tweaking those. So it can be worth an extra bit of time in the pits to get the car into the condition that you want for the inclement conditions that we've got now.
65 minutes of this race to go, and as conditions begin to worsen here at Snetterton once again. Sam Parker down in the pit lane, what have you got for us? Been an issue with the sound down in pit lane. We're told apologies there. We'll hand down to Sam as soon as we are able.
That's right.
Yes, it's getting worse, much worse again, isn't it?
Yeah, and the rain is still absolutely chucking it down outside here. We're just on that start-finish straight where the cars have just gone through now, and we've known that this is coming across the track, so it's going to be just getting all the way. In fact, you can see all around the track now. It's fully soaking. No, absolutely no drying line or drier line.
So still it's the number 3 car that leads away. Louis Darling has come into the pits, having completed 40 laps from the top 3. SOD Racing are in as well. That's a 3-man car. Richard Northridge, Sam Peters and James French from our Road Sports cars. So a couple of the Road Sports making a stop. Number 13, Team Mine Challenge. Craig Jarvis has come in as well. And I think now we can hand down to Sam in pit lane. Apologies for the slight issue there, delay. That's Sam, what have you got for us?
Well, welcome back to the garages. I can confirm it is torrential rain out there now. Didn't last very long. Matt Fox, how you did that? He did an amazing drift out there. I was very impressed. Showed it on the TV. So good. I think you were having fun, weren't you?
I'm not sure about fun. That was 50 minutes and it was absolutely brutal. There's no doubt. Brain capacity and overload. I mean, the only real race we've done before this was Spa. Then it was absolutely torrential. It's thunder and lightning, and it was ups and downs. But the visibility on that one's a bit different because you can actually see the slopes and the corners and stuff. Whereas this is actually quite flat, and some corners look identical, and the other one you're on the grass, which happened. I was happy to see somebody else do the same thing as me about 2 laps later into the same corner. So it didn't feel like it was just me at that point. Yeah, it was no grip whatsoever. I struggled.
And you're in Ollie Smith's car, obviously.
That's right.
So, what does it feel driving a different road sport?
So first time was in qualifying this morning, and I thought it would be the same, and it's not. They are subtly different. Just the gear changes, the way the engine hits, the ballast that you've got in the car, and therefore the balance and the setup. So obviously, we're similar heights. We carry kind of similar fuel loads, but actually I was surprised at how different. Even where my arm was, it was knocking the door for some reason when I was going around the corner. Wow. So I had to adjust that. The foot pedals are in a slightly different position. Yeah. So initially I was catching the throttle as well as the brake going into turn 2, which is not what you want. But I think I adjusted relatively well.
Yeah, it's not easy to adjust, is it, to a different car?
No, I was surprised. Yeah. I was here yesterday in the dry, and that was really good fun in my car. And I just thought, hey, I'll just jump in for qualifying, it'll be fine. It took me probably 6 or 7 laps to get my head around it, I would think. Yeah.
Well, it's all good practice for next 2 weeks' time.
Exactly. Hopefully it rains for Ollie. I mean, he's doing brilliantly. I could not get anywhere near his wet lap time when I was out there. Staggeringly fast.
Sorry about the noise. We've got a brick car in the garage next to us just releasing the air jacks. Just deafened us all. But yeah, you're looking forward to going back out in this weather because this should actually make it a little bit more consistent, right, than being greasy?
I think that's it, yeah. The greasiness, all the track looks very similar, but the actual grip level you get, even same corner, 3 laps later can be totally different, which is, I was surprised at. So yeah, if it just keeps raining, it'll be all right then. I think it'll be okay.
Fingers crossed. Yes, everyone's coming in very, very wet, and we've got Bruno and Alex Bruno's just come in. Alex is about to go out in the car. So let's see if we can have a quick word with Bruno in his FQ team. Bruno, I'll let you get your balaclava off because there we go. How was it?
How's paddle?
Paddle's great. I love paddle.
When you explain paddle? No, I'll talk about racing.
Next week. Actually, no, tomorrow. Anyway, back to the racing. Yeah, how was it?
Good. It was drying out there a little bit, and now it's not. So yeah,
it's torrential out there.
The worst use of the car, so I had some fun. The track was improving the whole time I was out there, until the last lap, and it started raining. So yeah, I don't know where we are or what we're doing. Have you got any idea?
Well, let's look on the screen here. Look, there's actually us on the screen.
There we are. And number 4.
4th overall. No, it's good.
Right, good. All right. Well, hopefully we keep going.
Hopefully. Yeah, you will do. Enjoy it. Enjoy. Right, there we go. It's all getting quite chaotic in here now. I'm busy because obviously everyone's trying to take shelter. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thanks, Sam. Paddle you mentioned there, the only paddle you need around here, not just the paddle, you need the old canoe in a minute as well to get around this circuit. Look at the state of that as the rain continues to hammer down here. The reason, if you're looking at the timing screen, the number 3 car has got the yellow triangle next to it. It hasn't gone missing out on circuit. It's come into the pits. That's the car making its second stop that we know of, but because the transponder isn't working, it's not showing up when it comes into the pits. So the number 3, Team FQ, making their second stop. The 96 car is off again. That's run wide there a couple of times now. Peter Mott and James Empson. So 1 man 7 problems is now your leader, car number 42, because we've had a few stoppers. Harris Kids are in, Rich and Rookie Racing, Harrison Cavers is in, and Please Rain is in as well.
This is absolutely 100% confirmed worst conditions we've had today so far, and the reason that drivers are going off, you can see the puddles coming, you can see the bow wake being pushed by these cars. So they are just, even these cars will aquaplane because they're not that super heavy, and so they will be, as soon as you sit on top of that water, it is as if you have zero grip. You can see the 4 there jinking against Northridge's car. I don't know who's driving it out there at the moment, but yeah, the conditions are absolutely about as bad as we can take a car onto track at the moment. So well done to everyone for keeping it pointing nearly in the right direction, although the number 29 is proving me wrong there.
That's down at the bomb hole.
That's
The bomb
Louis
hole
Darling,
is now
isn't it?
full
So
of
he's
water,
out,
basically.
That's Louis Darling in the 29 car, so he really is pushing on it, and we said he had to push on because of the time penalties, but you can see that car is just aquaplaning all the way around. You can see every time you see that water sort of pushing from underneath the car, those tyres will not be making contact. Another driver, so it's really skiddy down into the bomb hole, and yeah, there's not a lot. And is that Ben Klukas in?
No, it's the 99, Andrew Davison and Charles Rainford. There goes Eduardo Pontes as well. This is getting dangerous now, I'm afraid to say.
They're definitely aquaplaning going off into that corner, so everyone's just being surprised by how you can see the puddles that are built up. And yeah, it is something the stewards will be looking at as if they to see whether they do have to pause the proceedings. It might be they have to wait. Out of our commentary box, that rain shower has gone away though, so it will be improving in conditions now. This is as bad as it gets. And then they will actually, once they push these puddles out the way, it will come back. So hopefully, if they can all maintain the track for a few. Now we've got another car, Richard Haig. So all our front runners who are pushing into that out the bomb hole, there's definitely a big puddle there, and it's causing them all to lose the track.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the marshals in the on the starters gantry opposite our commentary box, just to see if they might put the safety car out for a short while during this
Once they've been
rain
through
show.
a
Wouldn't surprise me.
couple of times, they might say that they now know the conditions, but it's just about whether it's impossible to drive that piece of the track. We have had 4 cars off there now, but we don't want to see that safety car. It would cause quite a lot of pandemonium, I think, in the pits, as they all want to then come in and spend as long as they can in the pits under that safety car. But at the moment, yeah, with cars that are not able to stop as they're going into the bomb hole, that yeah, certainly you can see the conditions. But out of that commentary box can say it's stopped raining now, so the conditions will be getting better from here on.
There's a lot of cars in the pit lane anyway. Richard Rookie in, Harrison Cavers, Alexander Dobrynin's in the pits, Massive RS, Silver Series Scuderia, Caterham Nürburgring, Evans Hooker, and Henry Speaks is in there, and Full Chat Racing have come in there. The Silver Series Scuderia, Nürburgring and Full Chat are the first cars to make 4 stops that we know of. Please Rain is in as well. So there's a lot of cars in the pit lane, I think, just waiting out this shower, taking the opportunity to make a fairly long stop. 1 man 7 problems, isn't though. He leads the way, Scott Helm. There's the Harris Kids behind them. They're a lap down in 8th place at the moment. There's not all that many cars out on circuits at the moment.
No, it's like I say, if the time to come off the track would be the time that you're most likely to spin as well, because that's going to cost you overall in the race time. Whereas sitting in the pits, you've got to do that anyway. So that would better to have it sort of costing the time as they go down. There's still, I think, the number 3 car then getting the next driver in as before. It is indeed the number 3. So they're just strapping in, making sure they're spending their time wisely and avoiding the worst of this weather. Still pretty not a nice place to be sat still in your Caterham. There's obviously you can see there's no roof on them, and you will, once you're up and running, actually it's surprising how much of the spray gets blown around you by the various deflectors and windscreens that you've got on there. But if you're stationary, you're certainly going to be absorbing some of that water, and you see those puddles at the end of the back straight, the Bentley straight there into Brundle and Nelson. There is our number 42, the current leader of this race, 1 man 7 problems, and he's being chased down by Louis Darling on the track, but I think actually he's slightly further back across. In fact,
There's another one.
that's another one. That's the Harris kids, isn't it? Off wide now. So clearly there is that puddle still, and maybe drivers that were in the pits are now having to discover it as well. As soon as they go for the brakes, they're just getting nothing, and then the grass is also not offering them any additional grip.
Yes, the Harris kids going off wide there, and of course this is James Harris's first race in this car as well, so when he's in there it's going to be a pretty scary baptism for him. He's not raced Caterhams before.
Yeah, it's a learning. Every single corner is a learning experience, isn't it?
Mentioning some of your ideal team members for a Caterham endurance race, we've got a couple of comments come in. John Clasper says either Ash Sutton or Colin White. Over experience there from Colin White, who was running the Ginetta earlier. Chris says Jim Clark as well. One of the, in my opinion, one of the most naturally talented racing drivers ever. I would love to have seen him in modern machinery. Here's the 89. This is the Road Sports pace setters. Back up to second in class now behind Richard Rookie Racing, our Road Sports battlers. They're separated by about 34 seconds on track now. So one man, 7 problems have just come into the pit. So despite going off earlier, Top Gun Racing is now back in the lead. The number 71 of Richard Haig. The Governor's crew are still up there as well. They're looking strong. Forster and Furious is up there in 4th. That's Shane Forster, the American. Louis Darling still there in 5th despite spinning earlier on. Here's our leader coming out of Palmer's corner up towards Agostini. It's been a very strong run for the Top Gun in number 71, and there is the 95 in behind him. I think they are separated by a lap though, because Top Gun Racing had only made 1 pit stop. Yeah, the Governor's crew have made 2.
Definitely looks like Charlie Lower's helmet now in driving along. I think after my misidentification earlier on, I'm pretty sure that is now Charlie Lower in that seat there, looking to see whether he can get past our current leader. A little bit slippy in this. You can see these Nova ZZS is having to work ever so hard to clear the water and spray, but it is very slightly better conditions now. And again, you can see on the cameras just slightly brighter as the rain has abated for a little while. And yeah, every time the rain comes down, it really does. It actually all sits on top of the circuit, doesn't it? It doesn't really rain. It doesn't push off. It takes a little while for these for the rain and spray to be pushed away by the drivers. Great control by them all, and as they're navigating, which are extremely tricky conditions. I think even on the straight there, they would be having to modulate their accelerator pedal just a little bit to keep everything pointing in the right direction.
Thanks, otherwise the rear wheels will just spin up on the wet surface. Sam Parker back down in pit lane. What have you got for us?
So Henning, you are in car number 7, Caterham Nürburgring. How is it out there? You just got out of the car, haven't you?
Yeah, it's pretty wet, which is obvious, but for me it was like a baptism of fire. So it was the first time of proper racing in such conditions, and I would say with different levels of wetness out there. So I brought it home. After the 3rd lap I had a hell lot of fun out there. I blocked nobody, and now it's up to Ralph to recover the time that I lost. So I think this is the kind of work share that we agreed upon today.
That's it. Well, yeah, Lars has driven in these conditions many times, hasn't he?
Yeah. He has, and for me it was really just about having a great practice under real life conditions. I was glad for every of the quick guys passing me, so that I could get some free tuition laps behind them. So I learned a lot. I had a lot of fun. So and now it's up to the fast one to score the points.
So is Lars racing till the end now, to the checker
Well,
flag?
we will see. It depends a bit on the conditions, but if it stays tricky and if we think that we can score a good result, then I would be happy to leave him in the car. But yeah, let's see.
That's it. How many times have you driven in these since the race started?
I did a double stint, so I was for 1 hour in the car. So Lars basically did the first hour, I did the second hour, and now let's see.
Yeah. Good strategy, I like it. And you've got Kurt, Lars' dad, here just to. So he's got the laptop, all the strategy book. He's got it all laid out.
In hindsight, I learned that we got some inspiration from pretty good wet drivers.
Yes.
In terms of strategy.
Yes.
as you told me.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh,
so yeah, it's always a good idea to copy from the best, right? So.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Pleasure.
Well, enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Kurt, let's have a quick word with you. You come all the way from Germany for this race.
Yes.
Yes.
always.
And did you? Obviously, you must be very happy to come back, even though Lars isn't racing. You're very happy to come back.
Yeah, we are very happy that Lars is in the car again.
Yeah.
This was not so often this year, and but this opportunity with the endurance race gives us the chance together with Henning have a race. And I love endurance race. Of course, you remember the good old Euro Cup times.
Yeah.
It was only 50 or 60-minute races with 2 drivers, but it was a big challenge, and I love it.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
More of these we need, don't we?
Sorry?
We need more of these races.
Yes. Euro Cup again.
Euro Cup, yeah, exactly. And those that don't know, Euro Cup was a European Championship for the R400s, which is many, many years ago. That was what 420 replaced the R400, so it was a Rover K series engine. And they used to run a Caterham run a series that went across Europe. So and Kurt was part of that series back then. So I'd been to many of those rounds as well. So yeah, good times. Anyway. Now, nothing more to report at the moment, so I'll hand over to Chris and Dave, and I'll see you shortly.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yes, several more cars coming into the pits at the moment. One Man 7 Problems is in, Forster and Furious is in. The 99ers are in the pits, and Team Valkyrie as well. So 4 of our top 10 coming into the pits in the last lap or so. Mentioning on multi-driver teams, something I didn't ask earlier, Chris, there's no restriction on how long one driver can spend in the car in this race, is there?
No, we've tried to keep the regulations as lightweight as possible, so yeah, we don't have to keep track of exactly how long each driver's in there. It's just purely on if they are a pro driver, then the team just gets more of a penalty, so it's about how long do you keep those drivers in the seat for. But no, you can. One driver could do a minute if they wanted, as long as there's no stipulation.
Back in the 50s, I remember that there were no restrictions like that at the Le Mans 24 Hours, so if a car had 2 drivers, I remember it was great Frenchman Louis Rosier one year sharing with his son Jean-Louis, and Jean-Louis only drove 1 hour of the 24. Louis won the race virtually on his
You're
own.
definitely not allowed to do that in 24-hour racing anymore, probably for very good reasons. But here at the 3-hour, we've got hero drivers all doing the 3-hour stints, which is, again, no mean feat for the level of concentration they're having to put in. And that condition does look like it may be getting worse again as the top end of the straight there is the number 3. And they still sort of competitive, even though they've come back into the pits, that they're sort of sitting that midfield. I think this really is starting to, we're down to 47 minutes of this race remaining, so things are starting to unwind as far as how long you've had to spend in the pits, and all the penalties are on, or the handicap system that we're running will have to sort of unwind itself, but we will start seeing that happen in the next sort of 30 minutes. It's going to be becoming clear who are the runners and riders that we're really going to have to keep an eye on, and we might get towards that in the last 15 minutes and see quite a few of the lead drivers having to sit in the pits for an extended period of time to make sure they've been in 5 times is the minimum number of times they have to be in the pits for actual pit stops, and additionally the time that they're in is all stipulated by who's driving the car and what type or what class of car they are driving. So the last 15 minutes of the race is really going to start making it clear who is out in front, and the road sports are still doing very well to be up where they are. So our top road sport driver at the moment is in 6th place overall, that's Richard Murky Racing, and that's looking really good for them, and they're 2 laps down on the leader, but equally they have a good sort of 6 minutes of pit stop time in advance of the 310Rs.
Top Gun Racing, who are currently leading this race, have completed 47 laps. They've only made 1 stop so far, so they've got
just gone for the second
one. Just as I said that, so they came in for a second one. Richard Haig must have heard me there. So the Governor's crew are going to move back to the top of the standings. The first car that's made 3 stops is the Harris kids. They'll be into 3rd place shortly. The person that's made 4 is Caterham Nürburgring. There's 3 cars that have made 4 stops so far. Full Chat Racing and Silver Series Scuderia are the other 2. Harrison Cavers has been in the pits for a long time,
yes,
I noticed
he
as well.
disappeared off for a while, didn't he? And he may be just deciding that he's going to take all of the pit penalties that he needs to, or the time he's waiting in the pit lane, just because he's only got one more. I think got one more stop beyond this one. So yeah, and the stop only has to be a drive-through. It doesn't actually need to be a full stop at your pits and have a driver swap. It can just be a drive through the pits, but just a voluntary one. Rather, you can't take a penalty as one of your pit stops.
Made maybe that's what he's planning to do then. We'll wait and see. It's all different strategies everybody's on in this.
In the really wet conditions, just thinking off the top of my head, in the really wet conditions, a bit like a safety car, you're saving more time, aren't you, by sitting there? You're not losing as many times out on track. So actually, by the slower conditions and being sat in the pits when the conditions are their worst, you are slowly and slightly improving your position.
And it is really wet out there now. You can see at the end of the Bentley straight, the Harris-Skids car skids straight on there onto the grass.
Scrap what I said about it starting getting better. It is raining here again at the commentary box, and you can see the drivers out there really struggling to rejoin. Even just trying to turn across the track is not an easy thing.
So the Harris-Skids are in 4th position. The Governor's crew going through there in 2nd, just behind them there. They have the fastest lap of the race. We've just seen 2:29.270. With Louis Darling up there in 3rd, despite his off earlier on. The number 70 car, Norfolk and Chance, is in 5th position. They were running in last place earlier on, so they've come back nicely as others have made their stops. There's a number 3 car. We believe that car has stopped twice. Because its transponder isn't working, it's not showing on the timing screen, but I believe number 3 of Bruno van Dijk and Alex Coombs have made 2 stops so far. And they're battling it out there with the 96, and also I think that's the 86 of Craig Evans and Ryan Hooker in there as well. That's a bit further down the order. They're in 21st, the 86 car, chasing that 96 car, which has been twitching around everywhere for the whole race. They're battling for position at the moment, though, 20th and 21st, I believe.
Another thing to keep in mind is that there's no pit-to-car radio or any way of drivers being able to be communicated to other than a pit board. So if you're out there on your own and just circulating laps, there's not very much, unless you grab and can see a message on a pit board, there's really nothing to say other than what you feel like doing out there, really. So yeah, not an easy to want to navigate from a kind of communications. In endurance racing, normally you'd have your team speaking to you all the time, but they've not got any of that.
That's a skill in itself that I can't fathom. Going at the speed you do down the straight, not just in a Caterham, in anything, how on earth do you read your pit board at that speed?
To be honest, I will be honest with you, I think even though I had a pit board for the last 2 seasons of my racing career, I don't suppose I read it more than a couple of times, because if you are racing against another driver right in front of you, there's no way you're looking at that, and certainly in these conditions it's pretty tricky to pick it out anyway. There is Charlie Lower then, and he's taking to the seat of that 310R car and making a good progress. And just in front of him at the moment is the number 5 car. It's Ponte's car, I think, as he's chasing him down, and we'll see whether he can do that into Brundle Nelson this time. Still absolutely soaking wet down that pit straight. You can see even now they're aquaplaning towards that, and they will be having to moderate the accelerator, just check it off a little bit. And at the bottom end of the track is where we see cars leaving onto the grass multiple times so far, and I think they're just about having enough grip to get them back to the racing surface.
So how long to go? 41.5 minutes according to the timing screen. Our clock on screen running a little bit behind at the moment.
We had a little bit of a graphics hiccup, didn't we? And maybe that's just a result of that.
Yeah, the clock running about 40 seconds behind on your screens at the moment, ladies and gents. So apologies there, a little bit of a glitch with our graphics. Top Gun Racing into the pits for their 2nd stop, we know about that. So the Governor's crew and Louis Darling have gone 1st and 2nd. Looking further down the order, has anybody else made a 4th stop yet? Silver Series Scuderia we now have, and Full Chat Racing. Plus the Nürburgring team, they're in 12th place, so they've risen up the order fairly well, taking their pit stops early, including one on the very first lap. And now we've only got Top Gun Racing in the pit lane, so everybody's rejoined after that flurry of stops when the rain got really heavy there. The Governor's crew lead the way, 49 laps completed by Steve Harris, Charlie Lower and Harry Senior at number 95. Louis Darling driving solo, number 29 in 2nd. The Harris-Skids are now back up in the 3rd. Will Charles and James Harris. So just left the pits, number 70, Andrew Johnston, Ben Lucas and Chris Buck trying to make it back up the order. They've got through into 5th position. Rich and Rookie Racing in 6th. There's the number 70 car.
It's Lucas driving.
Ben Lucas, former single-seater champion in both Britain and Australia. Now races LMP3s and Porsche GT cars on a regular basis. Works as a driver coach, the pro driver in the number 70 team. Now watch for him. He's flying along in this one.
He's driven Australian V8s. He was over in America doing their kind of V8 championship, and he's Spanish GT champion as well. So like one of the drivers that has driven pretty much everything there is to drive out there.
Again, it's a measure of the popularity and the stature of Caterham racing that drivers such as Ben Clucas, Charles Rainford and so on are present as pro drivers in this race. Here's the road sport leaders, Richard Davies, the Welshman, with Tom Empson. Where are they in the overall standings at the moment? Just looking down our screen, they're in 6th position, so a good run by the road sports car. And here's their main rivals, number 89 Ollie Smith and Matt Fox. They're separated by about 35 seconds at the moment. Could be a battle developing later on after the 2 road sports runners have made maybe 2 more stops to make, those 2 cars. The majority of the field have only made 3 stops.
So this road sport car is it's the lowest rung of the ladder we've got racing with us today. You can see they've got the lights and windscreens, they've got the number plates. They are fully road legal machines, so they can literally drive off of this. Another yellow flag being shown onto the main straight there. But yeah, absolutely, you can drive one of those cars onto the road away from this racetrack if you wanted to. They're absolutely road legal, and but they are slightly softer sprung, and they've also got a slightly narrower front end suspension width on them compared to the 270s and 310s. And in these inclement conditions, that softer setup can actually give them and issue them a slightly higher sort of grip level. They're all on the same tyres, so the tyre contact patch is exactly the same across all these championships. And yeah, having the slightly softer overall springs and dampers, it can be really beneficial. And we're seeing, and they've also got the sort of smallest time they have to maintain their stopping in the pit lane for, and therefore that when we unwind all of that, those decisions, that timing, and get to the end of this race, it's going to be fascinating to see, can a road sport be outright winner?
It's a great leveller, even more so than the rain. Any one of these cars in this race could win this. I've got no idea which one's going to come out on top in this race as the rain is still hammering down.
I think it's as heavy as it's ever been.
Yes, in front of our box.
Oh dear me, watch, watch for the bomb hole again, because they were having trouble navigating that last time. Many of them sliding out wide, so that's going to come in. That's not really the use of a pit board, is it? I think that's a signal just saying...
He's now shaking all the water all over himself that he was trying to keep off.
There's a whole white board of information there. If he read that, then he's a better man than me, but nevertheless...
Are you not selling Caterham umbrellas here today? Missed opportunity there.
Look at this. So there's the number 9. We saw him in the pits quite a long time. It was Harrison Cavers, but he is back out there now amongst the spray. You can see this is now, we've said it before once already, but now it's even worse. So they're going to have to get these cars. Oh, there was a car going off there. Is he going to make it into the barrier? Is that Louis Darling?
I think it is Louis Darling.
Yeah, he kicked up. There was a massive puddle at the outside of the track, and it just speared his car left as he hit it. Ooh, that was well avoided. This barrier's not too far away from the edge of the track there, and he did well to get that back before that would have been the end of his race.
So yes, he's kept it going. There he goes. I can just see him through the rail on our camera lens down at Murray's Corner. This is getting really tricky now.
Just to be clear, there's not a driver skill issue here at all. It's just that you hit a puddle or you hit a bit more water on the surface, and the car just aquaplanes off. So it really isn't to do with driver skill at all. Here is the driver. There's Ben Clucas navigating, getting through that puddle that we've been talking about around that side of the track, navigating it very nicely. You can see the rear end of that car, and this is where the puddle that Louis Darling just hit was, right on the outside of the track. Watch for the spray as he goes and navigates through. He's sitting in the middle of the track that time, which was a slightly better positioning, wasn't it? So the car didn't have quite such a negative reaction. But we are coming down towards the final half hour then of this. That's all, like I say, seeing how they've done so well to keep everything going so far, and I really hope for the sake of this race that we can continue all the way to the end.
So the Governor's crew it is who lead the way. Louis Darling, despite that incident, is still second. 92 seconds off our leaders at the moment. We've got this far into the race, and that's the first rear wing I've noticed missing as well. The number 96 there has lost the right rear wing off the car, the Silver Series Scuderia machine.
Absolutely.
We've got this far.
It's not very usual. Hang on, I'm doing a double negative. It's very unusual to see a lack of wings off. Is that the right way around? You tell me. We're 2.5 hours in.
It's unusual to get this far into a Caterham race and having only lost one wing.
There you go. That's the way of saying it. See, that's why you're the pro.
You maths, me English, as we said earlier on. So the governor's crew still at the top of the charts at the moment.
Havers is really coming back through the field now, though. He's really pushing the absolute limits here. That was dispatching with the number 3 car there, so I think that might be Alex. Is it Alex Coombs maybe driving the number 3 car right now? He's just being dispatched by Harrison Cavers. Oh, he's gone off in the same place, and that's got extra speed. Is he going to make it? I don't think he is. Wallop. He's contacted the barriers. Told you he was right on the edge of what was possible on that, and pushing the limits just a bit too far. So that is a contact with the barriers now. Harrison Cavers, hopefully he will have let go. He's trying to see whether the car will move, but I think there was sufficient barrier damage, and I don't think he can move that car right now.
That's almost certainly going to be a safety car, I think, with the damage to the barriers down there.
Action, I think. What a shame. He was, say, absolutely on the raggedy edge as he went through Brundle and Nelson. It just hit that extra puddle. Tried to go for the brakes, tried to turn the wheel, and there was just nothing left. Unfortunately, he made it all the way into the barrier there. Hopefully he let go of the steering wheel. We tell our drivers always to let go of the steering wheel because it can be nasty. The marshals will go and do their thing, though. The marshals, ever so many thanks to all the marshals that have been out there in what are terrible conditions today. I think they are going to ready the safety car board. I can see the yellow flags coming out along the start-finish straight here, so I think we are going to have a safety car, or at least there's a good threat of it. But so the marshals are out there. Thank you ever so much to all the marshals out there, the Orange Army, letting us do what we want to do in what have been horrible conditions today.
Yeah, there's a yellow flag not waved, but being got ready on the start line. Here's another incident.
Sideways into the Brundle and Nelson. Everyone is aquaplaning now.
This is a replay of Harrison Cavers. There was just no grip at all there. He tried to turn it in, the car just went straight on and all the way into the barriers. That's a pretty big impact. Let's hope he's all right.
Yeah, those marshals out there putting themselves in a firing line is not
I think while we just wait to see what's going to happen here, we may be waiting to get the safety car scrambled. The marshal's just debating with the officials at the moment what's going to happen here. But I think we can shortly hand down to the pits in the meantime with Sam.
So I've got Rob Lowe here, Team Wingnuts, because it's you and James Wingfield, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're on car number 44. Had some brake issues earlier, which I did report back to the guys, so they knew what was going on. But you've changed your master cylinder now, and
it's like night and day. Now I'm locking up, going into the corners and going straight on, rather than not locking up and not braking and going straight on.
My goodness, you've just got out of the car, haven't you? Or was James doing a double stint?
James is doing a double stint. We decided that the more novice driver should go first. If there was a safety car or a red flag, time would catch up, then James could go on and do very well. But we're not going to make up 10 laps that we lost on the master cylinder change.
Do you have to do any more pit stops right now?
We have to do one more drive-through.
There's a safety car right now.
No.
Yes.
We've literally just pitted about a minute before the safety car.
But have you got one more to do that James could do in that?
No, we've used all our pit stop time up with the master cylinder change.
Okay.
Today could not have timed more badly if it had tried. It was a great start this morning, qualified P5. Yeah, everything looking great, and then everything that could have gone wrong. On the way down to assembly, I put my foot on the brake pedal. It was like, didn't feel right, and then
yeah, very unnerving that.
But it's still been a great fun day. Everyone's mucking in, helping everyone else out as always. It's been fantastic fun. I will be back to try and conquer this at some point.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Rob. And look, I've got Graham Finlayson.
How are you?
Great, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you very much.
So Graham races in the 3-10R Championship, but not today. You're pit crew.
I am pit crew this weekend because having 2 trips to Snetterton within a month was a bit much for me to go up, down. So I just came down to support my friends. Rich said, "Oh, do you want to come and do pit crew?" And I'd love to be involved even when I'm not involved. So I decided to come down and do this. And it's completely different. I have no clue who's winning. Absolutely mental.
I'll get you on the timing sheet in a minute. Yeah, it's quite difficult, isn't it? Because you don't know how many more pit stops people have left to do.
No, and another thing is Rich has done really well because he's first stint. He went.
Here he is. Rich is in. I'll let you. Do you need to go and do your thing?
I think he's just in for one of his stops, I hope. But he went so long on his first stint that he was in the lead.
I know, he was doing really well.
So he's got that, so I'm hoping that's really good for him, yeah. But let me just go and find out what's going on.
Go and have a word with Rich, Top Gun. That's Top Gun, there we go, let's come and have a look at the car. Whilst we've got this safety car, I think a lot of people are going to come in, and this is what a lot of people were banking on there being a safety car. So we've got Jamie and Carl have come in. This is where all the action happens now, isn't it, during a safety car. Some cars, the road sports, have got their headlights on, which obviously they can have their headlights on, but 27310 don't have that luxury. I wonder if I can have a quick chat with Rich, if you've got time. Rich, have you got time to have a word for the live stream?
Well, you know, in the middle of a race, when's a better time to have a little chat with you, Sam? Of course. How's it going?
Oh, I'm having a great time. How about you?
I like racing in the wet, so the more it rains, the happier I'm getting.
Excellent.
Although it is getting a little sketchy out there at the moment. There's a lot of standing water, so you're coming down the straight and you're twitching at 100 miles an hour going, oh, okay, this is fun.
Oh my God.
Smile.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to let up, is it? That looks quite bleak ahead.
I don't think so. We had a little gamble earlier. Is it going to be wet? Is it going to be dry? I chose wet, and I'm kind of glad I did now because the setup's great. The car feels superb.
We go. Yeah, perfect. Oh, but you're still going strong. You've done this as your, hero class again, all on your own, which is amazing.
Yeah, 28 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Just under 10 minutes of sitting here, so actually it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm feeling quite good. I had a cheeky Red Bull in my last pit stop.
There we go.
Just to give me a little bit of sugar. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm enjoying it. Looking forward to it. It's going to be over too soon, I think.
I know. Well, that's what does happen. Yeah. I mean, do you need a brolly? Do you want a brolly covering you?
No, I think I am maximum wet.
Oh.
I don't think it gets any wetter.
Okay. Well, you look forward to getting out, won't you?
Thanks, Sam. See you around. Bye.
Thank you, Rich. Oh dear, yeah, it's getting very wet. As you can see down here, if we show you down the pit lane, look, everybody is cashing in on this safety car that's out there at the moment. I'll see if we can have another walk down and speak to a few people. I don't want to get anyone's way. I'll see where Alexander's going. Is he going back? Some people are refueling back at their awnings, but so they have to go down the pit lane here if you just turn around, John, and then they turn right there. Someone from Caterham directs them. Oh no, he's deciding to go back out. But yeah, where the cones are lying down, so you go back out to the paddock that way and refuel back there, and let's go down and have a quick. So this is James French here in Rich Northridge's car. Let's have a quick word. James, hello. Have you got long to sit here, or am I?
I think we might be about to go.
You're about to go?
About to go.
Okay, I won't interrupt then. There we go. James French is about to go. They're fueling, so we won't interrupt. In fact, a few people are fueling, aren't they? It's a team effort with this fueling. They've got their special jugs, and obviously they have to be in their full fireproofs, so the drivers tend to do it 'cause it just makes it easy. And there's James Platt's car. He's got a little bit of Charles Chapman's car on him. He's got Charles Chapman's bonnet on James Platt's car. I like that. Oh, looks like Andrew's about to move back, so I won't get in the way of this one. That's Charles Rainford in the car now, so he's about to go out and drive. Eduardo is in as well. And then there's Andy Palmer. He's also a hero class. That's hello, Andrew.
Hello.
How long's Charles got to sit there for?
We're going to leave him there a couple of minutes just to get wet. We'll sort of bring him down to Pegos 3.
Was he too dry?
He's a prima donna touring car driver, so he's used to windscreen wipers and a roof, so we're going to bring him down to Pegos 3. So he's enjoying himself. He's still enjoying himself. He's
good.
probably smiling there
He's
somewhere.
smiling. Let's have a quick word with Charles. Charles, are you having lots of fun out there?
I'm having loads of fun. There's lots of standing water, so it makes it quite tricky.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking forward to getting back out there and do some more big drifts.
That's it. This is what I want to do. I want to be out there drifting.
Yeah, you should join us next year again. That'd be good.
Well, enjoy your last stint. Let's have a walk. See how happy everybody is. They're all loving it. Do you know what? Caterham's in the rain is a lot of fun. Eduardo's putting his gloves back on. There's Henry Speaks. He's another hero class driver. Andy Palmer. He's got James talking to him. I won't interrupt. There's Louis. Let's have a chat with Louis. Hi, Louis.
Hello.
How's it going for you out there?
Very wet.
Yeah, we've had a bit of endeavours in Caterham because you would take the outside thinking there's grip there, but there's just standing water. So you're hitting the standing water and it's pushing you off, but I'm not quite sure where we are at the moment. I'm just driving as fast as I can and seeing where I end up. But I'm doing a long stop now, and then I've got 2 drive-throughs, and then that's me done now.
Okay.
So we'll see what we can do with it. That was our last fuel stop, so we're just going to push like hell.
That's it, just push on the last, yeah.
It's hard to though, because of how wet it is.
Yeah.
And it's just a layer of surface water, so you can't see where the grip is, and you've just got to feel for it. Then you hit a puddle of standing water, and it just sends you off. So it's tricky conditions, but I'm enjoying it.
Good. You can drift out there. A lot of people like drifting. You like drifting, don't you?
I like drifting. Turn 1, that's kind of what you're doing. So. Yeah, it's good fun. It was good fun.
Well, enjoyed the last stint. Thank you, Louis. There's a few lonely people just sitting down here by themselves. Let's have a quick word with Shane. Hi, Shane. How's it going out there?
It's pretty wet. It's fun, but you're just on the edge all the time. I'm just trying to survive.
Yes. At this point, that's what it is, isn't it? It's survival, because it's the standing water that other drivers were saying.
Yeah, a few times you're just going in and hydroplaning and then just waiting for it to grip up. So it's just holding on and hoping for the best. So, yeah.
I think he's got to push back, so I'll stand out the way. Oh no, hang on, he's aimed to hang. They've got to get their timings right, so. They're just making sure they've got the right time before they move. For some it would be their last pit stops, but for some others it will be. Let's see, I wonder if there's if Rich, because that's Tom Emerson in Richard Davies' car. Let's have a walk down here. Sorry John, making you try and catch up with me as I'm walking probably too quickly. Hello, did you go out again, Andrew?
No.
No.
I'm not a duck.
Ben Clucas is in the car now. Is he having a lot of fun?
He is, yeah. He's having a fantastic time. And to be fair, he's brought us back from, I think we were 23rd at one point after my shocking behaviour. And then I think he's got us up to, Charlie, is he at 4th? I think 5th overall, 4th in class. And obviously the safety cars.
6th in class.
Oh, 6th in class. It's so difficult to try and keep on top of it all.
Yeah, it is. But it is. Oh, they've actually red flagged it now. So yes, red flag. Red flag. So we'll wait to see if it is going to restart. But I mean, the conditions out there are quite horrendous, aren't they? So safety is paramount at this point.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick word with Ben as he's sitting in the car. Ben, I never get to interview you, do I? No. How's it? You enjoying it out there?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, to be fair. It's my first Caterham race in about 20 years, so it's been really good fun. Slightly biblical rain at times, which has been some severe aquaplaning, but yeah, overall it's been really good fun.
Good. It's not often you get to spend this much time in a Caterham, is it?
I know, I'm actually experiencing tyres going off, fuel loads coming down. I'm just adding to my experience level, hopefully.
That's it. Well, you know, when your drivers, because obviously being the driver coach for a lot of these Caterham drivers, when they come in and say, oh, my tyres were this, and you're like, no, don't stop moaning, just get on with it. And now you know.
Yeah, I'm not known as the most empathetic coach, so maybe I'm just going to have to work on that now, and I'll try and remember this day.
Yes, you will, yeah. Right, I'll leave you to it. Right, we better find out. I'll hand over to Chris and Dave while I see, I can see if I can find out what's going on and if how long we think this is going to be for, or how, you know, when we might restart. So we'll keep you posted when we have some more information. And yeah, I'll hand over to Chris and Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Sam. It has in fact just come up on TSL timing. This session will not be restarted, so that's the race coming to an early end. Rain has stopped play here at Snetterton. Unfortunately, it is just too wet, too dangerous out there, so rain has stopped play.
They were already aquaplaning, and the rain is heavier now than it has been. I'm looking at Snappy John out there, our cameraman for the series. Absolutely sogging, and yeah, we've just seen that message come up saying this session will not be restarted. I think given the conditions, the light levels have significantly dropped off as well. I think it's a real shame because it was building to a fantastic crescendo this race, but I think really if you take the step back and look at the fact the cars couldn't even stay on the track when it was better conditions than it is now, I think that's a fair shout. A real shame though, because it was absolutely coming to a crescendo, all coming together, and was really going to be good. They're going to have to work out how they deal with the fact that there are drivers out there that have only stopped 4 times, but most of them may have stopped their full length of time. So they had in the regulations a stipulation of what they would add on if people missed a stop. But I think given the red flag, they might have to come up with a good way. But it might take a little while to figure out exactly what those finishing orders are.
Well, on scratch, as it were, on the positions they were in when the race was red flagged. In first place was number 95, the Governor's Crew, Steve Harris, Charlie Lower and Harry Senior. Second place, 25, Rich and Rookie Racing, the Road Sports car, was showing in second, but they were one of the only cars that had just gone back out of the pits before the red flag. And Louis Darling was showing in third place, but that is very provisional at the moment.
Yeah, so all of this is dependent on how long they've spent in the pit lane, because obviously all the handicap is based on how long they've done that, so the timing team will no doubt have to add on all of those as well. But given that the Road Sport is in that second place, depending on how long they have been in, they've done it four times in, I think that's a very good sign that they may well be declared the overall winner. But like I say, we have to work out, and the timing screen will have to do all of those calculations. They will have to work out what the situation means. Like I say, it's such a shame that it's ended like this without a sort of nice, sort of clean result. But I know then you can hear from all the drivers how much fun they were having out there in this. Even when it got a little bit sketchy at the end there, they were having a fantastic time, all battling each other. And up until the rain became to a point where we had to red flag it, the drivers were absolutely showing the skill that they have. And we've got a championship finale to go to in just a couple of weeks' time here at Snetterton, and I'm looking forward to seeing how those Road Sports, the 270s and the 310s get on that weekend. It's a fantastic advert for Caterham Racing, and if you've enjoyed watching what we've been doing today and want to get out there, go to caterhamcars.com. We can talk you through all about this Caterham, the car that you're seeing, but also the motorsport ladder that we run all throughout the UK and into Europe as well. This fantastic race machine that can do sprint races, it can do endurance, it can do everything. And and just another thanks as we watched a bedraggled orange member of the Marshals walking across the track. Ever so many thanks to all of the marshals out there, all of the staff and everyone out there in these conditions. And we've been having some fantastic racing, so I hope they've been paid back on that. I hope they go and dry themselves out now that we've had to call an early end to our day.
Yes, well said indeed, Chris, and a big thanks to for your mathematical skills and your contribution in the box here today. So rain stops play at Snetterton. We'll hopefully get confirmation of a result when we can, and Sam can perhaps bring us the podium from this event. The cars are heading into Parc Fermé at the moment.
Let me, I can, what's coming up for Caterham Motorsport then in the upcoming sort of the tail end of the season. We're next going to see, as we said, the Road Sports 270 310s. They're going to be here for the 12th and 13th of September, and their grand finale. It's great to see if you want to come and watch us, but we'll be covering it all, of course, on the live streams. The Academy, who aren't here with us this weekend, but they are going to be out on track on the 12th of September with us that same weekend, and then their championship finale is going to be at 3rd of October at Silverstone and the International Circuit. The 7 Championship UK cars, they will also be with us here at Snetterton, but they have an additional round with the Toca Touring Car package at the Brands GP on the 10th and 11th of October for their finale of their season as well. So plenty more Caterham action before the end of this season, but we're certainly building to that crescendo of the 2026 season, and we will have all of our points and charts and ready to call out who are going to be our champions this year. They're all bit champions out there, aren't they, today? And the rain is, would you believe it, even heavier now. I'm really just not even looking forward to driving home at this point.
Nor am I.
I've got to get all the way down to Brighton, which is a fair old slog, but we will get there. As the light fails away.
It proves that they've made the right decision to end the race when they did, because it's really heavy out there now.
Yeah, absolutely no way. There is a level of water at which even the nuttiness of Caterham racing cannot do, because the tyres just cannot cope with the level of water that's on the track, and that is exactly where we are now. And as the light levels fade away, there would be a very lack of visibility, even worse than it was at the start of this race.
Okay, while we await an official update, the drivers have made their way into Parc Fermé, and Sam is down there to talk to some of them.
Well, obviously, as you can tell, the red flag came down because of the weather. It's so bad, absolutely so bad. Just look out there, look at the water running down. We're all in the scrutineering bay. So that is the race finished. So we're just working out who's won, who's in what position. Obviously, we all hope Harrison's okay after his incident. Bruno's got the priority. He's got a beer in his hand. But yeah, let's go and have a chat with these guys and see how they got on. Let's just dive in here. Sorry, guys. Eduardo, another one in the hero class. Where's our cameraman gone? There he is. Eduardo, how was it for you? Did you have a great time out there?
It was amazing. I'm awful when it's wet, but it was really nice because it was 3 hours and I could see, faster people passing, okay, I'll copy them. It was a good learning. Yeah, it was good, really nice.
You did it last year as well, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Ah, okay. I thought you did last year.
No. But it was nice. I've learned a lot today.
Good. Yeah, it's good practice. Good seat time. Thank you. Right, let's go and speak to. Oh, Craig. Hello, guys. Sorry to interrupt. I'm coming in to mingle with everybody. How did you get on out there?
It was more like boating than racing, but it was good. Yeah, couldn't see anything. Car was aquaplaning all over the place. But I don't know. I'm just happy to be back in one piece. And everyone drove so well. I mean, I can't believe that we had one safety car in that entire thing. And I saw one car in the barrier, but other than that, everyone just drove so well.
Really quite impressive, actually, isn't it? And I think everyone realises the 3-hour race, you don't have to go hell for leather on the first lap,
No, a few people were. I just think my strategy was just try and keep it on the tarmac and just not have any crashes or anything like that. So I'm really, really happy just to get back. I don't know how they're going to work the result out either. It's
a very tricky one because lots of people were leaving drive-throughs to the last 10 minutes.
Literally just done my last one, and then the safety car came out, and I thought, it's not a good time to have done it. But I then caught the safety car up and realised I think I was at one of 3 cars on track at that point as well, so there wasn't many people out there. But yeah, I don't know how they're going to work it out, but it certainly is something I remember for a long time, and it was very good practice of driving in the wet, so I'm really happy.
Exactly, yeah. All benefits, yeah. Well done, Craig. Thank you.
Shane.
Let's leave Bruno to have his beer. Let's have a word with this man here, Scott. Hello,
Hi.
Scott. Another one in the hero class.
Do you know where I finished?
I don't know where you finished. No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was like, did I win something? I'm interviewed by Sam. Oh yeah, no, that was absolutely chaos at the end. I'm kind of glad they red flagged it. It's a bit of a shame, but I actually couldn't see anything at all. So they made the right call. I had some really sketchy moments because it goes from greasy damp to wet, and it's actually more grippy in the wet, and then it dries a little bit, and then it's actually slower. So yeah, some pretty sketchy moments. I did a full 360 on the back straight in a straight line. So yeah, I was like, time to red flag this. So yeah, I'm pretty glad they did.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just, that's it, isn't it? I mean, as much as it's fun, it's actually quite dangerous, isn't it? Because the cars are so light.
Yeah, definitely. And, we all started on pretty much full tread tyres. We knew it was going to be wet, but we've done 2.5 hours of running, so tyres will be hopefully not too warm, but they're still not that good in the wet. And yeah, like you say, cars are lightweight. Couple that with the tiniest little input, it doesn't take much to get the car going. And I've seen people, touch an exit curve and do 4 rotations in front of me and stuff. It's so easy to do. So yeah, it was a bit sketchy at the end. It's kind of what makes it fun as well. It would be really boring if it wasn't a little bit dangerous, right? So yeah, no, I'm really happy with where I finished. I'm happy that I finished. I don't know where I finished.
I know, because you did so well last year.
Yeah, I was P2 in Hero and first in class, so I know Harrison came to defend his title. I saw he DNF'd, I hope he's okay. But yeah, I don't know where I finished. No one knows where anyone finished, so we're all just kind of sat here waiting.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, fingers crossed I did well. I would just like a trophy. That would be awesome. That would be really awesome, yeah. Just a trophy.
Let's see if we can arrange that for you.
Yeah, we'll just get a separate one, mate. Don't tell anybody.
No, you were doing great earlier, so hopefully
yeah,
you're on
fingers
that
crossed. Fingers crossed. It was pretty good in the first stint. Then I did my second stint, and we were at that awkward half dry point, and I kept trying different lines in different corners, and your lap time just goes to bits while you're experimenting. So I was like, oh, just rain or be dry. So yeah, it rained again, and I picked back up the pace, and I think I was doing well. On the road, I felt pretty good. So yeah, we've just got to wait for someone to do all the maths on the pit stops and no pit stops. And
I wouldn't want to be that person right now.
Can you imagine? They're going to be like that guy with all the calculations going around their head in race control, aren't they? For about an hour, probably.
Exactly. I can't believe, look how dark it is.
I know.
So
Honestly,
dark.
when you're driving, you'll know the spray on these things is bad, but it's like spray and rain, and I couldn't see anything at one point there. So yeah, it was proper sketch. I like driving in the wet, but that was dicey. That was really dicey.
Well, let's hope we find out these results soon.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Scott. Henry speaks. How did you get on?
I have no idea.
Apart from positions, did you enjoy it?
Oh, I absolutely loved it. These kind of conditions, I know they're not for everyone, but I absolutely love them. Find them really I love the experimentation you have to do to try and hunt for the grit. I love just having to, react to different track conditions, and also gives a chance to show off some car control. But yeah, no, it was a fantastic event, and shame we couldn't run the full distance, but I think it is a bit too treacherous out there right now. I did one lap under the safety car and I could barely see where I was going, so.
That's the thing, is it's visibility, and it's also got very dark, so it's with the ones that don't have headlights, 270 and 310, it becomes quite tricky to be visible by, in your mirrors as well, looking in your mirrors for a 310.
Of course. All I see in my mirrors is a cloud of spray. Barely, no chance seeing any other cars. And I also imagine with the spray we're kicking up, the marshals can't see from post to post.
Exactly, and that's usually when they call it, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So I think it was the right decision. Shame to not do the full 3 hours, but even so, I think 2.5 is still pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, only one safety car.
Exactly.
That's good. Let's have a word with these guys here. Craig Jarvis, how did you get on out there? Did you enjoy it? Have lots of fun?
It actually was good fun. Yeah, it was really, really, really good. Until somebody wiped my visor with something sticky. I just couldn't see. Worse than ever. But no, it was an experience. I need to learn to drive in the wet.
Yeah, you need to come on a Caterham drift experience.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Yeah, definitely. Before I do this. Yeah.
Are you going to be racing again with us this year?
I think maybe Snetterton, in a couple of weeks, isn't it? Yeah, probably for that one.
Oh, lovely. That'd be good to have you back.
Everybody, we're putting a good show in the wet.
Absolutely.
And when are you driving?
Oh, I'll be there 2 weeks' time as well.
Oh, okay. Look forward to seeing you.
And Andy Palmer, it's all the heroes, all the hero class.
Yeah,
did you have sorry?
A little damp.
A little damp, exactly. Yeah, it's very, very wet, isn't it? I've noticed a lot of people's passenger seats are just puddles.
Yes, it really is. Just a paddling pool in there, and here. Yeah. Everywhere's very wet. But I mean, you learn a lot about the cars in these kind of conditions, and you learn a lot about your own driving skills and evolve your own driving skills. So I actually think it's, bar the fact unfortunately it finished early, I actually really quite enjoyed it.
See, I think even everyone did. It seems Caterham's are so much fun to drive anyway, but in these conditions, it's all quite slow paced, isn't it? Because the car's moving really, sliding around.
Very much about being patient with the car and partial throttle.
Exactly.
The other thing is don't wear a tinted visor. That's another small learning.
Schoolboy error, that one.
Exactly. Yeah, for 3/4 of the race I couldn't see a thing.
Oh my goodness. Just to add to it.
Exactly. No, it's very good, and I must say that everybody drove really well. Could have easily had crashes on that first lap. Everybody stayed out of each other's way. I thought the driving standard was impeccable.
No, it's really good, isn't it? Excellent. It's really good to see.
Very good. Very good.
Well done, Andy. Let's move on around and have a little chat with some other guys. Everyone's trying to work it out, aren't they? Hi guys, how are we getting on? How was your stint?
Yeah, it was, my stint at the end was half a lap in the red flag conditions, so and then the middle stint was not raining, completely dry pretty much, so I had the best of it really.
It's so tricky, isn't it? You've had all the different conditions thrown at you. Rich, how was it for you?
It was the conditions in that last stint were absolutely treacherous, just aquaplaning everywhere. Very nearly, went onto the grass on the exit of turn one once, managed to get back on the track, lost a little bit of time. But other than that, it was just about survival towards the end of that stint, really. So I'm not sure where we placed really.
Did you still have pit stops to make?
One left to do, didn't we?
At about 25 seconds, so not a lot really.
Yours will be the easiest one to work out then.
Hopefully, but we also did a 7-minute stop. I came out the pit lane and it went red after turn 1, so it's whether or not they count that. I don't know.
Yeah, but obviously the pit lane exit, it comes to serve your penalty. You served your pit stop anyway, so we served it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I was saying earlier I wouldn't want to be the person working it out.
No, definitely not. I think everyone's trying to work it out for themselves in here anyway, so.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah. Oh, well done, guys. You did great.
Cheers.
Ollie, let's have a quick word with you. Lovely practice for 2 weeks' time for you.
Maybe, yeah. Hopefully it's not this wet, but yeah, it's good to get some laps around here. That last session was insane. Coming out of Murray's onto the straight by the start the pit lane, lose traction, gain traction, lose traction, gain traction, gear shift, lose traction. Right, yeah, you can see why they red flagged it. It was sketchy.
Very, very. It's just not safe, is it? But it's just a shame it's had to come down this heavy. Couldn't hold out another half an hour.
Yeah, that's it. Another hour would have been great, but I guess we go hang around here now and see what happens next.
Yes, I did see Darren Phillips run in earlier, but I don't know where he's gone, so I don't know. Who knows where everybody's finished?
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
That's all right. Thank
See you
you.
later.
See you in 2 weeks. Let's have a walk around here. Sorry, John. Let's speak to Chris Buck. Chris Buck, how was your stint in the car?
Terrifying. It is sketchy out there.
Was it?
Sketchy. I mean, actually, to be fair, it dried a little bit, but still struggled big time. But it was good fun. It was great fun to be out there. I'm very lucky that AJ gave me the opportunity to drive the car today, so very grateful. Any time in a race car is a good time, right?
Exactly. Yeah, thank you, AJ.
In 2 weeks, you'll be back in one as well, right?
Yeah, we'll be battling it out in 2 weeks' time.
We will. I look forward to it.
Let's hope it's going to be. Let's have a wet race, shall we?
Absolutely, yeah, I think so.
Maybe not this kind of rain.
Dry would be nice to finish, wouldn't it? Maybe a little bit of rain, just for entertainment.
Like we said earlier, rain on the Saturday, dry on the Sunday.
Exactly that. Yeah, that'd be good. No, brilliant.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Charlie, how did you get on? You were doing great, weren't you, out there? But obviously, do we know P1, P2?
I'm hoping you know.
I don't know anything.
We
no
were
one's
leading
told
at
me
the
anything.
time with the red flag, so I assume so.
Well, you were leading quite a while before that as well.
Yeah, and we served quite a lot of our pit stop in the safety car before it went red. So, I mean, if they had the times on, someone's got to do the maths. Somebody cleverer than me, because I've got no idea. But
me neither.
It was good fun. We all had a laugh. Someone's going to raise good money for charity, and that's all that matters.
So that's what this race is all about, isn't it? It's about having lots of fun with your friends and raising money.
Yeah, exactly. Like the boys done a really good job. Steve's actually raised over £2,000 for the charity already. So if we can get the win on top, another £1,000, that'll be wicked. So yeah, let's hope.
That's fingers crossed for you. It's actually brightening up now. Look, rain's still coming down pretty heavy though. But I'll leave you to. Actually, I'm going to have a quick word with James as well. I'm going to have a quick word with this chap, who I feel very, very sorry for, because this is Will and Charles Harris's cousin, James, and it was going to be his first race, and he didn't get to actually make it out in the car.
Quite unfortunate. Safety car came out, we thought we'd wait, get down the pit stop time, and then literally halfway around, red flag comes out, and that was it. So, very upsetting, but it was definitely the right call on the red flag. It's treacherous out there. But we'll be back, we'll get the next one, I'm sure. But no, it was a bit upsetting.
You did really well in all your testing and qualifying. You've had really good pace.
And the whole journey leading up to it's been brilliant, being able to test and then following these guys around out to Spa and everything. So no, I'm really enjoying being part of the Caterham community in itself. But it was a bit of a shame today. But we might still end up on a podium anyway.
Absolutely. Who knows? Fingers crossed.
We're all right.
Well done anyway. Well done, James. Right, let's see. Oh, look who I found. I found Leah over here. She doesn't need, she's just chatting to Noah.
Chatting away. I'm having a great time. I've loved that. It was great.
It was good fun, wasn't it?
Pitwall was so. Will and Charlie just silly getting that close to pitwall. It's performative. They don't need to be that close. But yeah, what a great. I mean, it's a shame to end it that way. But a great day of racing overall. Wasn't it? Have you enjoyed it? Did you?
I have. Yeah, kind of.
I didn't need it. Have a little stint.
I should have brought my race kit with me.
Just in case. Like,
Just
look,
in
guys,
case.
I can sub in.
Well, one of the other guys did. He did that. He brought. Well, no, he didn't bring it just in case, but he brought his race kit because he was going to do the fueling for another driver, and they were only a 2-car team, and then one of them said, "Oh, why don't you just race?"
That is such a good idea, and it's good to see the likes of like Charles Rainford here and Tom Empson too. You know, having pro drivers come back to do these kind of events. It definitely brings a different crowd. Obviously, they're completely different drivers too to the Caterhams, and obviously having James with the Harrises too has been really nice. But it's been a great day. Shame about the weather.
I know, it's a big shame. I do feel rather damp right now.
I know it is damp, but it's a good setup ahead of the next round, which you've got here
in 2 weeks' time.
Hopefully it'll be better weather. Or do you like a bit of rain?
No, I like it, but
do you? Are you good at rain?
I just want it to. I'd like it to be wet, but not this wet, because obviously this is quite bad for visibility.
And you haven't got roofs, kind of thing.
No,
you'd get soaked.
It flies over.
Does it? I thought you'd get
to a certain degree.
I'm too damp right now, but it's been a great day. I've loved it. This has been obviously my first endurance race, so it's been great fun.
I'm trying to see if there's Dave from Caterham. I can't find anyone else. Get results, yes, and I don't know.
I know. So how is it going to work? Is it that the lap time left over that they had to pit under gets added on? Is that how it works?
I would have thought so. Yeah.
I can't even do the maths. I don't know who's done what. I hope Steve Harris is on it with Charlie and Harry. Not that I can be biased, but that'd be nice.
Fingers crossed.
Especially for all they do for their charity as well. All they've done this weekend's been lovely. So hopefully they can take a bit more to them.
Fingers crossed. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. There's nobody else in here that would know. I think they all keep going out into this little office here to try and work it out. But Harrison Caver's car is back over there, so hopefully that car is okay. I don't know if you can pan through. Yeah, it's just the front left wing's got damage on it. But it's not much more I can see on that car. But hopefully Harrison's okay. Sometimes they go to the med centre just to be checked over, so hopefully that's all it was. So let's see if we can have a chat with anybody else and find out what's going on. Everyone looks I think they're all expecting me to know the information, but I don't. Maybe I should go and walk into Steve Lorriman, hello.
Hi Sam, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Very well indeed. Thank you for everything. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. So you were running where? P4?
Literally no idea.
Oh.
It was probably the same as everyone else. Got no idea where we were. We've got no idea where we've come. And we've got no idea how they're going to sort this mess out.
No, it's a tricky one to sort out, isn't it?
Well, Alex was saying that it was particularly wet in the bomb hole, and he found it was really slippery, but
very, very slippery bomb holes.
Yeah, but we had some fresh rubber on, and it's really important to have new good rubber when you're going through the bomb hole.
Yeah,
Bruno Van Dijk.
Oh, hello.
How did you find it in the bomb hole?
Oh, I really liked the bomb hole. It was long and deep, and the puddles are really, really treacherous.
I mean, it was the most moist base I've seen all weekend. I mean, the moisture level.
Yeah, very, very moist. Yeah.
But nobody has anybody got any idea?
I haven't actually found anybody from Caterham to ask.
I think they've all run. I think they're currently drinking scotch and smoking cigarettes and hiding.
Well, no. Let's see. Now there's Lauren, so I'll let's go and have a chat. Yeah. Hello, girls. Do we know results yet?
No, they're still working.
No, they're still working on it. Okay. So there we go. They're still working on the results. So I'll hand over to Chris and Dave just for a moment until we have those results for you.
Well, thanks very much, Sam. And as you can see, the rain has pretty much stopped over at our side of the circuit. So.
Yeah, we have heard from Darren down at, he's rapidly trying to get all the results together. It says it's not going to be too long before they have a decided result, so we're still leaving that with them. But I think it does give me a good chance just to finally say once more thanks to all the marshals out there today, all the event organisers for BARC. Absolutely brilliant, fun event for all the drivers. You can hear from the stories of them all how much fun they've been having along the way. All of the Caterham Motorsport team are rapidly working now to try and work out what the actual end result is. And all the team here 24/7, all the camera guys and girls out there on the banks as well today, getting us all the pictures and all the stories through. Thank you ever so much to all of you, and Elliot down there, bringing all the pictures. And we can't wait to do it all again. We will look to get the results to you today. And Dave as well. I guess we're looking forward to a couple of weeks' time and the grand finals, getting some actual champions crowned.
We'll be back here in the same place, same time, 2 weeks' time, or 2 days of action. 23 races coming up.
Crikey.
From you've only got to call the Caterham ones with me. We've got the classic touring cars,
I'll be here for
MG Owners Club, and Junior Saloon cars as well.
Yeah, I mean, say for any race fans out there, if you can get here, come and watch it. It's fantastic to watch racing live. But obviously, we'll cover everything that if you can't make it here for whatever reason.
Yes, indeed. Please join us for that one on the 12th and 13th of September from here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. No action on BARC TV next weekend. I'll be busy with motorcycles over in France next week, but that's followed up by being back here at Snetterton. Of course, then we go into October at Silverstone at the beginning of the month, and we go right the way through until the Brick Car finale at Brands Hatch, the night race in November. Always a very special occasion indeed, that one.
Yeah, the British motorsport season is a long one, isn't it? It really does take you right the way through from just about as we enter out of winter all the way through to the winter coming back in. But from a very grey Snetterton, and in fact the weather is now a lot better than it was when we last had cars on track, which is a shame. But we are beyond curfew now, so all circuits around the UK generally have a curfew for light and for noise reasons, so they are working it all out up in the stewards and in the timing boxes to figure out what they're going to go and do. But you can see on your screens now the absolute rivers of water as the Snetterton vehicle there coming around. You can see the rivers coming across the track. It's just not drivable at the moment. We were talking about aquaplaning as we were out there. We heard Louis Darling and Ben Klukas talking about the fact that it was you were starting to lose contact with the track even down the straights, and at that point it's not skill, it's just dangerous at that point. So the right call was absolutely made at the right time from here at Snetterton.
Yes, indeed. Full credit to the officials there. The right decision made in ending the race. We are still awaiting the result to be confirmed. The Caterham officials working frantically at the moment. We will bring you the results hopefully in a few minutes' time over in the Parc Fermé area, and then we'll be able to hopefully have the podium ceremony for this 3-hour race. So thank you for sticking with us here at Snetterton. As Andrew Miller Swan has said there, big thank you to the camera crews as well. They will have been absolutely drenched out there around the circuit today, so full credit to our camera operators this weekend. Full credit to all the marshals for sticking with it out in the wet conditions as well, to all the medical crews, the recovery crews, and everyone else here at Snetterton Circuit and from the British Automobile Racing Club this weekend. We could not go racing without them, and thank you to everyone for their efforts despite the rainstorm.
So on the TSL board, I have got a filled out form for race result. Now, whether that means that it has been done and that is a classification, or whether it's a temporary thing that just happens automatically once we get to the end. But we do have a list up here that could well be final.
Yes, looking at it now, race distance of 51 laps, 2 hours 24 minutes 43.4 seconds. Now the classification we did have on the timing screen showed Rich and Rookie Racing in second place, but they're down to 5th on the PDF results on the TSL website. So this could be a result about
Definitely
to be
says
declared.
red flag, end of session 6 o'clock, and this is a provisional until the stewards' inquiries have been run through. But nevertheless, it's the most like a result that we've probably
Yes.
that we've seen for the last quarter of an hour or so.
So the provisional result that we've got from TSL, we'll wait for Sam and the Caterham officials to confirm this, is the Governor's Crew in first place, Louis Darling in second, and he's the first of the 310R Hero class. First 270R is Top Gun Racing in third place. So that's your provisional top 3 at the moment.
And then, yeah, Road Sports is showing us Rich and Rookie Racing, Richard Davis and Tom Emerson taking that Road Sport. So we will be presenting top 3 in each class, so Road Sport 270 and 310, the overall winner, and then the overall winner in the Hero class as well for each there. So, yeah, it does look like the Governor's Crew may well have done that. And we were talking, they have raised £2,000 already for their chosen charity, and that would add another £1,000 to that pot. And we heard earlier on how much of an amazing difference that will make to the kids down in Uganda. So, still... But yeah, looking like, so the top 3 in the 310R, if this is correct, is the Governor's Crew. That's Steve Harris, Charlie Lower, Harry Senior. In second place, it'd be Louis Darling in his Hero class. And then in the third place would be Harris Kids. So really good day for the Harris teams out there. In the 270R, we've got Top Gun Racing, Richard Haig coming through into first place in class. And it's Please Rain, Paul Oglesby. We saw him a fair amount through the stream. And then in third place, it is the team of Farky. That was Ben Van Dyke and Alex Coombs as well. And then in the Road Sports, we have the winner of Road Sports. According to this, is going to be Rich and Rookie Racing, Richard Davis and Tom Tomlinson. Second place, Barry Rogers Racing Club. That's Ollie Smith and Matt Fox. And then in third place, it looks like that's going to be SOD Racing, Rich Northridge, Sam Peters and James French.
And can we also commiserate with James Harris from the Harris Kids team, who was going to be sent out for the last stint there for his first go in a Caterham and never got the chance?
Whether he got out in the middle of that race, I think he might have done. Did he not? Okay,
we heard from him in Parc Ferme. He never got to drive, unfortunately.
It would be a shame, but we did hear earlier on that he got on very well in qualifying, considering his lack of experience. So yeah, we'll look forward to welcoming him into the Caterham paddock on another day.
Never know, we might see him join the Road Sports next season, who knows. We are still waiting to confirm that result officially. So just bear with us a moment longer. Apologies for the delay here. We've apparently just been told a couple of... in just a minute or so, we are going to have the podium presentation. So I think that is the official result that we've just brought you. We'll have that confirmed officially when we do the podium. And let's head down to Sam in Parc Ferme to see if we are ready for our presentations.
Welcome back to the scrutineering bay at Snetterton. We still don't have any results. Darren Phillips from Caterham is working them out. He'll be a couple more minutes, I believe. So we will do the announcement here. Let's come and have a look at the trophies. We've got all of these lovely trophies and champagne and caps to give out. So obviously we've got Hero class, 310 class, 270, Road Sport, and obviously the overall winner. So there is quite a lot to sort out with 23 cars. Oh, and hang on, look at this trophy. Winner of the Snet 3 hours of the 300. That's a cool trophy. That's extra large as well. It's much bigger. Very, very good. So, sorry, Bruno.
Hemorrhoid cushions.
Oh, excuse Bruno. She's being slightly rude. Everybody here, look, they're all standing around waiting. They all think I'm going to say something. I'm not. But yes, we haven't got anyone official here yet to tell us these results. So they're all still hiding out the back. But we will get there soon. We will get there. JB's here taking all the photos, waiting as well. Jamie, let's come back to you.
The dynamic duo.
The dynamic duo.
Northern duo. Come on, Kyle.
Jamie and Kyle.
Come on. I was being really nice. I was telling her how many race starts you'd had and how experienced you were in my first interview. And I was like, Kyle's out, 25 race starts.
25 race finishes.
25 race, yeah.
Yes, that's not, forget that major bit of information.
Yeah, keep that one going. Yeah, that was mega, wasn't it? I mean, what conditions for Jamie's first race? I mean,
You've had it all though.
I know. Yeah, well,
except the dry.
Well, yeah, but you had dry in testing though, didn't you, in qualifying?
Yeah, I had dry testing and quali. But weirdly, the pit board came out just as the rain started stopping. And then Kyle just seemed to go in when the rain just started easing off. Yeah. And the first time I thought it was a bit suspicious, but the second time I started to think there was some sort of strategic intent. You know when you asked about strategy earlier?
Make Jamie do the wet ones and I'll do the dry ones. So that was the plan. Well, it didn't work too well at the end, did it? Yeah. I could get in a bath and I'd be less wet than I am now. So, yeah. But yeah, really well done.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And thank you for learning the car.
Oh, thanks for getting it back in one piece. And we've had a wing, haven't we? That's all we've had because it fell off.
Yeah.
But we'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah, it's amazing. Brilliant thing to be part of. The Caterham ecosystem is just brilliant. Like it's so like to do my first race in what feels like quite a big level.
I'll say it's a high level. You know, you've got some very, very pro drivers in this race.
I mean, there's a British touring car driver on the grid, and I've shared tarmac with him. So, it's amazing. I didn't beat him, but we shared some tarmac briefly. So brilliant. Yeah, I'm buzzing. It's going to be a very long and quiet drive home, I think.
How many KFCs are we going to do?
Oh, I think all of them between here and the north, with gravy.
Oh, yeah.
So now we just need to convince Jamie to race in the 310R Championship in his 310 at some point, maybe next year.
If Chloe watches this, we need to convince Chloe to let me race.
Chloe, please.
Sam says.
But if that happens, I will be hiring because I will need a helper. So.
Oh yes, Jamie is your helper every single race weekend.
Every single
okay, so please put your CVs into Kyle Townend. Do they have to have any specific requirements?
No, you won't get paid, but you will have fun. So come give me a call. In fact, even if he doesn't race, give me a call.
Oh.
I mean, there's been some strong competition from Phil and I did feel at one point I might have been out of a job. He can talk a wheel like a pro.
Actually, looking at the timetable, usually though, 310 and Road Sport. Oh, you'll be 270 next year. Maybe. Yes. Maybe not. Probably. Okay. 270 and 310. If there's a bit of a gap in between, you can still help out Kyle.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't even tried it on the ZZRs yet. I bought a brand spanking set of ZZRs before the regs were released. So I've got a box fresh set.
There you go, that's one race weekend for you. Just need to pay the entry fee and you're there.
I did promise Kyle if we got through the race he could do a hot lap on fresh ZZRs just for fun.
You haven't tested a 310 at his best yet then.
ZZS has scrambled my brains. I'm not sure I'm ready.
You're holding on for dear life around Coram, the neck.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might need to practice first.
I think you're there, you're ready. So if Jamie does race, does that mean you help Jamie?
Yeah, I'll give that a go. I think I'll enjoy race weekends more on the tools than driving, to be honest, because it gets a bit stressful. So, maybe he can do a season next year, and I can watch.
I don't think you'll do that.
No danger of that. I think we've got some results.
Oh, we're really nearly ready. Okay, it's gone a bit quiet. Oh, yes. Okay, right. Do you know what? I'm going to go and stand next to Darren. Darren's going to be reading them out.
Thank you, Sam.
Sorry, we just need to hear all the results.
Of course you do, yeah.
This is Darren Phillips.
Good evening, everybody. It stopped raining, so we're going to get back in the cars and carry on. Yay! Of course that's not going to happen. Well, thank you very much for a headache, because that was a headache. Thankfully, all the cars got back safe and sound, and thankfully, other than one had a slight blemish, and the rest of you all got back safe and sound as well. So the results of it all, and I'll do it in class order to start with. So in road sports, in first place, Rich and Rookie Racing, which is Richard Davis and Tom Empton. In second place, don't get my bald head in the way.
In second place is Barry Rogers Racing Club with Ollie Smith and Matt Fox. And in third place is SOD Racing. Richard Northridge, Samuel Peters and James French. Okay, in 270R, and I'll do it the correct way around this time. In third place, I can't pronounce this, I'm certainly not going to pronounce it. I'll just say it's Bruno and Alex from FRQ. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. In second place, Please Rain, Paul Oglesby. And in first place, your winner in 270R, Richard Haig, Top Gun Racing. Thank you. Thanks for the champagne. The 310Rs, guys. 310Rs. In third place, the 99ers, Andrew Davison and Charles Rainford. In second place, in 310R, Louis Darling. Can you stop that? And the winner of 310R, the Governor's Crew, Steve Harris, Charlie Lower and Harry Senior. And that just leaves two more trophies. The Hero Class winner for this year is Louis Darling. And the overall winners are the Governor's Crew, Steve Harris, Charlie Lower and Harry Senior. Well done, Patrick. All that weight, Steve. All that weight.
It's all that weight.
Okay, thanks very much, guys, for that.
Right, there you go. That's it. It's a wrap here from Snetterton Circuit. People are letting off champagne everywhere. I think we're all vacating the scrutineering bay. Yeah, everyone's running out. Yeah, oh, that's absolutely brilliant. What a fantastic race, and well done to everybody for... see you, Alex. They're all saying goodbye. That's really lovely. It's such a lovely atmosphere in there, and it's so pleased for Rich Haig to get his first podium. That was absolutely amazing. Oh my God, champagne going everywhere. So thank you very, very much for watching, and thank you to all the marshals, which I think have probably gone home now. It's been a fantastic day. So thank you very much. Thanks to all the camera guys as well. sticking it out in that awful weather. So well done, and to you, Elliot, on the our director, and to Leah as well. I'm not sure where Leah is, if she's still here, but yeah. It's stopped raining now. Typical, isn't it? I think it's brightening up. We have blue sky over there. Typical English weather. So, but yeah, thank you very much, guys, and I shall see you in a couple of weeks' time back here at Snetterton. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to Sam Parker and to Leah Halsey as well down in the pit lane today. That is about all from here at Snetterton. Thanks for sticking with us during the presentation there. We wanted to honour the drivers who put on that brilliant show for us despite the conditions. Chris Hutchinson, any final words?
No, just I've said everything on all the thanks and goodbyes, and I just can't wait to get this all going again in 2 weeks, and let's crown some champions.
Indeed, yes. Thanks very much to Chris Hutchinson for being with us here today. And a big thanks to all the rest of the team here at Snetterton, all the marshals, the medical staff, recovery drivers, race control staff, timekeepers, everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club and everyone from Snetterton Circuits. We could not go racing without all our officials, volunteers and helpers behind the scenes. Big thanks again to the camera crews for sticking it out in the wet conditions. They've got to dry their equipment out now and de-rig to take it home. Thanks to Elliot, our director, and everyone else behind the scenes as well, and to our pit reporters, Sam and Leah. Well, we'll see you in a couple of weeks then back here on BARC TV. Same time, same venue here at Snetterton. Caterham's classic touring cars, junior saloon cars, MG Owners Club and plenty more besides. What a cracker of a weekend it promises to be in 2 weeks' time, and hopefully a little bit drier than this one. On behalf of Chris, Leah, Sam and everyone else here, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Bye till then.